he fought that way too. You know what I saw recently? There's one of the wildest fights. Roberto Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard won. Holy shit!
Is it wild?
Oh my god!
That's
I just watched it again the other day.
Right?
I think.
Yeah, Toronto was the first one. Louisiana was the second one. Montreal. Yeah, that's a good one.
Montreal was the first one. Yeah.
That's a really good one.
God damn, it was good.
That's a really good one.
It was crazy.
There's some crazy Pepino Cuevas. There's some crazy fights on there.
These guys were so fast. Both Leonard and Duran were so fast back then. And Leonard was just, I mean, he was America's darling, Olympic gold medalist, handsome, sweetheart of a guy. And Roberto Duran was a straight up savage who was sponsored by a cigarette company. Look at that. He's got a cigarette company logo on his back. That was a cigarette company, wasn't it?
Looks like Marlboro Red.
I think he had a cigarette company sponsor him. Either way, maybe it was just a design. He was a monster, and he just jumped on top of Sugar Ray Leonard and wouldn't let him breathe. And Sugar Ray decided to try to fight his fight. Squared up a little to the fight. Sugar Ray just decided to try to engage him, like up close, like this. So they fought these kind of fights, like this, in the clinch. Total fucking chaos kind of fighting, which favors Duran. You know, Duran was just a relentless, mauling animal. Yeah.
He loved that shit.
So, but see how he's like wrestling with him and fucking underhooking him and pushing him against the ring, staying in his face. He's not giving him any chance to move.
Did you see
and in the
rematch?
rematch, obviously Sugar Ray fought a totally different fight and got Roberto Duran to quit. But it was an amazing fight. And historically, like one of the greatest boxing matches ever. Just chaos. As Sugar Ray Leonard taking a chance, and you know his ego probably got the better of him. Said, "I'm going to beat you at your own game," or tried to it. And Duran just stuck to him like glue and just ripped at his body and stayed on him. And then after it's over, Duran still pushed him away. He was like, "Get the fuck away from me!" Like after the fight was over, Duran was still mad at him. Great head movement. Man.
It was in Montreal. It was in Canada because a couple days before the fight, Duran bumped into Sugar Ray Leonard, and Sugar Ray, being the nice guy that he is, had his wife with him and his kids. And he goes, "Come on, let's go over and say hello to Roberto." He goes, "Roberto, como está?" And Roberto's like, "Get the fuck out of my face before I fuck your wife in the ass." He said, "Read the book. The book I gave you.
I believe it.
Read the book." It got into Sugar Ray's head so badly that was how he beat him. He said that to him, "Fuck your wife in the ass."
See?
Yeah.
Look. Back at him and pushes and watch this. Look, get the fuck away from me. See that shit? He's an animal. Still screaming at him. Fuck you. Screaming at him. After a war, Duran beat him. Duran was a monster. He was so angry. Look at him. Bro, even after all that fighting, still angry.
Look at Mama La Pinga. That's what he's saying. Mama La Pinga,
fucking savage. He was an intelligent savage. Like a savage technician. You know, his boxing was so beautiful. Duran was like, he just knew how to nullify you, take away all, and put his will on you, man. Animal. All right, I got to wrap this up, Joey. I got another podcast I got to do.
I love you, brother.
I love
Thank you very much. I won't see you this week.
When am I going to see you again?
Tuesday? Tomorrow night? No.
I'm going to be at Sam Tripoli's thing tomorrow.
I'll be there.
And I'm going to be at the Improv at 10:30. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll see you then.
Me and you. And then I got Tabernacle next week.
Oh, shit. Atlanta. I love that place.
That's why I did the special with you.
Oh, shit,
That's why I thought Brendan Shaw was going to beat me up. I love you, brother.
I love you too, man.
Good to see you, Jamie. Make the right choice tonight.
Bye, everybody. And we're live, Joey Diaz.
My brother.
How you feeling?
Like a new fucking man, rested.
I know, rested, right?
Rested, very rested. I looked at this as a reset button. As soon as I came back from Vegas, I knew what time it was. February 29th was at 50% capacity.
Yeah, we were there a week later. We were there when Tommy was at the Mirage, and the UFC had their Vegas, the Las Vegas card. It was ghost town. Not even half full. I mean, a week after you were at 50% capacity. It's probably dropping less than that.
30. It was at 30.
But the UFC was packed.
It was packed.
Yeah.
Packed. And then I came to the Comedy Store March 2nd, and that's when I could smell it in the fucking air. When I I went into the green room, bro, and I saw all those people in the green room that basically had a fucking panic attack. Yeah, and I went right to the door. There's a street door.
Yeah.
In the back, the Eddie Murphy door. If he comes back, that's calling the Eddie Murphy door. There's get it out of there.
Yeah, they're
There's
gonna
no
have guards.
So I went to the Eddie Murphy door and I stayed there, and you could just see people in the audience like nothing was going on. And I just got like I was shattered by Saturday. And remember, I was supposed to be in New York for St. Patty's Day, and the Monday before I was supposed to be in New York on the 16th and 17th for the show at Nyack on the 12th, and I saw it happening. I went to a doctor for a shot on my knee to get the gel for the arthritis. They said that you might have a weird reaction to it. Sure enough, Tuesday I went to boxing class. The guy goes, "Oh, your leg is bruised." So I had a little bruising on my leg. And I got home, and that night on the news, it hit New Rochelle. And I go, "Wait a second, New Rochelle and Nyack, they're like fucking neighbors." You know, my memory might not serve me right, but in my mind, that's all close. It's all pretty on top of everything. So I sent a letter to picture of my knee to the producers. And I said, "I'm not coming in," because they wanted me to come in Thursday for wardrobe. And I was just going to send my hotel room to them, New Jersey and each, like that.
So even during all this, they were still planning on filming. And this is for the Sopranos movie.
So we were going to do a couple of shoots, reshoots, not reshoots, extra scenes.
Right.
That Tuesday, when I got home, the Rochelle had busted. I sent them a picture of my knee. So I'm not getting on the mic on Friday. I want the swelling to go down. But it doesn't take a fucking. I got a GED. When I was in New York City in May, I went by the garden to eat lunch. I wanted to get out of my hotel room, went to the garden. On the side, you can sit there at 12 o'clock and have everything, steak sandwiches, whatever you want. Pretty fucking good too.
Trucks?
No, they have a building that has foods inside. They have some trucks. You can sit outside. Fucking beautiful. But when I was sitting there, it was a Tuesday. I was off from shooting. And I remember calling my wife and specifically saying, "I like it here. But if Godzilla comes out of the Hudson River, where are all these people gonna come?"
Yeah.
If you sit in New York City in Manhattan, like on the 50s, and just sit there at a cafe, you could estimate, I mean, it's like maybe 10,000 for every 10 minutes that you sit there, people that walk by you. We don't have that foot traffic in LA like there's in New York. There's a little bit of foot traffic downtown, but the Sunset Strip, that ship sailed. You don't see people walking around the Sunset Strip, Hollywood Boulevard, but not to the dense population, not to the numbers of New York. So it was a no fucking brain. This is a GED here. This is me sitting there going, "This is going to happen." I just kept cutting it down. And my biggest fear was going to the East Coast and getting stuck.
It could happen.
I would have had to buy a truck, a Cadillac, and drove back. I was already prepared. I was like, buy a truck and drive back.
Do you think you can do that drive? That's a long ass fucking
I could do that. I've done that drive 20 times.
What is it, 5 days?
5 days, 4 days.
It's 4 days, you gotta do like what, 16 hours a day?
Yeah.
It's hard to stay awake.
I did Colorado, New Jersey, like the back of my hand.
How far is that?
In the early 80s, 3.
What is it from here to Colorado, like here to Denver?
I think 16.
16. Here to Utah, Salt Lake is 10.
10.
That's a good one.
Did you do that?
That's a good escape. That's a good escape. Because
Have you done that?
no, I have not, but I've done Vegas multiple times. Right, Vegas is about 4.5,
4.5.
and then you go another 6ish, somewhere in that range. You get to Salt Lake, depending on traffic. Salt Lake, you go to Salt Lake City at 5 in the afternoon, like, oh fuck, rush hour. Hey, where's the cars? You just fly by. There's no one there. There's nobody there.
Now it took me 10 minutes to get here.
I thought Salt Lake City was like millions. I thought it was like millions of people. It's not millions. What did we figure it out, Jamie? Didn't we? It's like a couple 100,000. Yeah.
What a cool fucking place.
I love it. I love Salt Lake City.
What
It's
a
so
cool
underrated.
fucking place.
Because the Mormons put a stake on it.
Nobody knows dick about dick. They got reefer, bombs,
They got everything.
grenades,
Great Mexican food.
great food.
Did you go to that one? There's one famous Mexican joint. Something lizard.
I was walking around and some guy goes, "Joey Diaz, I got the perfect spot for you." He seemed cool. He drove me to a Mexican joint.
What is that? There's a one famous Mexican spot in. How did you get the number?
It says estimated is 200K, but
That's
the
nothing.
metro area is 1.2 million.
Yeah, that's like that goes all the way out to the mountains. 1.2 million.
That's nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Now,
200,000 in the city.
when you see those properties, what, like, then I started hearing cancel Coachella. I'm like, cancel Coachella. They're too fucking greedy to cancel Coachella. Old people. That's what's in Palm Springs.
Well, once they canceled South by Southwest, I was like, oh, this is crazy. The store was planning on keeping the OR open, and they canceled my show in the main room, and they offered me a spot in the OR. I was like, I don't think we should be doing shows. Like, this doesn't seem like. This seems like it's getting real. It's like, because if you make a mistake, and there's a 14-day period where all these people can get infected, who the fuck knows who gets infected during those 14 days? It's so because we didn't know what it was yet. It's still we don't know what it is. It's still strange because so many people. Idris Elba apparently is asymptomatic. He's not showing any symptoms, and he has asthma. And I was reading something. Find out if this is true. That somewhere in the neighborhood of 60% of the people are asymptomatic. And I wonder if that means they never show symptoms, or I wonder if that means they're asymptomatic for a certain period of time. So 60% of the people infected are asymptomatic, but a certain percentage of those people will ultimately get the cold or get the cough and all the terrible symptoms, the fever.
You really have. Listen, you know a lot of people, and I know a lot of people. Nobody's calling me
That has it? I have. Michael Yo. Michael Yo was almost dead. Michael Yo went to New York City, did Gotham. He came back. He got real sick. He got yes. He got pneumonia and the COVID-19 at the same time. So he got coronavirus and pneumonia. And he said, now 6 days ago, I talked to him 2 days ago. He said 4 days before that, he thought he was going to die. He said, I couldn't breathe. Pneumonia and this coronavirus. I think this motherfucker, when it like plays with you, if you don't have it, if you don't get it, you can kind of like go, oh, well, this is no big deal. But if you do get it, it fucking grabs you. Like Jamie knows a girl who's 21 who lost her sense of smell and taste, and it wrecks people. We were Googling a story about this Olympic swimmer from South Africa, 31, stud athlete, Olympic swimmer. Said this virus fucked him up. He said it was the worst thing he's ever experienced. So it's weird. It's like it almost like plays with our mind. Like it makes some people seem like they're immune, and some people are fine. Maybe it's you. Take a chance. Go outside. Take a chance. Go to a restaurant. Take a chance. Go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. What's the worst thing that can happen?
Crack those asshole.
And then
go deep. Fuck it.
And then boom, a bunch of people in your family get it, and then boom, grandma dies.
Look at Italy. You know what happened in Italy? Look at Italy.
They just went out.
They all live together.
Yep.
They all live together and they hang together. Nothing wrong with that. That's how people are right came from.
They're supposed to be.
There's a basement. Your grandmother and grandfather live in the basement. Your parents live on the second floor, and you live on the third floor. Boom. We hang out together. The Footsco family. God bless them. From Freehold, New Jersey, they lost 4 people. From a family reunion, they went to like a.
Oh yeah, saw that.
And I saw that one. I saw the one that the guy had the 39th, 40th birthday party, and they all got on planes afterward. And went off to different parts of the country.
The family from New Jersey was not very old either.
No.
The youngest one that died, I think, was 55. I think somewhere in that range.
Am I do I have the mask on? Am I jumping up and down at Ralph's buying groceries? No. Am I going? I stopped. I went to one boxing class after that.
Yeah.
Now it's not. You know what? This is too personal. We gotta give it a chance. I got a bag at the house. I got kettlebells at the house. Everything can be done out of my house.
Yeah, if you're a person and you want to work out, there's so many YouTube videos of just bodyweight workouts. You can get a fucking amazing workout with nothing. You don't need any equipment. You just do burpees and push-ups and bodyweight squats and lunges. There's plenty of working out to do, folks, and it's free. It's a beautiful thing about YouTube. There's so many really good fitness instructors that just put their stuff out there for free because they want people to follow them. And you can get a ton of great bodyweight workouts. You don't need nothing. And if you need weights, folks, you can pick shit up around your house and you can do a great workout with them. Sure, you got a can of paint somewhere that probably weighs 15 pounds. People have things laying around.
You know what I start doing?
What?
This is fucking meditating. I had to go back to meditating.
What do you do? What kind of meditating do you do?
So what I do is I hit the bag. I put my workout. Because now you can't do that long workout. Because what are you going to do for the other day, for the restoration day, the recovery day?
Right.
So there's no recovery in my world.
Just
So
easy
every
workouts
day,
every
15
day.
minutes.
Yeah, nice.
Hitting the bag. Hitting the bag is very essential.
Yeah.
Hitting the bag is very essential. Get the yayas out. You're punching.
out.
You're punching. You look at anything. Benefits over 40 for boxing. Benefits over 50. Number one benefit is stress. You know, for a couple of days there, dog, I was getting scared. I'm not scared of it, but I respected this big difference. I respect what's going on. Something's going on. I'm not a fucking scientist.
Have you ever been here in an earthquake?
Yes.
For me, it's the same feeling, but more magnified. It's like, okay, this is all right, but what is it like if it gets worse?
Are you scared of earthquakes? Oh, where were you in July? I was on fucking stage.
We were home. I didn't even feel it.
I was on stage in Huntington Beach, and the room shook, and I just kept going. Fuck it, if a beam falls and hits me, this is it.
You felt it while you were on stage?
Yes, I couldn't let them get scared.
Oh.
I could not let them get scared because you lose the audience. I had 250 people in there.
I know.
So I could not let them get scared.
How far into your act were you?
22 minutes. It was brilliant. It was perfect. I was just thinking about the other day. That was one of my best times I had the last year doing stand-up. Right in the middle. I'm on stage, and I had to calm them down. So I just went into a rant so they didn't get scared.
Yeah. Yeah, my last show I did was like a Tuesday or a Wednesday at the Improv. I forget. Maybe Wednesday. Did one show, 8 p.m. show. Great. Fun time. But I was like, I think this is it. This is the last show for a long time.
I didn't want somebody to say they went to the Improv.
Right.
I didn't want somebody to say
they got sick.
Yeah. You'll never shake that.
The thing is, you'll never know. There's no way anybody can dial it into one person where you got it from. That's the weird thing is we're constantly interacting with people and touching surfaces. And according to this, these cruise liners that they're testing where these people were sick, even people that are asymptomatic, it shows the virus stays on surfaces for as much as 17 days. That's a new discovery. They thought it was 3 days before that. Now they're realizing even in asymptomatic people that don't get the spray. It's weird. It's a fucking weird virus, man. It's real weird. Real weird. My friend Dr. Peter Attia was saying that most people 55 and under, they seem to just get a cold. I mean, they're fine. They feel like shit for a while, but they get over it. He said, but then there's this 28-year-old fitness instructor that one of his friends is treating. He's a doctor. This guy's on a ventilator. He's a fitness instructor. And they're like, there could be genetic conditions, predispositions, and then there also, it might be vaping. They're thinking that vaping might have something to do with damaging some people's lungs. You know, or cigarette smoking. Cigarette smoking is a bad one. And they think that might have contributed to a lot of deaths in Italy and in China.
They smoke.
Yep, in China and in Italy, they smoke.
They outsmoke us and they have less cancer in China.
See, the thing is, are we sure they have less cancer? Like, when they say they have deaths, like how many deaths they have out of China, do you believe those numbers? I don't trust a fucking word of it. They're trying to say that this is an American disease. That's what the Chinese people are. There's some propaganda network from China that's, I don't know, it's connected to the government or what, or maybe it's people just fucking around. Maybe it's people trying to be funny. But they're putting out that this is a man-made disease that was spread in China by the United States government. So who the fuck are you trusting? I'm not trusting. I trust Italy when it comes to the numbers because I think they're being pretty honest about what a disaster it is. But China's trying to make it seem like everything's bouncing back now. I don't buy it.
They opened up movie theaters.
In China?
Yeah.
Let's go to the fucking movies.
Like one
watch a
went,
nightmare movie. Oh my god. Watch a horror movie. Where you're in this fucking theater just wondering if everything you touch is eventually going to kill you. Fuck. Apparently, they were saying also that it has something to do with blood type. They don't know why. But a lot of the fatalities were blood type A. Seem to be vulnerable, or maybe it's just a coincidence. They say they don't have enough data yet You know, especially here, like reliable data that we can trust here in America, they don't have enough yet. So when I think about it, what gets me is that same feeling like an earthquake. Like once an earthquake hits, like, oh, all right, well we're okay right now, but now we know that this can happen. Like the first one I ever experienced, I was first year here. I had an apartment in North Hollywood, and it was a thin place. Like you could hear the next door neighbor. She would get phone calls. I would hear her answering machine go off because it's the '90s, and I would hear the person talking on her answering machine. I could hear every conversation she had, like it was through a towel. Like that's how thin it was. It was a shitty apartment. But when the earthquake hit, the apartment just went like this. And I remember thinking, this is like when you're a kid and you're playing in a refrigerator box. Remember those refrigerator boxes? We would get them on the street and we would all climb in them and fuck around, but they were flimsy. I'm like, this house felt like a refrigerator box. It just started moving like this. And it wasn't even a big earthquake. It was like a 5 something, like a 5.5 or something like that. It wasn't a huge one. It was an aftershock from Northridge. It just started doing this. It was moving back and forth, and I was like, whoa. I didn't think it was going to be like that. I thought the ground would shake. I thought it'd be like you feel your feet moving. It's not. Everything just goes left and right. Everything just shifts. Like the ground is made out of like it's sand or something. Like instantly it just becomes pliable. It's weird.
I saw the cat drinking water. And all of a sudden I saw the cat in the air and the pole in the air. That's how much of a dip it made. I heard it, looked. Like you're on the computer and something. And I looked and I saw the cat drinking water. And all of a sudden I saw the cat in the air. And he landed, he took off. And they're supposed to feel something before the earthquake.
I think dogs do better than cats.
Yeah,
I think those indoor cats are done.
They're done. Once you bring them indoor, a mouse runs by them. They're like, I'm done. That. But I don't think so. Because my cats are alive and kicking at midnight.
They still have fun.
They're like Judas.
How many do you have now?
3.
You only have 3? That's crazy. You were up to 11 at one point.
9.
You had 9, or I think you had 11. You probably forgot.
I had so many of them outside. I was feeding. I had so many of them.
Oh, that's right. You had a bunch of feral ones that lived in the yard too. Mark Maron has that kind of setup too.
Yeah.
Or at least he used to at his old place.
It is fucking. I'm down to 3. I'm down to 3 girls. All the boys punched the ticket. My favorite one died 3 months ago. Boy, I'm down to girls. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but my next goal is I'm waiting to see what the smoke clears. I'm gonna try to shut me.
We should all get out of here.
No shit.
Legitimately.
No shit.
We should get out of here.
No shit.
This should be our wake-up call. We should all just pack up and go to Denver.
This is a big wake-up call. This is gonna be a big wake-up call.
You know, there's a lot of places like Loveland, hour outside of Denver. You know what I mean? Evergreen, 30 minutes outside of Denver.
You know what? What happened to Montana?
What happened to Montana? No, but here's the thing. Denver's got comedy. Utah's got comedy.
You know what? Why don't we just open up a club in Montana? Billings.
We could do it.
That could be everybody's opening up a club in St. Louis. Everybody's opening up a club here.
Imagine if we did.
You
We
go
opened up a club.
war to war with everybody else. Comedy school in fucking Billings, Montana.
If we just decided to do that.
When was the last time you were in Montana?
Oh, 6 months ago or so.
What did you think?
I love it there. I love Bozeman.
What are we waiting for?
The winter's motherfucking son. The winter's real.
Look what we're living through now. It's
true.
Realize that we can do anything. See, this makes you realize. Look, after every earthquake, there's a certain percentage of Californians that wake up and say, I'm not going to do that again.
Right.
They gotta believe. There's certain Californians that go like me, that go, oh shit, we gotta get a generator for my fan sleep apnea machine. And every time you go to the supermarket, buy 2 or something. Yeah, 2 cans of cream. Buy 2 cans of this. You go in my fucking garage. I'm good.
Yeah, you gotta have dried stuff.
I'm good. You know why? Because I'm a child of the 60s. When I was growing up, every building you moved into had a fallout shelter. You dumb fucks.
Oh, yeah, we forgot.
Nobody remembers the fucking fallout shelter. And they had Tang and fucking TV dinners down there. And every once in a while, your building would run a fucking thing. The Russians are coming. And you'd have to run to the basement and close the door. And they had like a vent. And in grammar schools, you had to go down to the basement. And they give you like the fucking Tang juice and all that shit.
I forgot about fallout shelters were a East Coast thing, right?
Fuck yeah. Nobody remembers the fallout shelter. So I've always lived like it's the fallout shelter. I always had a back situation. I got weed till fucking Doodle Day.
Your family came over here when?
66. But they had been over here already dabbling. They had
Dabbling?
been over here since the 50s, fucking around, numbers, whatever the fuck my mom was doing, whatever the fuck my dad was doing. So they were already hip. They made it official in 66. So when I was being raised here, my first couple of years in this country we were living under fear. Vietnam was going on. They had just killed Kennedy, and now they just killed, because I was alive and kicking when they killed Robert Kennedy. So it was a different time then. We were living in a little fear. The Cubans had pointed missiles at us. Us and the Russians weren't that fucking cool. So that's why the fallout shelter was big, just in case they threw a bomb at us. We'd go downstairs to a basement and live and stuff like that. So I think what fucked with me was the Euro-Romero fight. The night of the Euro-Romero fight, I was invited to go to a friend's house to watch the fight. And I pretty much had a nervous breakdown and fear in my house. Really?
Because of the virus?
Yeah.
Really?
Nervous breakdown.
You didn't want to go to your friend's house?
Best guy in the world.
But you were like, I gotta stay home.
4 people.
You never know.
I asked what the pool. Yeah. I go, nobody's been to China. Nobody's been. No, because that's the problem. See, I knew it was going to affect. Look at the skier that went skiing in New Rochelle, the Jewish guy that went to the synagogue. Well, the 2 dudes, he went skiing. I didn't see them in the condition where they were. He went in a group. Then he went to the synagogue in New Rochelle and spread it all around. He should be the most popular guy in the neighborhood today. You know what I'm saying? That guy, like, nobody wants to talk to him.
So he brought it there
From Italy. He went skiing in Italy. He couldn't go to fucking Riverton, Wyoming, or fucking Utah, or fucking Aspen. He had to go to Italy like a big shot.
Well, he probably planned a trip to Italy long before.
I don't give a fuck. Go to Aspen, you fuck. Go to Riverton, Wyoming. That's the best.
Right, but he wanted to eat pasta.
I don't give a fuck. They got pasta in fucking Utah.
But before
That shit drives me fucking crazy. That
what
shit.
drives you crazy?
That shit. You just can't. Well, you can't go to Ajax. You can't go to Ajax. Nobody wants to ski Ajax. You can't go to Ajax. You gotta go all the way to fucking Italy to go skiing, cocksucker.
Well, maybe he wanted to go skiing as well as go to Italy.
Leave me alone. You know that shit bothers me as it is. He took people down. Then he came
Joe,
back.
you don't have a passport. You can't leave. Let me tell you something. Going to Italy's awesome.
I know it is. I didn't say that, but he had to go ski. He went to a ski trip in Italy.
Right, but also in Italy. So you can eat pasta, see the sights.
You can eat pasta in Aspen. You can see the sights in Aspen.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
If everybody goes to Aspen, we're fucked.
No, Aspen, you break it up.
There's apparently a guy from Aspen that had it too.
You like it in Utah. You like skiing in Utah.
I don't like skiing.
Oh, no, you don't like skiing.
No, I only
Your
ski
family
because my
enjoys
family
Utah.
likes it. Yeah.
But they enjoy Utah. Aspen.
They like all those places.
Okay,
We've
so-
been to Aspen. Aspen's beautiful. I love it.
Did you come back with the fucking? Did you come back with the HIV?
No, there was a guy. There was a
Okay,
guy that
so
went
you're
there
all
from
right.
Australia who had it. Who apparently knew he had it, and he refused to self-quarantine. He went to restaurants, he rode the bus, he went skiing.
Throw him under the fucking chair.
No.
Throw him under. See, that's the other thing about the store that shocked that night. Tuesdays and Thursdays,
Packed.
packed with people visiting
Yep, from other overseas.
countries.
Yeah.
So that started giving me the willies that night. When they canceled the store,
True.
I was happy. I'm just worried about the wait staff. You know what? Like, we've been rocking and rolling the
Yeah.
last 10. They've been rocking and rolling the
Yeah.
last 10.
Well, they're putting together some sort of fund. I hope they do it quickly, and we're all going to be able to donate. And I think they want to have some stream shows too, but I don't think that's the way to do it. I mean, if they do it, and they have a bunch of people, almost like podcast style, maybe that would work. Have like a telethon, raise money.
Well, I'll tell you what. I thought about the stream thing. I like the stream thing.
But a podcast, not stand up.
I thought, but then I saw this week with John, whatever, on HBO.
John Oliver,
John Oliver. Last week we didn't have an audience.
not good. Well, when no one's laughing at your
Yeah,
monologue.
you need that energy.
Yeah, they were doing live shows from the Laugh Factory yesterday. Was it yesterday? And it was no audience. And I was watching Jay Moore on stage for a couple minutes before I had a panic attack and I shut it off.
No, it's just no good. It's
Strange.
It really doesn't work. It doesn't
No.
work. I wanted it to work,
It's weird.
and I thought that I could do it for people just to break the monotony. You know,
It's like watching someone with no voice sing in the shower.
Yeah, no, leave it the fuck alone. I
It's
said,
just strange.
how bored are we? How bored do you want to go? Like at 10 o'clock, are you like, I'm fucking.
At night?
Yeah.
No.
I'm not bored. My wife goes to bed. The baby goes to bed. We got her on a home school schedule. They have 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock video conference, 11 o'clock.
What's up, gangsters?
She hits the mitts too. We gotta hit the mitts in the house. Get that stress out.
Good move. Good move.
And everybody's on a schedule. But at night, like this is the first. I have not been out of the house 21 nights. No, I thought about it 25th.
Today's 25th.
Yeah, 23 nights. So at 11 o'clock, I got a little bored. The edibles started not working.
Too exposed to them?
Yeah, I just been
Built up
popping.
intolerance?
I've been popping 2, 3s, you know.
Yeah.
I've been eating them so much, like the first week before St. Patty's, I was under so much personal stress. Like, I was so fearful of that plane ride to New York that I was getting fucking this ill. I wasn't even.
Imagine if you took that flight, you would have probably caught it. I mean, that whole New York area, there's a real good chance you
I had a
catch it.
JetBlue by myself, Captain. I had it all planned out. The more I thought about it, I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't want to be in a hotel. I know how the food service industry works.
Well, it was that very weekend that Yo got it. The very weekend that you went. That you were
that
supposed to go.
was the heat of it.
Yeah.
That was the fucking heat of it. And it's still just climbing.
Well, they said it's 2 weeks it's going to reach its apex, but they have an astounding number of cases. They do, however, test more than California, so they're more accurate in terms of their numbers. There's more testing being done in New York City, I think by 3-fold than California. It's crazy, man. This is a whole new time, and I really hope it's a wake-up call for us.
It is a wake-up call. This is as jokey as this may sound. I've always had a faith. My faith got me into where I am today.
A faith in what?
On a higher power. Let's call it a higher power. I always had a faith in a higher power. And if anybody knows about karma, is me. I'm the fucking poster boy for karma. I know all about it. For me, this is like a higher power letting us know. Like, it's a reset button. Take a look around. You guys have gotten caught up in selfies.
Yeah.
Like, you've gotten caught up in selfies. You know, you go see a fucking concert, it's $250 and $60 a park. You know, you go to a movie theater, you go out. An American family can't go to a sporting event no more. The normal American family cannot go to a sporting event no more. They're out of control. They can't move apartments. $1,500 for a studio. They just got greedy, man. The greed's been too much. You know, I gotta feel bad for Disney losing $6 million. Suck my dick. You were charging $140 a day, cocksucker. $140 a day.
I think that's the least of our problem.
No.
I think the big problem is people thinking this life, the way we're living, is going to be permanent.
No. It's changing for a reason.
Yeah.
It's changing for a reason. We were getting fucking greedy.
But there's definitely that.
And we were getting a little overzealous.
But we're soft. We're soft. That's the big one. And especially we're soft right here because we don't have to deal with weather. Right here, we don't have to deal with nothing. You go outside every day. You can sleep outside. It's a great place to be homeless. All you need is a sleeping bag. Get under an overpass. If it does rain, it only rains 10 days a year. You'll be fine. You know, this is a great place because of that. But because of that, also, we're not humble enough. You know, the places where people get humbled are the places where people have to deal with direct nature. Snowy places, real cold places. Like, if you go to any place that's near an ocean, that's a little slap in the face. Like, wake up, bitch. Take a look at that. You ain't shit. Mountains are another one. Same thing. Like, you could die up there, stupid. There's bears up there. There's mountain lions up there. They're fucking killing deer with their face. You don't think they'll fuck you up too? Go hike. Go hike and get lost, hippie. You know, like, it's a wake-up call, those places. And I think this is a wake-up call for the whole country, the whole world. It's a wake-up call. We're vulnerable. And it's also a wake-up call. I mean, I can't say this to enough people. Take care of your health. please. It is the one defense for this that seems to be agreed upon by almost everyone. Is that if you have a strong immune system, you have a better chance to get through any sickness. And you can do something to strengthen your immune system. Your immune system is something you can work on. You know, you can work on it by cleaning up your diet. You can work on it with regular exercise. You can work on it with regular sleep. All those things have a real big impact on your immune system. Also, vitamins. Supplement with vitamins. Eat a healthy diet. Get some exercise. And if you can, get in a fucking sauna every day. Tremendous for your body producing heat shock proteins, your body reducing inflammation, alleviating stress. It's great for your cardiovascular system. It's just great for you. There's a bunch of different things you can do. You can use this as like, okay, I'm alive. Now this is a wake up call. I'm so glad this didn't happen to me. I didn't get wrecked by this. I'm gonna get my life in order. And it can be done. It's something that everyone can do, and this is the time to do it. This is a good time to do it. If you're surviving and you're getting through this, this is a good time to get your health in line.
Well, you don't know. A lot of people don't know about me because I was a sick kid.
Really? I would I never believed
From the age of 4 to 6, because my dad died. I went going somewhere. My immune system fell apart. It was respiratory. I always got colds, always shots, vaccines. I knew people by first name at the hospital at Roosevelt Hospital in New York. I mean, it was real. When I was 6, I was taking an ounce of asthma.
Did you really?
Which went untreated. Like I just said.
You have asthma still?
Like my mother said, that's for faggots. Don't worry about it. You don't need it.
You have asthma right now?
I outgrew it. My daughter has it though.
Really?
She has it. And now I see it in her. And I go,
does she have an inhaler?
Yeah, she has an inhaler.
And you don't use an inhaler at all anymore?
No. Since,
did you ever?
Like a week. Then my mother goes, get rid of that. You live in New York City. You don't want to get smacked.
Wow, your mother's hard.
So I grew up with this fucking thing. And then, when I was 16, I got put out for 13 days with lung infection from paranoid. So ever since then, like, I'm not supposed to smoke. I'm never supposed to smoke. When I started smoking, I would get sick for days. Like I had to jump a hurdle to smoke pot.
But when you were smoking cigarettes, what about that?
That was let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about the hurdles I had smoking reefer early on. I would smoke reefer and it would be an event. I would have to take 3 or 4 days off. It would crush me for that long.
Really?
Then once I built the tolerance to that, then I started having to build the tolerance of who I smoked dope with. Like if I smoked dope with me, you and Jamie and somebody else, the next day, I'd have a temperature.
You get sick from someone.
Yeah, 13, 14. So by the age of 15, I already knew I had to keep my shit. Like if I smoked with you and Jamie every day, that's who I smoked with. Once somebody else comes into that circle, I would get sick. So I had to knock that out. So I had to be very aware at a young age of who I smoked with.
I got sick a lot when I was competing. I wasn't taking care of myself. Back then, I didn't take vitamins. I didn't take shit. I got sick a lot because I was always stressed out too. Because I was always nervous. I was fighting all the time. So, you get ready, and the weeks up to a tournament, that's the most stressful. And then the week of the tournament, I'd always come down with something. And you wind up fighting sick. I fought sick in Anaheim. I flew out to California to fight in the Nationals. I fought sick. Had 3 fights sick. Did we figure out what the percentage of asymptomatic? Well, I think as time goes on with it, you're getting a better picture. Take care of your immune system, kids. I've been drinking a shitload of water too. Oh my god, I'm peeing like crazy. Kombucha, CBD oil. Yep, CBD oil for sure. I took some pet CBD oil accidentally. I wasn't paying attention. Went to the cabinet to get some CBD oil. I'm like, man, this is tasty. What is this? It's like peanut butter CBD oil. And I had 3 droppers full. And then I looked on it and said pet. And I'm like, damn. Hope I'm gonna be okay. I don't know what the difference is between CBDMD's pet formula and the regular formula, but I had 3 full droppers of their peanut butter pet formula. It was quite delicious. It was pretty good.
You take a lot. I take enough supplements, vitamins, KT.
Yeah, I take a lot of things.
Like I said, I cut down the reefer a little bit. half ounce, maybe a week.
Mm-hmm.
Joints and pockets. Down to my teeth. I've got a couple ounces.
I'm enjoying the time, just the relaxing time of no pressure of things to do. You know, no shows to go to. Stay home every night, hang out with the girls. I'm enjoying
I
it.
don't watch the news. That's
Yeah.
what was fucking with me the first week. I had that nervous breakdown in 7. That was really fucking with me. And then I said, that's it. I went back to my roots. I went back to Boulder. I took it back to the Roper Institute bench. And I took it back to meditation. So what I would do is I'd hit the bag 15. And then to come down, I'd stretch and just do yoga poses and breathe. And then end. And I go long fucking meditation. Get some vitamin D. I do everything outside. Back of the house, I got a little backyard.
I think that hitting the bag is a kind of meditation.
Yes.
I really do.
Yes.
I think if you really can just
I just
concentrate on your
focus on my
breath.
breathing. And that's what I do.
Yes,
Focus on my breathing. And I do 3 minutes, 30 seconds off. I do 5 sets of that.
Yeah.
But then after that, the stretch is really hard.
Oh yeah.
Now I have no cryotherapy. I got no acupuncture. None of those things.
Is cryo closed?
Cryo's closed.
Yeah.
I stayed away for the last 2 weeks. I did a little nofilter, which is red lights, up until about 10 days ago.
Yeah.
And then it started getting more serious. It started just cutting down this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then last weekend, I see what was going on at the parks and shit. There's a park close to my house. I started over there playing a few balls. This is crazy, man.
Packed.
They're on top of each other.
Yeah.
And if I'm running behind you, that makes no sense. They're all running the same way. Like you're running right into it. You're running right into it. And I got a GED, Joe. This is what kills me. I got a GED, and I'm sitting there watching these fucking morons run behind each other. You know, like, yeah, all of a sudden you're fucking Rocky, but you're sucking that guy's breath in. And the chick behind you sucking her breath in. And
oh my God.
And the chick behind you, and they all run in the same direction, 10 feet away from each other. So
like
I knew
race. A
So
race
now
would
the
be a
cops
great way to
are
get
stopping.
sick. Oh, the cops tell them to get out of the park.
The cops are pulling in the park holders.
But you can be by yourself, right? I saw some people hitting the pads at the park where someone was holding pads for somebody. You can do that. You got some space away from each. You can get a little workout
But
in.
there's always going to be that dude trying to come up to you.
Yeah.
There's always that
Hey
dude.
man, aren't you worried about the coronavirus?
I have to take the racehorse out early. My daughter's a racehorse. So at 8:45, I give my wife a break and I just take her for a little stroll.
Just wear her out
Just
a little.
to wear out a little bit. We play badminton. Whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
The tennis with the fly.
Yeah.
I throw wiffle balls at her. I just tell them to lead the other day. In the heat of all this, I'm there at 9:15 for a reason. They got the playground sealed off. And then they got a huge fucking park. And for some reason, everybody got to walk in between me and my dog. Dog by the second person had to say, really? Really? You can't walk around. You got to walk in between. People can't have enough. They test your fucking wits.
Well, they don't change their behavior.
The best was the guy that watched me playing with my daughter. And I could see him out of the corner of my eye, Joe. And I could see him. I could see him whispering to the wife some stupid shit. And what does he do? He starts walking towards me. And I'm not even paying attention to him, but I am. I'm watching him through this fucking picture. I'm watching him. I'm playing with my daughter, throwing the wiffle ball. And he's walking towards me. Finally, I had to stop. And he goes, hi, I just wanted to shake. I go, stop! He just looked at me, and I felt terrible for him. But this is what's actually going on. They still want to shake your hand.
Yeah, people try to shake your hand still.
They still want to shake your hand. I'm like, it's not going to happen. Stop right there.
Yeah.
Like, hit me on Twitter, and I'll hit you back. But that's it. I don't want to hug. I don't want to know nobody. Nothing you got to tell me I want to hear.
Yeah.
Unless you're showing in here with a fucking envelope, which I don't see you have. Don't come close to me at all.
People they're not changing their behavior.
No,
much.
that's not changing their behavior.
There's a number of people, right? So some people paid attention to everything. Some people are over cautious. I went to the fucking supermarket. This lady had goggles on, and she had, not goggles, but big Jackie Onassis dark sunglasses, a fucking face mask with these giant gloves on, and she's walking away from everybody like everyone's a bomb. And she's doing her grocery shopping. I'm like, okay, well, you've gone too far. This is a little ridiculous. And then I'm looking at other people that are acting like there's nothing wrong, and they try to shake your hand. And then there's people that are paying attention too much, so they've become paranoid and they're not even living their life. And then there's other people that aren't paying attention at all. They're barely paying attention.
I'm in the middle.
They barely look at
I'm in the middle. I know I have to live my life. That means I don't have to go to 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
7-Eleven is filthy. I don't have to go there for nothing. Okay? Nothing. I got roll-up papers and everything in my house. Lighters. I got lighters till the next morning. I can light myself up 10 times with the lighters I got. I'm not putting myself in a bad position.
Yeah.
You've been quarantined. Jamie's been quarantined. Jamie had to go to fuck. There's some idiots that tonight there'll be a concert. They'll go.
Where?
No, if I tell you that tonight there's a concert, they'll go.
If it was.
If it was, they'll still.
Well, Liberty University is letting students back in today. Jesus is going to look out for them. Yeah. There was an article on CNN. They were showing Liberty University opening up its doors again to students. Like, this just started, you fucks. You can't just,
Where do you think we are right now?
Beginning.
You
This
really
is the
think we're
beginning.
in the beginning?
Yes.
You don't think we're good till mid-May?
No, listen, it keeps accelerating every day. If it's accelerating every day, that means it's at the beginning. Every day there's more cases. Every day there's more people getting sick.
Now, didn't he say yesterday, I don't quote me on this, he's talking about Easter.
Yeah, because it's a very special day there. So he said it's a special day. Like, this virus doesn't give a fuck what day you think Jesus came out of the ground. This virus doesn't give a fuck. And if you don't respect it, people are going to die. And there's people like the lieutenant governor, I think is who he is, of Texas, who is like, we should take a risk with older people just to get the economy back in line. People are like, whoa, what are you saying? You think the economy, we should get the economy back in line, and by doing the economy, some old people are going to have to die. You're ready to sacrifice people for money. Yeah, older people would rather die than let COVID-19 harm U.S. economy, Texas official said. Older people would rather die. That's what he says. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Okay. Yeah, and he was saying that he's in that high-risk category himself because he's 70. As these politicians are terrified that this is going to lead to an economic disaster and their name's going to be stuck on it. I think they were terrified at first that they had to act, they had to close things down. They didn't have a plan, and now they realize, like, oh my God, this might have to stay locked down for a long time. What happens to the economy? Yeah, you didn't have a plan. No one had a plan. So they locked everything down, and now they're like, listen, this could last a long time. We got to start the rumblings now of getting this ball rolling again. Because if this goes 6-7 months and no one's working, no one can go outside their house for 6-7 months, like, this is crazy. We won't have any money, and China's going to take over. Tucker Carlson had this whole piece he did that I saw that was actually pretty accurate. Where he's talking about what could be possible. Like, he was talking about how the NBA. Did you see that whole segment where the NBA they had said something about China, and then you see all these people that were praising China, saying positive things about China. What was the reason behind that, Jamie? You're an NBA guy.
He invited us to sit for coffee.
Tweeted like,
"Wow, that's awesome." I can see him
the support for Hong Kong, and then China got pissed at that. So then they started tweeting nice things about China. And they started,
at the time that happened,
that's cool. So, okay, so then what happened next?
Come back, and then they started asking all them what
So
they
we
thought
sit
about
and we talk for hours. So
China, I think,
kind of went through my spiel. We looked at having a time.
well, you mean that they face consequences for supporting Hong Kong? Yeah. Well, what Tucker Carlson was saying in his piece was that imagine that's the whole country. Like, understand that, like, China is the ruler of the world. If China becomes the ruler of the world, not the United States, because of something like this. Like, this is all really possible.
No, not at all.
Like the idea that the United States is the ruler of the world, so it has to stay the ruler of the world forever. No, natural disasters, disease, fucking asteroid impact. There's a bunch of different things that can shift the balance of power in the world. Rome used to run everything, right?
Sorry, I don't watch
There's Europe, England, the UK. England used to run half the fucking planet. There's a lot of different countries that were on top of the world that are no longer on top of the world. And we would be in a real sticky situation if we had to live under the same military dictatorship that China does. And the idea that we would never have to live under that. We can't wear America. Well, that's ridiculous because we're human beings and other human beings are stuck in a circumstance where they're living under a military dictatorship. So there's no difference between them and us other than culture and the place where they live. That shifts. Things change with natural disaster, with disease, with failure of the economy, with war, all these different factors, things change. And our perception, much like our perception of our society itself, it's always going to be like this. And all of a sudden this disease comes along and shuts everything down. You're like, whoa, that's a fucking wake-up call. You need to recognize that this is kind of fragile. Well, the whole system is fragile. If those things happen, natural disaster, disease, war, anything catastrophic happens, the balance of power completely shifts. And who knows whose control the survivors are under? Who knows? Who knows how this works out? This is all real touch and go right now. This is real touch and go. This is uncharted territory where we have slipped into a place where no one's working and everyone's scared. And the president wants to go back to work on Easter because it's a special day now. And Joe Biden can't talk. The guy who's running for fucking president for the Democrats can't talk. Did you see the latest shit? Tim Dillon sent me 2 videos. He's like, what the fuck is going on? He's in a cognitive decline. Governor of New York.
Did you Google him that night? Like,
Put him in, coach. Put him in. You want a guy to run for president that makes sense? You want a guy who's an intelligent guy, who's a strong leader, who's got a lot of experience.
He's impressed the fuck out of me.
He's impressed the fuck out of me too.
When he's like,
Put him in, coach.
Human lives count more than money. He's impressed me. I'll tell you who else is impressed me. I don't know. See, you can't say nothing because you're always going to be wrong. There's always a knock. Well, Joey, you're wrong because he's declining a woman's abortion act. There's always something.
That's true. That's the argument that they have about it.
I don't even know what it is. I don't even know when I tell you it's always something. I don't even know what it is.
The issue is late-term abortion, which he apparently voted for.
I know there's always something. So. And I was just making a joke. I know
but you were actually right.
The other guy that's doing a good job. The other guy that's doing a good job. I see. Communication.
Yes.
He's doing a great job. I don't know what his politics are. I don't know if he's a Democrat. I just know he's stepping up and fighting. He's making smart choices. You know what? I don't know. Are you a fucking scientist, Joe Rogan?
Let me check.
Are you a scientist? No, me neither. Go fuck ourselves. Until that time, I don't know. I do know one scientist.
Anybody knows what we're talking about? It's like this Dodge truck where he had a ram on the front of it and he had lights fitted with it just to help kind of be more of a security noise. So he bought this vehicle in Tennessee and we went from Tennessee and we went on a road trip from Tennessee to Portland, which was really awesome.
Corona. You say it's a fucking nightmare.
Right, because you got to think the same amount of people are still getting injured.
Yes.
And sick from other stuff.
So Mercy's coming in, Hope is coming in. They're not Corona shit.
Yeah.
They don't want no Corona.
Relationship lasts, go on a road trip with the partner. So it was really good. CD,
This fucking, these goddamn cruise ships. You want to talk about a petri dish? Stuck on a metal craft in the middle of the ocean, breathing recirculated air with a bunch of people who party. And around you is the ocean, and if you fall in, you're dead because they don't scoop anybody out. When do they ever turn the ship around and scoop somebody out when they fall overboard? No chance. For comics, it was always a death sentence. No.
So basically,
Yeah.
Nice. But no, it wasn't. Got out of my system. I don't want to go.
Yeah.
And as a comic, you hate to say this as a comedian. Amongst us,
It's a death
sentence. For me, they have additional work.
I do gotta say though, the fucking Impractical Jokers, those guys did a tour on a bus. On a boat. Apparently everybody loved it. So it's like if you get your fans in there,
Right.
a rare thing.
Right.
Yeah, there's people that can pull it off.
Yeah.
Well, Alonzo goes on jazz tours. He does jazz cruises. Alonzo Bowden is a serious jazz fan. Loves jazz music. Loves it. So I love him to death. He's always been the best.
And
Always
a Clippers fan. Before anybody even talked about this,
and rides a motorcycle everywhere.
yeah, that motherfucker, badass.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of bikes. Or he's had a bunch of bikes.
BMW. But he was a Clippers fan when they were 0-90. He was down there by himself with Costello Alonzo. Now he's living like a doctor. He's fucking yelling. As soon as they got Kwame, I was happy just for Alonzo. That's how much I love Alonzo. I was happy just for Alonzo.
Hey, everybody loves Alonzo.
Everybody. Nobody has a beef.
No.
No, why would you? First of all, break your hand.
He's giant.
His fucking hands are ginormous.
And he's the sweetheart.
He's a sweetheart. He doesn't even know he can break you.
You'd never know that he's 6'4", 250 pounds solid muscle, whatever the fuck he is. He's a tank of a man. But he's hilarious too. He's a dude that's got great points. Like, here's one of his lines. He goes, "Not every Trump supporter is racist, but every racist is a Trump supporter." Not a whole lot of racists voting for Biden. I mean, maybe a few. They can't let that guy run for president. They have to put a stop to that. You have to see these recent videos. Here, I'm sending it to you. Have you seen it, Jamie?
And you fucking killed Bernie Sanders. You basically killed Bernie Sanders.
They killed him.
I'm reading some the other night. That Porter, you put the kiss of death on him, cocksucker. He was doing just fine. Oh my God, Julia, the Puerto Rican chick, won't shut up. Ocasio.
Alexander
Yeah, she won't
Ocasio-Cortez.
shut the fuck up. She's a Puerto Rican chick.
She's 28 years old.
She won't shut the fuck up.
Rags to riches congresswoman.
And she's like, fucking, I won't talk to him because of Joe Rogan. Back them.
Well, it's not that I backed
them.
It's that they used a video of me to support their campaign to say that I endorsed them. And then they took a bunch of my bits and they took a bunch of things we said on the podcast, high as fuck, out of context, and made it look like I was some right-wing monster. Like I'm some sort of homophobe. And then they used the transphobe thing from the lady that used to be a man. If you don't know the story, used to be a man for 30 years, became a woman for 2, and then started beating the fuck out of women without telling them that her whole life she had been a man up until recently. She just thought it was a medical condition that she didn't have to reveal. And I got mad.
Domestic violence.
Yeah, it's crazy. It should be criminal to not tell somebody. I mean, the idea that you're the same thing as a biological woman is just not fact. It's not scientific fact. And yeah, I said a bunch of horrible shit about her. That she's not even horrible shit. I just said mean things. That she's a man. That you're a man. You can't just go fighting. Yes, that's what I did. I said the truth, and I said it because
you're not gonna have a lot of friends.
But here's the thing: I'm a guy that I support bull riding. Okay, I support if you're a woman and you want to fight a man, I support it. But you gotta let that person know that you're a man. If you used to be a man, you gotta let him know. If a woman wants to fight a biological man right now, a guy with his balls, and she wants to do it, and he wants to do it, and they sign off on it. You can skydive. Why can't you do that? They're both the same weight. Go ahead. I don't think you should. If you're my friend, if you're a woman and you're my friend, I'd be like, there's too many physical advantages. It's too dangerous. All they have to do is hit you once. You said they don't have to be as skillful as you. If they clip you, you're fucked. And that's the truth. That's what happens. I mean, it's a giant advantage. Doesn't mean the woman can't win. Because Jermaine Durandamy actually had a kickboxing fight with a man and knocked him the fuck out. That lady's a beast. The Iron Lady from Holland, she's a beast. But she's a former UFC featherweight fucking champion of the world. I mean, she's an animal, that lady. And had a real close fight with Amanda Nunes recently for the bantamweight title. She's one of the best fighters on earth. And she beat a man and knocked him out. But you shouldn't fight a man if you don't know it's a man. That's rude. And if you didn't know that someone used to be a man, that's rude too. So they tried to pretend that I'm not this transphobic crusader. I love all people. I literally love all people. I don't care what you are, whether you're gay or straight or Asian or black or white, or I don't care. I don't care. I just, if you're nice, I'm nice to you. I'm 100% open to everybody. But I'm not gonna bullshit. You can't fight women if you used to be a man and not tell them. It's so ridiculous that that's even a debatable subject. Like, I had a bit about it where I said, never did I think as a society we could get to a point where someone would say, hey man, I don't think it's cool if you get your dick removed and then beat the fuck out of chicks. And people be like, you're out of line. But that's where it got. That's where it got. We got so overly progressive in the fight to do the right thing.
You gotta write that script about the guy, the girl.
It turns out that she's a man. Yeah. Well, what would he do if she's really hot? You're still into her. Do you really care? Good question.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Some people don't care. Some people are like, I don't give a fuck. I'm ride or die with you, Hugo. When you're alone with her in public. Yeah, man. It's in the fight to do the right thing, and that's what's going on with progressives when they get overly progressive. They think they're fighting to do the right thing, but you have to be able to call out shit that's wrong on your side. And this is one of the problems that the Democratic Party's having right now with this Joe Biden guy. You guys got to be able to call it out. You can't let this slide because everybody else sees it, and Trump is going to eat him alive. He's going to eat that guy alive. The guy can barely remember what he's talking about while he's talking. There's a few of them. Play any of them. They're all crazy. Every video of him recently talking, he's stumbling through shit. He forgets what he's talking about.
We should be moving those masks. We should be moving on them. We can't do that. Why doesn't he just act like a president? That's a stupid way to say it.
You know, Donald Trump was asked on.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, probably best I don't.
Yeah. It's not. That's not even the worst example. That's just an example. The one down there when he's talking to that lady, I think that one was a struggle too. It was a struggle fest.
Period, keeping businesses shut and people at home. Are you at all concerned, as Trump said, that we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself?
We have to take care of the cure. That will make the problem worse no matter what. No matter what. We know what has to be done. We know you have to
reassess the recommended period.
Yeah, see, he doesn't know what he's talking about when he's talking. And this is not like this. I'm looking at this like a medical condition. Okay, I'm looking at this like, okay, when I'm calling a fight and I see a guy limping, and I'm like, I think he hurt his knee. Like Thiago Santos against John Jones, I think he hurt his knee there. I think there's something going on with his knee. Like, that's what I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this like this is a medical issue. That's not a normal way to communicate, unless he's high as fuck. Because if I was high, I'd be like, I don't know what I just said to this lady. You could be in the middle of one of those interviews, blasting on edibles, going, what are we even talking about? I don't think that's what it is. I think he's old. He's very old. He doesn't look good either, and they got makeup on him. His skin is all pulled tight like a lizard. Like it's
he looks like he's got the formaldehyde. Right?
It's not good.
He's gonna just press a button.
Governor Cuomo.
Governor Cuomo, right?
That's the answer.
I love this behavior. I love this attitude so far. And he's been honest. And I'm telling you, unless you're a fucking idiot, just go to any street corner in New York, look at fucking footage from July last.
It's too many people. It's too many people.
You go
stacked
on
top of each other.
I couldn't even think about being on a ferry. Like I was staying somewhere on Park Avenue. People are sitting in cars with the windows shut, reading whatever it is. Yep. They open up the car I was like, you gonna get in? Yeah, give it a minute. And then I would take my handy wipe out and lower the window and close the fucking door. So I got it. When I get on the ferry, I stand outside. I don't sit in there. I read that much. That's good for you. That's as good as it's gonna get.
Disinfected.
All those bodies and shit floating in there. That fucking malukia dust in there, pollution, whatever the fuck is in there. But I knew. Look, within weeks, T-Neck, right? T-Neck was the one I got. Did they? Fort Lee got it. You know, look, that's all my fucking neighborhood. No, I don't think nobody. Hoboken's really bad. Hoboken's not bad. The cops had to go in there. Fuck, like Hoboken was like a party. Like Hoboken didn't give a fuck. Like they were fucking just having orgies in Hoboken. Gino told me, you gotta see it. Really? So they finally had to go down. They closed Hoboken. Like you weren't allowed to go into Hoboken. Good party. Then they just had to fucking shut it down.
Somebody had a meme on their page. It might have been Donnell. I forget who it was. No, it might have been Snoop. I don't remember who it was. But anyway, they had a meme on their page that said, you're telling people you're going to put them in jail if they go out after 8 p.m., but you're letting people out of jail early because they got the coronavirus. Someone's going, Like, what? Like, what the fuck? What are you saying? Are you going to lock people up, but you're letting people out?
So if you look at this whole thing, there's been some weird tests.
They got tests. Like who? Who?
Whatever his fucking name is.
Idris Elba.
Yeah, the black dude that got shot.
Well, he lives in England, and he got tested because he was in contact with other people that had it.
Why the fuck did Harvey get a test?
Because he's in Rikers, and Rikers has a massive outbreak. Yes. Yeah, he's in Rikers. He's in maximum security. He's in Buffalo. Oh, did they move into that because of the corona? He's fucked. He's fucked. He probably has no will to live. You know? I mean, he probably doesn't have a will to get through this. I mean, I don't know what kind of medical treatment they're going to give him, but this kid will do it easily. He's so sick already. You look at the guy, he can barely walk. His health is deteriorating.
Oh, that's the stress from this trial.
Crushed him. Took 20 years off his life instantly. I was just saying, we were talking about this yesterday. Imagine if you came up to him 4 years ago and said, I want to show you your future. Dying in a bed in prison for things he's already done. Right now, you're walking around, toast of the town, getting in limos, climbing out. People are waving to you and cheering. You're getting interviewed on the carpet. Everyone shouts you out. I just want to thank Harvey Weinstein for his amazing, amazing company and the movies you put together that allowed me to shine. Yeah. How many people? Have you seen all the people that praised him? And then 4 years later, imagine that. The things he's already done. He'd already done them at that point.
And they knew while they were praising.
I wonder if what they knew.
They
knew he was a scumbag.
They knew something. They knew.
Yeah.
They knew. You got to assume they all know.
Yeah.
They went back. They knocked on doors. Wait a second. So I raped you. You don't go to that party. So I raped you at that party. Now the next year is going to be another camp festival. He's going to show up again.
A lot of them did it because they wanted to work. See, the thing about Harvey is apparently, this is Whitney Cummings' take on it. She said he would actually give them the things he would tell them he would give them. So he'd say, hey, you suck my dick, I'm going to make you a star. And he would actually do it. He would actually put them in these movies. He would give them so they were happy. So they would get all this treatment, and then they had to spend some long time with them every now and then. So they would send him emails, lovey-dovey emails, but really they hated him. And that's when all this came out. He didn't even see it coming because he thought that they loved him. He thought that they would send him these emails. So he sent the emails to the press, like, look at all these emails. These girls love me. Even though he had done scumbag shit to them. It's just he had it set up where this was how you got by. This is how you made movies. This is how you want to be famous. This is how you get famous. I can help you get famous. You can help me get rid of some comedy. Everything. Like everything. All the guys too. Every guy. No, I don't think Brad Pitt's because he made Gwyneth Paltrow feel real uncomfortable. I don't know, man. One of the people said the producer did not have symptoms and was under close observation. It was not clear why he had been tested.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of shit that don't sound right. They don't give. Listen, Invicts are the last people they care about. All right, and the only problem I have with those things is I got locked up. HIV started in 87. As soon as I got to my destination, they had already built an HIV unit that was fucking state-of-the-art facility. Everybody else lived like a fucking monk. The HIV guys lived like kings, like ovens.
Really?
Yeah.
They let them get microwaves?
Oh, they had everything in there. Their own refrigerator. Because they didn't want their food. They didn't really know the extent of the HIV. So they had their own thing. They had a home cook that came with 6 guys in that unit. So you never, I don't understand.
That must have contributed so much to homophobia.
But, okay, so when you...
Not in jail, I mean in the world during the AIDS crisis.
What do you mean?
Homophobia in the world during the AIDS crisis. When AIDS was out, when it was a big deal. I mean, I was almost too young to remember. I was like 21 when it was happening. I was still a kid. But I mean, the people that were already inclined towards hating gay people, and then there's a disease that everyone's terrified of that you get through sex that could kill you, and it affects gay people disproportionately.
Maybe it's 82. Those are tough years. They made a phenomenal movie about it all, and the band played on with Richard Gere and a bunch of great actors. Richard Gere played the guy that the guy that's a choreographer that did a bunch of plays.
Oh yeah.
He played him in a weird banner, and everybody in that movie was a star. It was a phenomenal movie about HIV. HIV really started to store this male students that were taking flights from France or Italy or England. One of those don't vote. Let's just go with France. To New York. Come to New York. Fuck somebody from the plane. Then go to Studio 54 and get his dick sucked. And then go right back there. He kept doing that. It was all sex with the same students.
Really?
Watch that and the band played on. People forget about that. I was going to put that out this week.
I never saw it.
One of my weekly movies. Excuse me, Jamie. I'm going to see if there's a trailer for this. And the band played on.
We can't play the trailer.
No, but they'll tell you who's in it. You're going to go, damn, how the fuck did I even see that? Everybody's in it. Like, it was such a.
Well, just go to the movie. No, don't go for a YouTube. Don't go to a trailer. Just go to the movie on IMDb.
Richard Gere, how good looking he was. He was still friggin' big. And these guys are all gay. And he's going to interview gay dudes that got it. And they're telling him, damn, we started with a spot on my hand. This is a phenomenal movie if you've never seen it.
So there's the starring Matthew Modine from Vision Quest.
Alan Alda, Matthew Modine, Natalie Begg, Christian, fucking Phil Collins, Alice Courtney, David Dukes, Richard Gere. And somebody else.
That was back in the day when rock stars.
Houston was great. Glenn Healy was great. See, they're all doctors. Yes, Richard Gere was a choreographer. It doesn't say which choreographer.
It doesn't say.
But it's supposed to be somebody who's very big at that time.
Who's it? See, who is supposed to be based on? The actual choreographer, the real one that it's based on? Right, but find out who it's supposed to be based on. Phil Collins was in that movie. It's interesting, like, rock stars used to be, they used to do movies back then. Remember Gene Simmons did a few movies.
Oh my God,
The guy with the bomb in his mouth?
Oh!
Rutger Hauer.
That's
right.
Wanted, Dead or Alive, cocksucker. Gene Simmons did that one, but with Gene Simmons was brilliant. It was on Miami Vice. Like the coke dealer on the fucking boat.
just politicians, I'm sure it was teachers,
He always put a narrow.
so that's just
A lot of dead or alive terrorists. And Miami Vice, he was like an international Arab law, Phil Collins was with Miami Vice too. Kira Sedgwick. So what's his name's wife now? He did a tremendous episode.
Kevin Bacon, right?
Yeah, married to Kevin Bacon.
There's a lot of great movies from that era.
I've been putting them out, G. That's it. It started like March 4th for me by mistake. At about 11 o'clock, I caught on because my wife changed something at the house into a different epic package. And then 11 o'clock, Death Wish was starting. And I watched it from the beginning, and now I know why rape and all that shit is disturbing to me. It's that movie.
Oh, right. I remember
rape scene in that movie as a little kid fucked my shit up.
Wasn't Jeff Goldblum
yes,
one of the rapers?
One of the one, yes. Two. That rape scene in that movie fucked me up, so I started watching my mother a lot more. Like, that's rape, that's fucking nasty.
Those movies got campy. Like, the Death Wish movie started out, the real first one was really kind of disturbing, scary.
Very disturbing.
And you were with Bronson. You were like, go get him.
Oh, no, you were with Bronson. Yeah. At that time, New York had the vigilante, the Jewish guy. Berkowitz, the one that got on the train and shot the two because he felt intimidated by him.
He shot one in the back.
Right. New York was kind of a fucking little bit of an uproar. I don't know if Death Wish was first or that movie was first. Death Wish is fucking, the rape scene is so fucking disturbing. I want to cry. And as a kid, I remember thinking about like my mother at the bar, like this could happen to my mother. Oh, this could never fucking happen. I don't know. Yeah, Jeff Goldblum. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, he was real scary. He's real creepy. This is horrible shit, man. This has happened to people before. That's real. Charles Bronson was a bad motherfucker in that movie too. You believed it. He had those shark eyes.
Dog, you went to Arizona, trying to relax that. His wife died.
Yeah.
His dad all fucking old. He just went out of there looking for motherfuckers.
I got a good movie. Southern Comfort. You remember that movie?
No.
A bunch of guys are doing, they're in the swamp. I think it was in Louisiana, and they're like National Guard guys. They think they're being cute, and they run into these backwoods swamp people that live back there, and they wind up getting those Creole, those French dudes that speak French. Is this it? Oh yeah, man. So they run into these communities of people that live deep. I guess like Cajun people. Am I saying that right? Is that wrong? Is that what it is? And they get fucked up, and they get sucked into these guys' world. They think they're being cute, and they shoot at someone or something. I forget how it happens, but they wind up getting fucked by these guys, and it's scary. I haven't seen it in a long time. I enjoyed the shit out of it when it came out. 81, freshman in high school.
I watched enough movies to
Yeah.
Yeah. Booth.
What's his name again?
Booth.
What's his first name?
I forget.
T.K. Kirkland's in that movie? Stand-up.
Yes.
He was in a lot of movies, man. He was in the John Carpenter's The Thing. Remember that? See the what's the cast? Travis Booth? Is his name? No. Is that right?
And I just felt like
yeah, it's
played with
oh yes, that's right. That's right. He did. Powers Booth, that's right. Keith Carradine, that's right. Who else is in there? Show me the.
I guess
it's TK Carter, not Kirkman. TK Carter. Sorry.
They were taping John before that.
I blame the weed.
In
TK Carter used to be around the store. Used to be around the store.
Great guy.
Yeah, he was a great guy.
So
Damn, I haven't seen him.
my understanding of this person,
Right?
it was
He
Robert
was always
King.
doing movies while he was doing stand up, and then wind up just doing these big ass movies. When he was in The Thing, I remember, what year was The Thing?
With also, there was another man that was
82. So he was in The Thing when I was in high school. Crazy. So by the time I came out here,
Saw him.
it's like 6 years later.
Yeah, it was crazy.
No, more than that, 82. So 10, 12 years later. 12 years later, I was out here. So it was 12 years after that. Southern Comfort. It's a good movie.
But one of my all-time favorites. All-time favorites.
There's no Netflix at all.
You know who he is. He's a guy. Real life. Real life Joe Pesci was the dude Beverly Hills Cop. He was like the token Italian.
So that was Robert
that guy.
around, like,
No,
years later.
that's Lampaglia. That's Joe Pesci. This movie is a fucking phenomenal movie. Oh my God, this is Danny Aiello's best fucking movie. If you got daddy issues, you do not watch this movie. So Joe Pesci, in real life, the brother sold this movie as a script. He's great friends with Sylvester Stallone. Stallone puts him in all his movies now. He's always old in all of Sylvester Stallone. But this guy's name is, in fact, that black dude. So when I came to the store, this was one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a movie about a guy who hits a lottery ticket in New York City. He wins the New York State lottery ticket, the first lottery ticket of all time. It's a true story. That actor in real life won. That guy on the right there.
Yeah.
He's the one that's, hey, Vinny, today's your lucky day.
Yeah.
My name is Carmine Fucko. He's also that. What do you think I stole that line from? Who do you think you're dealing with? Joey Bananas? That's from Beverly Hills Cop. He's the one that's selling Eddie Murphy the shit. And in the beginning of Beverly Hills Cop, he's the guy that has the truck that Eddie Murphy's going to rob. He's had great scenes. Like he had that one with Beverly Hills, and then he was in Midnight Run when fucking they made De Niro go look for the guy. The guy that they made go look for De Niro is sitting with an Italian guy that's handcuffed. Midnight Run is De Niro and the guy that with the bad handpiece. Fucking great movie. Dennis Farina, just an Academy Award. But one of De Niro's best movies because he had a comedy. That guy.
Charles Grodin.
Oh, this is a classic movie. Dennis Farina is the best gangster in the world.
Oh, that's right. And De Niro's
the bounty hunter
capture.
But there's a dude. There's a dude that they hire. They look for De Niro.
Whatever happened to Charles Grodin?
He's still looking for him to kill Nicole. That's who he's looking for. He's still mad at Lil J. They finally threw him off TV. The Wig Company wouldn't sponsor him.
Did he have a late night show?
He had something. Go back to 20 fucking nights. When I first moved to LA, the black dude.
Look at this. Yoshi, have you ever seen somebody suicide like Yoshi?
He's a drill
Yes,
sergeant.
no.
Because
Spaghetto.
Frank Pash wasn't in real life, wasn't when he sold the script. It was a beautiful script. There's something along the line. Somebody had to say,
He also wrote to the IRS years ago to tell people to pay taxes. So this was not a surprise to know that he wasn't paying his taxes. Or was he going to?
When did he decide he was
really a star in his own way. He's
Go
Australian.
back to America.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's Australian.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's Australian.
They're so good at doing our accent.
Yeah, he's tremendous. And they do a great New York accent. So they let him be the lead. And Halo played the father.
I guess it wasn't until
They
he
still let him be in the movie. He had a great role. He had a great role. The Italian woman that's in every movie.
realized that they can actually be a problem.
I
And
don't know
that
what
time
the
was
fucking
also
story. It's just a great movie.
crypto could free us from tyranny of
Midnight Run, 29th Street. 29th Street's a great movie. Midnight Run.
Oh, so I would see all these guys at the store.
All right.
Guess who else next door? Vinny Curtis.
No shit.
Yeah, he's in the scene with Paulie Walnuts in The Soprano. And one time, he's got to come in and go,
Have we ever told the Vinny Curto story?
I don't know.
Vinny Curto was that close to having his movie made with Robert De Niro and Mark Wahlberg. Did we talk about that?
And he also was going to fight fucking your boy at one time. Who? He was scheduled to fight your boy.
Who's my boy?
The guy from Boston. The black dude with the shaved head before.
Marvin Hagler?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Vinny Curto was a fucking animal when he was fighting. He was an animal.
Then I saw Vinny Curto's in it. Vinny Curto shows up at the store. And then there's somebody else who's in it.
Look at him hanging out with Sam Kinison. I met Vinny right when, before, but right when all that shit was going down, I went to his apartment. And he was showing me the script, telling me what was happening.
Marky Wahlberg. That's when he was going to hire him. That's who was going
And
to
then
play
the funding fell apart. Like last minute, the funding fell apart and the movie deteriorated. But it was a good movie. And it's based on his life. And it's a fucked up story. You know, and he was willing to say who he is and, you know, how he became who he is. He was a tough motherfucker, though. That guy was a tough fighter. Very tough guy.
I read his other script.
obviously just travel from those before.
His script was good. It was a very good script.
National laws on how to and so I really think we have to see the originals because this is a thing. This is insane amount of guns, insane amount of ammo. And what is he going to say? So he, you know, he can see the immigration officers, you know, they're coming on, they're often like big, like deer in headlights, big, like what is going on? So the guns on our table, the dining table there, you know, unchambered, unloaded, everything there so they can come, you know, take stock of what we had. And so Swan explained to them that I could grab the president, he wants to be the president, the dangers of that.
He's got some stories.
We had ex-military with us.
He's had, I mean, how many fights?
You know, so he had this,
I gotta tell you,
it wasn't a lie. You know, he was working for a president at the time for the 2020 election, although remotely, he was still running. And so,
What?
so they understood.
Harlem Nights is so fucking good. Harlem Nights
Eddie Murphy
is such a fucking black experience that it is a masterpiece. I mean, I've been watching a lot of shit lately.
I haven't seen that in forever. What year was that? I remember seeing it when it came out.
That movie is so fucking
Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy.
God.
Oh my God.
And fucking the other fucking guy, too, Red Fox. Oh my God, this is such a good movie.
Look at that picture.
I refuse to go see this movie. I'm like, this is just black exploitation. It is so fucking brilliant, this movie.
Have you seen Dolomite? I haven't seen it. Jenny Dolomite. I heard it's amazing.
No, she's right.
I heard
She's
it's
right.
amazing.
I think he did a great job. He just sings
No,
one
Ryan,
line in that movie.
this is why I'm going to explain. Here's why you're wrong. I'm going to explain.
He's an open
Over the
mic
past
man.
decade,
And
the
he's fucking
percentage
dying
of
to make it.
Americans and
And you
Westerners
know how
in
we
general
are. And one
think
of us
that
comes up
non-monogamy and polyamory
you know, like he's
for
like,
society is rising every single year. It's going to be mainstream.
well, and he, you know, like when you're at that, when you're an open mic and you really can, and you walk away, the set goes to somebody, he goes, it's going to be all right. And the Murphy goes, nah, it ain't, man. There's nothing worse than having something to sell and nobody can sell it. And maybe for like an open mic, because that's what you feel like when you're an open mic.
Yeah, you got something to sell.
But nobody to sell it to.
Do you remember that feeling when you'd watch someone on stage and the crowd was packed? And you just wished you could get out there. Oh, God, I wish I could get out there right now.
And that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to reform stage.
During the break? Yeah.
I even wrote the story out of how I was lost and my ex-wife fucking forced my hand and drove me to the comedy works in Denver. And I got on stage and I was like,
Oh yeah, my neighbor's coming up. Yeah, what's up now? The neighbor always comes up at the worst times, especially when he sees me yelling.
How old are you?
Especially. I can't see my neighbors. My walls are too high.
So,
No, you live in a gated community. That's
I
lit.
didn't want to go to work no more. Nothing.
All right.
Just like, the only thing I love is
Keith, we're here to fix your.
I
we're
like
here to fix your
nothing
problems.
else. I just like cocaine.
Your relationship problems. If you got any.
I couldn't figure out how to do it.
Fix mine. We done with something. I totally feel like I got it out. But now I just feel a little sketched out that we didn't get the space. I missed a lot. I guess I came in at the right moment.
Stole my soul. Like I did everything it had. I watched every.
Put you back together, man. Make you feel wholesome. Phoenix is here too. She's our therapist. Keith is our doctor. Sometimes he doesn't prescribe THC. I'm just saying it is a therapy fixer for all your problems. Right? And yeah, I'm just the host of the show. So season 3 of Love with NFT Kid Barry. What can we fix for you, bro? So give us your marital status. Are you single, taken, in a relationship?
Well, I'm in a relationship. I'm probably the last person you should talk to because I'm divorced already. So I learned from my past mistakes.
That was on the other night, Caddyshack.
Perfect.
Oh, the beginning was on. I watched that.
That's great. So you're the only active guy we had.
Yeah, if you want to just be honest with us, and tell us exactly how everything is going, and yeah, like how this is going.
This space will be deleted.
I'm coming back to New York. Staying alive. That was my plan. For how long, I do not know. If he says the 18th, I'm not
Well, what are remedial babies?
I have a 420 show.
Yeah, I have a 420 show in Vancouver.
But it's on the 18th or
420,
420.
Monday night in
You were going
Vancouver.
home on Monday.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
I don't see how it can happen unless they come up with some sort of cure in 10 days.
Damn, really
I
a
mean,
baby.
it's the 25th. Unless
Wasn't there like a
somewhere around the first week of April they have a cure. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, there's some hope to some treatments that they're coming up with. There's no cure right now. There's no vaccine. The vaccine is a year away plus.
How big is this place?
I'm doing an arena.
God, CC, that shit is
How do
crazy.
you feel?
I don't want to put anybody at risk. If people can go to the show and have a good time and not be at risk, I would love to do it. It's so weird, man. If the flu was going around, I know this is worse than the flu, but if the flu was going around, we wouldn't think twice of doing a show. That's what's so weird about this. It's like it is absolutely more deadly than the flu. Don't misread what I'm saying. But it's just so crazy how different our approach is to this as opposed to anything else that winds up killing people. You know, we've all known people that have died from a disease. Diseases, they kill people all the time. But we've never been in a situation where everybody's scared of one disease. It's so strange. It's so strange. I don't think I'd be able to get past that and just do a show right now. I'm 90% sure they're going to cancel it. I mean, the stuff that they're coming up with for treatment, one of them is a malarial disease, an old malaria disease. There's some other different treatments that hold hope and
kind of granular in terms of what we're doing as a brand over the next
show.
months and
12,000, 13,000 people.
in terms of sustaining through
How the fuck are you going to make sure those people are okay? Is it your responsibility? Do you say come at your own risk?
I think it was
You know, I mean, what if you get it when you're there? What are we doing?
By the way,
You know, I mean,
want to do this, but if
the whole thing's crazy. I think it's going to be a long time before we feel comfortable doing shows again. It's going to be strange for
charity that we're gonna donate.
But I also think when the dust settles, it will settle.
$5 per F word.
This is the first thing that falls. All of those that fall in place. We talk about natural disasters.
No, it's $5 across.
We're going to appreciate peace. We're going to appreciate freedom. We're going to appreciate being able to roam around, do whatever you want, go out at 3 o'clock at night. You're going to appreciate it. You're going to appreciate being able to go to a diner and have breakfast with your friend at 2 o'clock in the morning and laugh. You're going to appreciate it. Cars on the street. Everybody acts normal. There's going to be more to you now. It's like the sun after a rainy day. It means more. It feels better. It has more of an impact.
By the way,
And I think we've gone through a long
Digital, good to
stretch
meet you, brother.
where everything was static.
Doctor
Everything was
said some
doing
great things
fairly
about you.
well.
Appreciate you coming in
We're on
with
an
us
upward
tonight.
trend. no real tragedy nationally that changed the way we live our life, other than September 11th. So we got like September 11th, and then all these years of war, of course, crime, of course, all this. But we're basically business as usual for most folks. Not anymore. This is a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call that you have a finite amount of time in this life. And this life, the way you're experiencing it right now, this is just how it is right now. There's a million different factors that are in play constantly. And you've been real lucky. You've got this stretch of peace and harmony. But that shit can change at any moment. It really could. And we got to use this time to be nicer. We got to use this time to realize that we got a little confused. We got crazy. You know, everybody's just trying to acquire things. Everybody's trying to move their way up the corporate ladder. Like, hey, there's a fucking end to this ride. Okay? This ride comes to a stop someday. And it doesn't matter how much shit you've acquired. It doesn't matter, you know, how far you got up this ladder. You know, what position of prominence you have in the community, and how you're respected by the business world. Nobody gives a fuck when you're dead. It's not, you're gonna die. We're together right now experiencing this thing in this like really distracted way. The thing comes into focus when you're forced into a situation like we are now, where you're literally nervous about your survival. Then the thing comes into focus. And for me, my gratitude is coming into focus. My gratitude towards my friends, my gratitude towards my family, my gratitude towards, you know, look, we're very fortunate that we're not living check to check. Many of us have been in the community. Many of us are now. There's a lot of guys listening to this right now that we're hoping for these weekends coming up so they can pay their rent. This is uncharted territory for those folks, and all of us that are experiencing this. People going check to check. They're the ones who are really
People also know that you cannot stress over this enough. That you stress makes you get sick.
Yeah, it weakens your immune system.
We are working, you know, and I know 50% of people are being honest. You know, my friend said that they came to the other day for the cable bill in the middle of the waters. You know, the cable doesn't get fucked.
So they shut his cable off?
They called me and told me to shut his cable off. Because I had the money, I didn't have no problem with it. My wife just had to pay it.
So they're just jumping on people right away.
Yeah, they're jumping on you right away. So
yeah, they don't want it to stack
I
up.
don't know how landlord's gonna be. I had another friend.
When Phoenix speaks, he'll listen. All right, you heard it here first. Be honest. Don't be a jerk. And treat women with respect.
So when did you pull the plug? When did you say, Steve, like that was it? You know, when did you say, I had enough of being tortured here? My mental health is just burn the bridges. I gotta move on. I gotta see fucking people that appreciate me as a person, that are not trying to change my character.
Careful what money you have.
And now you're in a great, healthy relationship, which I'm proud of you. You know, you're super happy. You're always positive. And even on days that maybe are difficult for you, man. Like you got your kids, you know, you got to go back and forth, you know, from
right, you think about it that way.
your ex and,
you know, they're telling you
right now. So, dude, you're everything. Do you just grind and you're always positive? So I'm really happy for you. Like, when did you pull the plug and say enough was enough?
But who am I going to put in there anyway?
You know what? First of all, I don't. Divorce sucks. It's a process. It's challenging mentally. It's just draining, you know. It's not the best, but ultimately for happiness, you got to do what you have to do. And when I was in that situation, it was like I felt myself getting angrier and angrier because we would fight all the time over nothing, and then I don't want that energy on my kids. So I was like to a point where, and I came from a marriage that was my mom and dad divorced when I was young, so it was like reflecting on those memories, and then like, you know, just that's the type of thing that I found myself.
I got Indianapolis and Cleveland somewhere in there in June. That's it. I got nothing in July 31st. I got Las Vegas. Who knows what's gonna happen there?
Or Cam.
August 1st, I can say
high school once, and I was stuck in the building.
Who knows if any of those? Who knows if any
I
of
wanted to
those?
know an hallucination.
I'm being smart about this. Listen. So what you mean to tell me is that Motley Crue
Hey, why is this school building red?
Guns N' Roses. They're all pushing their stuff.
You had a period.
I took it 6 years. They're like, no, we're holding on to this. Talk.
I'm in Alabama and I was walking around the street like still tripping like 13 hours later. That's how long you can trip off half the LSD.
I don't think so. They're evaluating every day we're not at work. Every week that we lose sleep, $4,100 check.
Even that line of
check.
still wouldn't be like a club of,
I think that right now, like we're real touch and go, but so's the rest of the world, right? China's touch and go.
because there was a
Everywhere's touch and go. Everywhere. Italy certainly touch and go. They still got the streets locked down.
which
You know, who knows?
They're singing at night. They don't give a fuck. Those Italians are singing like that. Then New York's got to act like gay people. They got to fucking sing Yellow Submarine. Well, sing Warface, bitch. This is New York. This is the boogie down Bronx. What are you singing Yellow Submarine for and shit?
just burst pieces.
You know what's killing me the most about this? There's one thing about not wanting to go out with a gun. There's another thing that you can't go out with a gun.
Right.
Okay, I'm the Captain Kirk of the Enterprise. You know what, man? I gotta get out of the house. Somebody's gonna get stabbed. You know that. Even a belly room show, I don't give a fuck. There's always something for us to do. You know.
How long do you think it's gonna be? If you had to guess.
Propaganda is like that's right, consumers. It's not that just that people don't
what I'm seeing today.
exactly, yeah. An educated mass is like for a government is terrible.
I think for me
So
to
a
go back
society
to the
that's
stage,
only ever exposed to information by means of propaganda will begin to think in terms of propaganda. The ability to openly have conversations, openly think is lost, gets reduced to just these gotchas and this, binary, oppositional kind of conversations, as opposed to actually discovering, exploring what's the truth and how can we improve the situation.
And like I was mentioning before, like Dan Cohen, Max all done, like they all went to Israel State over there, and they gained perspective. Like so, they go
I've read it all while this is going on.
She was there for like a year and a half straight, and I think she was there for the 2009, war. And like I think Vanessa Bailey came after or during or something like that. Like specifically these like journalists like I follow because like with that, like they have such an easy perspective.
I had to write about shit like that. Like everybody's mad at that kid too. That's me. Right. That was me in 1981.
It's every 18-year-old.
Yeah. Can you imagine coming up to me in 81 and going, I would have snorted the
You'd be like, yo,
coronavirus.
we're here to party.
I would have taken, give me a line of that coronavirus. Watch, nothing happens to you. Give me 2 lines, I guarantee you. So it's all different. That could have been us. That kid was as dumb as a fucking stump. Did you see that boy? His parents must be like, we fucked up with that dummy.
Well, him and the other kids they interviewed too, all the same thing. This one girl was like, "This is my birthday, turn up."
Oh my God, there was like 20 little chicks doing that fucking achy breaky heart dance.
Oh my God.
Did you see them? All 20 of those girls just ran into each other one's breath. Oh, I was fucking dying.
You're driving around, but you know, stop by achy breaky heart.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what dance it is called.
Yeah,
there was something
line
in the
dancing.
Something I haven't done since like the 5th grade. That shit. So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You're always gonna have that with kids. Kids are gonna fuck. They're 18 years old. They're gonna fuck. They're going out. They have a couple drinks in them. They got plastic cups. They're gonna fuck.
What about the dude who took his mistress to Italy? And he got the fucking herpes over there. They both came back, and so now they're both busted, disgusted, any type of picture. He took his mistress to fucking Italy to do something.
And they both got the corona.
Oh yeah.
And they got the over there.
Somewhere. Cat out of the bag. Fucking boys. She's got nowhere to spend the money. Fucking Manhattan shut down.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go in the world. Like the UFC's talking about putting on a fight on April 18th. You know, I don't know how they're going to do that. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that in the United States. They're talking about doing it in a place with less than 10 people, and then they just an open arena. I guess someone's going to commentate it. It's not going to be me, and they're going to be duking it out like in an empty place. And they're going to try to do that on the 18th. They did it for the last card in Brazil because it was ordered by the government. The government ordered all large gatherings to break up when they started seeing the cases of corona rising in Brazil. So they had to do the Brazil card indoors, no people, weird. But they're going to plan Khabib and Tony this way. They're going to plan it. So it doesn't even have to be a big place. They could do it at like a film studio. Like legitimately, they could set this up in a film studio somewhere. I mean, they could. Tyler Perry's got a place in Florida. They go down to Florida, rent one of Tyler Perry's gigantic film studios, set up. I mean, we did it when we did the Fight for the Troops, when they did UFC. Yeah, San Diego and several other places in Austin as well. Whenever we did it, there's a few. No, North Carolina. There's a few different ones that we did. They just would use an airplane hangar. And the troops would be there. They would be the whole audience was the troops in their uniform, and they would set up this octagon in an airplane hangar. And it was pretty powerful. It's different, real different kind of show. But they could do that. They could do that in a studio or just a large warehouse. The UFC can do it. Set up some lights, have some crazy high-speed hookup to the internet. Let's party. Next thing you know, it's getting uploaded and we're watching it from here. I mean, that they could definitely do that. The UFC has the capability of doing that. The thing is, how are they going to make sure that nobody has it? You're going to have to test everybody. And if someone has it, do you let them fight? Like, what if they have it and they're like Idris Elba? They have no symptoms, but they got the corona. Like, what if Khabib has the corona? Or what if Tony has the corona? Does Khabib even fight him?
This fight is so fucking cursed.
This fight is so
and
cursed.
I gotta be honest with you. That's one of the first things I thought of. When they started talking, and then they started talking about the NBA getting canceled.
Oh no, the fight. Well, this is how Dana feels. This is why Dana's trying so hard to make it happen, even if there's only 10 people in the room.
At first, for a couple of days now, I was mad at Dana. I go, you know what? This fight has to happen. I don't care if this happens by itself in a fucking airport in a Vancouver. I don't give a fuck. This fight has to get over. We've waited too long. How many cancellations? 3?
Quite a few. 3. 4? This is the 4th time?
3 or 4.
I think this is the 4th time.
Hospital visits, broken knee.
Yeah.
Anxiety
this
attacks.
Actually, it might be the 5th. This might be the 5th.
No.
I think so.
Yeah, this fight is fucking cursed.
Google it. How many times has Tony versus Khabib been canceled? I'm going to say, I think this is the 5th time. It's many times, though. And it's the best fight.
This is the fight ever. That's the first thing. Then they kept giving you notes. First the NBA, then the Nets tested positive. Yeah. Then the fucking city of New York went under. And I'm like, oh no, everything's pointing from direction. I go, but they'll have Vegas. And Vegas said they're not fucking checked. They'll have to March 25th.
Is it the 5th? It's the 5th time.
Fucking time. Come on, guys.
It is.
This has to happen.
It is the fight.
I don't care about any other fight on the card. Just pay them, David. Just pay them.
Just pay one fight.
Just pay them.
One fight.
I'll pay the pay-per-view.
No warm-ups.
I'll pay the $69.50 pay-per-view just to see Khabib and get it over with.
Could you imagine?
That's it. Nobody else has to fight.
$69 pay-per-view for one fight.
1, 2, 3 trainers in each corner. That's fucking testing. 8. Yeah. One guy. And where you gonna put the fucking judges?
They watch from home.
Look, listen, they're terrible when they're there.
They're terrible when they're there.
They're terrible when they're there. So they can't watch from home. Yeah, so
it's not going to help them being there. Oftentimes, you get a better view of what's going on when you're watching at home.
Okay, so
especially if you have headphones on.
So
when I watch with headphones, because I'm watching when I look down at the screen. Sometimes when I'm watching fights, I have to. Sometimes I get a better view. I can't see what the fuck is going on. There's pillars in front of me. Guys are grappling, and I don't know if someone's trying to get a submission or what's happening. Sometimes guys tap, and I didn't even see it. I was like, what did he do? I have to break it down, and I have to look at it on the screen. When you're watching at home, oftentimes you really have a better view of it. But this just doesn't. It's not as crazy.
All right, so we don't need them there within social distancing.
We're right here.
We could put them in a fucking.
The judges can all come right here. Well, I'm gonna look over their shoulder.
Come right here, and then so all we need is the 3 guys in the corner.
Yeah.
The 2 fighters, the ref.
Bruce Buffer. Test Bruce Buffer.
Bruce Buffer, he could do a long distance kick.
No. He's gonna do it with a gas mask on. Bruce Buffer's gonna be in there, red face with a fucking scuba helmet on. It's time! Big old fucking scuba helmet.
Does it have to be pay-per-view, do you think? Because there's no competition for it.
Of course it's not.
Literally no competition.
What are you, a communist?
No, I'm
You're a
saying
socialist trying to get fucking free
at
shows.
the same time you're talking about passing out stimulus checks. How are you
No,
going to ask?
the UFC wants money,
I know.
sir.
How are you going to get people paid?
You're gonna get plenty of people.
Like I said, you know what?
Jamie wants everything to be for free.
But you gotta be a douche. You gotta be a
Sell the
douche.
biggest commercials of all time.
Somebody fucking loses here, so you gotta be a douchebag.
Somebody loses how?
Because how am I gonna put all this? There's 3 or 4 prelims, 5 prelims, and then 4 fights before that. So I'm talking 10 fights. I'm talking 20 people, 3 per whatever. The trainers. That's a lot of people, Joe, in one fucking place. So we can't. We gotta eliminate the early prelims and just do the main card.
They could do that.
But
But they also would have to test everybody.
Everybody cannot share a space either. I cannot be in this room with Joel Romero over there throwing sidekicks as he's about to fight.
But if everybody's tested and everyone's negative, then who gives a shit? That should be the only thing. Like, if
But
you're
this-
tested
this
and
is-
you're negative,
But
you
this
should
is
be able to wander around.
I think this motherfucker's crazy.
The virus? Yeah.
I think you're right. I think it's let him find out. I think they could be 21 to do something.
But some
I'm
people-
waiting to hear about what about the people who got stuck at Texas Airport last week? 4 hours for luggage when they came back internationally. Not one of them is tested positive. They're not suing dollars.
That's
What
not
about
just
Chicago?
Texas. That was O'Hare too.
O'Hara last week. Nobody's tested positive and waiting online for 8 hours.
Yeah.
But if you go on Twitter, everybody who's dying is from functions of the coronavirus.
Right, and you had to go in
Results of
that
the
line.
coronavirus. You had to go in that line. So I got to see how long this could really stay. 2 weeks ago, they were saying the air droplets stay in the air for fucking 3 hours. Now they're saying something fucking different.
I don't think they have a lot of reliable information yet. They have some, they know what it is.
Fuck it, you gotta be ready. Let's spray the nutsack.
Have you seen the coronavirus song? The rap song?
No,
I got it on my Instagram page. You haven't seen it?
no.
That's fucking great. These guys, it's really catchy. I start singing it throughout the day sometimes. I'm driving around.
What you thinking for me?
No, I'll play it for you. I have to play it. Can't even play it now. I don't want to get a copyright strike. I'll play it afterwards. This is the world we're living in. I think people are less worried about bullshit right now. More worried about real things. I think in that sense, some of my favorite people that I've ever met are people from Israel. Something about them. They're like carefree. My friend Shuki, who's a kickboxing trainer in Tarzana, Majiro Gym in Tarzana. I used to go down and train with him there. And he was from Israel. And I went to eat dinner at his house once. He invited me over to his house with his family. And they're playing bongo drums, dancing and shit. They were having so much fun. They were so happy. And I said, tell me this. I go, why are Israelis so like carefree? He goes, because every day over there you can die. Every day over there you can die. He goes, any day something can happen. And he goes, everybody just while you're alive, you want to party. Party, have fun, have a good time. And I was like, wow, that's it. They have a heightened sense of appreciation of life. Like my friends, all my Jewish friends that would go over there for whatever religious thing they would go, talk about how hot the Israeli chicks were. Like the chicks in Israel, they're wild, and they all have to go to the army.
Party over there, you know that, right?
Yeah.
It's a party. You ever see the episode when we were dangerous there?
Um,
launching missiles and shit in Tel Aviv or something.
Oh yes, he was stuck.
Yeah.
That was the old show.
Yeah.
They got stuck there while fucking missiles were flying through the air.
What the fuck is that?
That's right. Yeah. It's we were looking for trouble. Instead of trouble being here, our life was so soft. We were looking for trouble where it didn't exist. We were trying to create problems where they weren't real. We were getting outraged about things that really didn't matter. And now we see what matters. So now that focus has to be on real survival things and health and community and taking care of each other and looking out for the people that don't have any money right now. Because they're not lazy, they just got fucked. We got to look out for each other, right? All those things are coming into focus now instead of the nonsense that people have been focused. What are you eating there? What is that? Oh, I thought it was aspirin or ibuprofen. Don't take that shit.
Why not?
You shouldn't take that shit right now. Ibuprofen is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, and it can do damage to your gut bacteria. Apparently, it can fuck with your immune system.
What's ibuprofen?
It's Advil, stuff like that. It's good if you're, you need it if you're injured, right? But it has an effect on your gut biome. It causes inflammation on some people. Cam Haines was on that shit every day. He was taking 800 milligrams every day, and he was in all this pain. And I sent him this Rhonda Patrick thing. She was talking about the dangers of ibuprofen and taking large doses of it, particularly like all the time. And so he gets off of it. He's like, "Fuck! Like there's danger of stroke." See if you can find the dangers of taking too much ibuprofen, because there's a lot of people that really get into that ibuprofen shit.
I take a baby aspirin.
That's fine.
I'd say at night I take it.
Yeah.
Before I go to bed, because so I'll be protected between 5:30 and 12, which is the highest rate of that.
Heart issues. Ibuprofen is very different than aspirin.
Believe in all that stuff. I'm not big on it unless I absolutely positively have to take something. I don't get that many headaches like that.
So Cam runs like fucking 20 miles a day. FDA strengthens warnings that non-steroidal anti-inflammatories increase heart attack and stroke risk. Yeah.
So which one are they?
That's like Advil. It's non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. There's a bunch of different ones. Motrin, Advil, naproxen, Aleve, ibuprofen. Yeah, that's ibuprofen and naproxen. So two different types of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, ibuprofen and naproxen. They're both available over the counter. And he said it's important to be aware of the ibuprofen warnings and naproxen warnings and take steps to limit the risk. So Cam was on 800 milligrams of this shit a day. Right? He's in pain all the time because he runs so much. Gets off of it, and the pain goes away. So he's taking something for pain, and it's causing him to be in pain all the time. Because it's causing all this inflammation because his gut is reacting to this fucking chemical he keeps dumping in there. And it's a vicious cycle. Because you've got all this inflammation, and that's what's causing you to take the shit, and the shit is giving you the inflammation. And he's thinking the inflammation is coming from his running. So he gets off of it, no more pain. Like, God damn, we're so ignorant. So much. I mean, this is a guy who's an elite athlete. I mean, he's a guy who runs ultra marathons. He's run as much as 240 miles in one race, right? And he didn't know. Like, how many regular folks know that this stuff is bad for you? How many regular folks take unnecessary medication that could be beneficial to you if you have a real issue, but you take it all the time, you take it too much, and it actually causes problems? This is a wake-up call for people when it comes to your health. A wake-up call for taking care of your meat vehicle. Take care of your body. You got to take care of your body. This is one that, if you're fortunate and you have a strong immune system, you can mitigate some of the effects of it. And that's the case with the common cold. It's the case with the flu. It's the case with a lot of different things. If you're healthier, you have a better chance of coming out of it on the other end.
I'm never got no pollution.
Never.
Really? I don't like needles. So I just found out recently that I can take it in my nose. It's great.
It doesn't work as good on older people. No, we asked Dr. Osterholm about that.
That's a county. I've never taken it. Anything that has needles involved, you can tell. I would love to do heroin once in a while. But to get really high involves a needle. That's where you throw me the fuck out. That's where the party ends. Once you say needle, that's where it ends. So, done.
Yeah. You got a great joke about that. I don't want to say it right now. About not needing a flu shot.
Oh, no. But it really is the truth that
it is.
I think the immune system, we've flown so much. We have flown so much.
Yeah.
That builds a different type of immune system.
Well, how about all those shows we did, like at the Chicago Theater and giant places where we took pictures with people after the show, hundreds of people?
You know, I just did the Treasure Island sold it out of 2 pictures. Everybody had the show.
That's a lot of
And I
people.
went back up to my room and took a tremendous hot boiling shower. You know, the last time I was at the store, I always take a shower before I go to the store.
Mm-hmm.
The last time on April 2nd,
Yeah.
was probably the first time in years I took a shower. That's how disturbed I was. Like, I was fucking really disturbed that last time I was in the store.
Yeah.
Because I thought everybody else was going to be social distancing. More people grabbed me that night than ever before. And every time they grabbed me, somebody came up to me and talked to me. My skin crawled. I'm like, I'm not coming down here for a while.
Yeah, there's no social distancing at the store.
No, so
Nobody's
that's why
following any rules over there.
I was like, man, this is my fucking spot. But now we're learning how to live without, which is crazy. We're learning to live without. And that helps sometimes. Like I said, not doing comedy, but giving it a breather, or not being able to do comedy to live fucking thing.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get on stage. I have a ton to say. You know, we all do the last 4 weeks. We've made ourselves that.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I haven't written anything is because I'm just enjoying the relaxing.
Me too. It's been too long. We've been doing this too long. And the last run, this last 9 years has been a run. It's a podcast.
Well, once you started really,
story.
you started really kicking ass on the road too.
Yeah.
You really picked up your pace.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Got to make hay while the sun's shining, as they say.
No, but you got it right. As a comic, you got it right.
Well, I felt like with this, I wanted to think about it because I'm one of the, you know, I love one thing that Max Holloway always says. He says it is what it is, and it's a simple philosophy. It is what it is, but it's a good way of looking at things. It's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna freak out? It's not gonna change it. It is what it is, and this is what it is right now. It is what it is. We're inside all day. You know, if we go outside, we go outside for a hike. There's no people there. You know, come here, stay away from everybody. No hugging, no kissing. Everybody just distance. And we do our social distancing. Wait it out. And just, this is life right now. We're still lucky. We're still not. Look, Justin Wren comes here a couple times a year after he gets back from the Congo. Okay? And Justin goes over to the Congo. He sleeps in a grass hut. And he's come back with so many different fucking diseases. He's got malaria 3 times. Now he has some new parasite that they haven't identified. They don't know what it is. He's worried it's in his brain because he's having some shakes and some chills and some issues that lead him to think that it's connected to whatever the fuck this parasite is. So they keep running tests on him. They have these top virologists that are examining him. But he's deep in the Congo. So who knows what the fuck's in there? There might be some new shit in there. He might literally have some new shit in his body right now. And, you know, this guy keeps going back. He goes back because he's compelled. His mission in life is to improve the lives of all these people that he met there. It's changed his perspective, you know? He's an amazing, amazing person. And he's constantly doing that. Like, that guy is so happy and so friendly, and I think one of the reasons why is because his perspective. Like, he knows what it's like where these people live. He visits them. He stays with them for months at a time. He knows what it's like. And he knows how lucky we are. We're lucky as fuck. So if right now we can't do stand-up, you and I are extremely fortunate we have podcasts. You know, so you could just do your podcast instead of, what do you do, 2 days a week? Do it 3. Do it 3. You'll be fine. You'll get plenty of chances to rant and rave. Only have people over that you trust. You know, no one's sick. Don't touch anybody. Wipe everything down. Wash your hands. Take a lot of vitamin C. Eat healthy. Take all your vitamins. Make sure you get good rest. Get in a sauna if you can. Please get in a sauna. They have them. I mean, I don't know if they have them at gyms. Fuck, you can't go to the gym.
No, you can't do that. Nobody's got a fucking phone.
Get in the hot tub then.
Nobody knows where the fuck to go to the sauna. Everybody has a sauna.
If you have one, you're lucky as fuck.
I wish I could do 1,000 things, but you can't.
They were also saying one good thing: just elevate your body temperature. Just elevate your body temperature, like by working out and breaking a really good sweat. You know, that actually has a good effect on your immune system as well. Even if you like exercise in a hot room, you kick up your immune system. You don't have to do anything crazy, but what you're doing is you're introducing those cytokines, those heat shock proteins. Just wear a bunch of layers and get a decent workout and really get hot and sweaty. Good for you. All that stuff's good for you.
If you look at like the first thing after benefits of working out, it's always lowering your stress, working on your blood pressure.
Yeah.
This is the opposite. This is the times right now are debilitating that.
Yeah.
Like if you went to acupuncture, if I had the ability to go to acupuncture right now, I know he'd tell me, like, oh, all this shit is low. They make you grab the thing.
All the shit is low?
Like all your chakras are blocked, like shit like that. All that shit is probably running low and making up in your immune system.
Yeah.
Even though you haven't been doing much, because just the subconscious towards something you have now. You know, we start to say this shit goes deep into the subconscious. That's what happened to me. That's why I had my little nervous breakdown on the night that you remember.
So tell me, you were kind of getting into it. Your friend invites you over to his house to watch the fights, and you're like, I can't. And you got to break down.
Invited me over like Wednesday. Absolutely. If not, I'm just gonna sit here at home and watch it by myself, like I always do. Or I go to Brett's house. All right, Brett.
Yeah.
John.
Right.
Go to Brett's. That night he called me like on Wednesday. What are you doing Saturday? I'm getting it catered. A couple people coming over. Love me to come over. He broke his leg skiing.
Oh no.
So
when did he break his leg skiing?
3 months.
Oh,
Surgery. Oh, fucking man.
No.
Fucking metal in his leg.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
My main dog. So before I went to
Is he on crutches still?
Yeah, he just got off.
Oh, what a time to have just got off of fucking surgery. When this shit is going down?
He beat the surgery by 3 weeks.
Oh my God. Imagine.
So, I'm okay all day with the family. Fucking 6 o'clock comes. I gotta jump in the shower. It's basically where he lives. Jump over the lower canyon, make a right, 1 mile past the comedy spot. That's it. For some reason, man, I'm in the shower. I just started getting on a regular heartbeat. I came out, I went to anxiety medication, got dressed.
What are you taking?
They give me 0.25, whatever. I don't take it.
What is it?
You know, like Stenazol, whatever they call it. Xanax, whatever.
Take Xanax?
It's a football. It's the baby. It's not the sticks, the junkies take. It's fucking football, you know.
So you got a little anxiety, so you took a Xanax. How often do you take those things?
Most of the time, between you and me, I wash it. My wife washes it. So I put all my drug boxes down the store.
And you forget they're in there?
And I forget they're in there. Like, as long as I have it. So between you and me, I wash them all. And I only get like, he gives me, if I ask him, he'll give them to me. I ask him, like, give me 2 strips.
So you just keep them around, just in case.
Keep it around.
What does it do? I've never done it.
Just in case I get that Morgan Murphy.
Morgan Murphy?
What's her name?
Morgan Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, one day I had a follower in the store. I don't know what it was. I fucking walked up the stairs with anxiety.
Really?
I almost passed out when I left. I came out of the fog at the 13-minute mark. I didn't know what had come out of my mouth. I didn't know what I said. Anxiety.
And you were on the Xanax or the anxiety?
No.
Just anxiety, so.
I went up there and I just got this real anxiety. And I remember reaching over the bowling short and bowling. What are you talking about, buddy? You have to go for fuck you. And I got so fucking mad. I went up there and leveled it, but I was in a coma.
Were you high?
No. My body was so, I had so much anxiety. I was just spewing. I was like Roseanne Barr at night. I was just saying shit, dog. I was just talking. I remember when I got off the stage, Paulie Short told me you should get anxiety and pop off. Because that was fucking phenomenal. I just worked myself up. And I worked myself up that much. that night, I wanted to see Joe Romero. I definitely wanted to see Joanna against Ching, whatever.
Wiley Jean.
I wanted to see her. So, and all of a sudden, Joe Rogan. I was going to take mushrooms. Not eat them, but I was going to take mushrooms. Stopped at the cops. I had no edibles with me, no nothing. There was no reason for this paranoia. This is my mind playing tricks. In and out of the house like I was about to have a stroke. I couldn't control myself. Should I take the keys? I forgot something.
You weren't high.
No, let me go get the fucking Xanax just in case I get a fucking... Should I bring an edible? No, I will bring an edible. Yeah, let me go back inside and get an edible. That was my acting. I'm not gonna wear this shirt. I should wear a different shirt. Let me wear this shirt. And I just went through this whole fucking... And I finally said, stop. Joe Diaz, get your shit together, cocksucker. This is when I turned Joe Diaz.
Yeah, charge
Let's
yourself.
Let's go, motherfucker. We're gonna go. Let's go. Come on. What are you, fucking pussy? What are you, fucking pussy? I got in that car and they like banged me down. We're okay. I went over there. He had some Wagyu beef for me with some lobster mashed potatoes and shit. We just watched the fight. We had a great time. There was a dude there who was turning me on to medical shit. Telling me to fucking inhale silver. And it'll block the fucking...
I don't think that's...
It'll block the fucking thing in your lungs.
Coronavirus. Yeah.
It was great. But you know what? That night I realized I was just having a fucking... This can't happen. That's the type of shit I like. Like that. It's like the first time I got high, I took an edible with jiu-jitsu. Somebody mounted time out. Get off. Please, get off. Please, you gotta get off. I know. Please, get off me. Please, I had to go outside, take my key off, and take my dick out and pee in the street as cars went by. That's how bad. When I get anxiety, I gotta pee.
Really?
When I get anxiety, yeah, I gotta pee right away. So like when I go lift on Mondays and Thursdays, I go lift for the train. But she puts 400 on the squat machine. And I got a fucking squat. As soon as I put it back, I gotta go pee. She's like, where you going? I go, oh, my body just wanted to shock. That's how you can tell. And when I gotta go, I gotta go. My first 3 months of jiu-jitsu, I learned the hard way. Never take an edible. No bueno. Won't be taking an edible at 10 in the morning, going to jiu-jitsu at 6, it comes back. Even if it's gone, it revisits you. The first time somebody's real mouth on me, though. I had one of those heavy judo gis on. I didn't even know it was lightweight gis yet. Oh my God, Joe, I had to call a timeout. Like it was over. I had to run outside, take my judo, my knees out, just take my dick out of the mess. Cars are going by Burbank Boulevard. I'm just being out of the fuck about the cops. They tell the truth. I get these huge anxiety surges. Yeah, when I work out heavy, like heavy weights, I gotta go to the bathroom before I get in my car. I gotta take a long piss.
Does the medication help you when you take a Xanax?
Not if you don't take it.
Right, but if you
I got shit to do in the daytime, though. I got no time for a fucking Xanax. I don't know what kind of...
Well, what does it do? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I'll tell you what happens with Xanax that I know for a fucking fact that nobody can tell me. When I first got into comedy, Joey D is the secret for comedy. You ready? Okay. When I got into comedy, all these jerk ones, you gotta bring 5 people to a fucking show. I'm not asking nobody to come to a show. I just wait for Joe Rogan to call me and ask me if he wants weed. You want weed? Meet me at the comedy club. I gotta meet you at the comedy club. Don't worry about it. Just meet me there. Next thing I got you paying 10 at the door. So I got into selling Xanax. It was a crazy guy. Both of which just gotten out of prison for murder. And his wife, I don't know, they were getting Xanax as a pharmacy. So I was getting Valiums, the V's. The one with the V's, you know anything. I don't know anything about it. 10 milligrams. You could sell those for $2 a piece. He was giving it to me for like a quarter. So So when I first was an open micer, I was a Xanax salesman. And always, because I got into a contest. So for me to win the contest, I had to have people there. So they would say, hey, can we buy some Xanax? You got to be getting broke. So I would make the call and come up to me and go, what the fuck's wrong with you? I just paid you $10 to get in there. You got to take that off the price of the pills. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. I had such a high profit margin. It didn't really matter. So I would sell Xanax to people. Hundreds, 20s, 10s, cokeheads love those things. So what was I? I was a cokehead. I could even get on those.
What does it do?
Knocks you the fuck out.
Like how?
Like you're gonna pass out. You could die like that. When people OD, that's what they eat. Fucking Xanax. They fucking.
I thought it just relaxes you.
It relaxes you, but if you eat 50 of them, you're gonna die. I was eating 50 of them.
You were eating 50 in a day?
Dog, I ate 30 of them in 3 days in Beaumont. It took me 5 days to recover. I told you I OD'd in Beaumont, Texas in 2005. From eating 10 milligram Valium.
That's a lot.
The problem with that shit is, you ready? This is what I realized 20, 30 years ago. When I was an open mic, I was selling. I was dating a chick that didn't get out. So for me to be around it, I would pop those antibodies and I would be alright. I'd be good enough for me. So I was used to popping like 6 of them. I had my tolerance up there, fucking high.
Why did you like it?
Because I would drink with them. I would drink like 1 or 2 drinks. You feel tremendous. That's it. Just 1 or 2.
Like, how do you feel?
Like, fucked up. Fucked up. 2 drinks and a couple Xanny bars. You've been fucked up. This is before the Xanny bars.
You're not supposed to drink on them, right?
No. No. But I would get fucked up and then I do comedy and eat 2 Valiums and drink. The waitresses. I was an open mic guy.
Right.
You know, but the point of the story is that if you eat 10 milligrams of Valium, 5 of it, your body utilizes 5 of it. The other 5 go into your fat and your body holds on to it and uses it.
Is this science?
Yeah. What I'm talking about here. You forget who you're dealing with here. So what happens is when you eat that shit, it sticks into your fat. So every time I would get high, I'd fucking nod.
The Xanax would come out of your
It
fat.
would agitate the fat and fucking, it would agitate the Xanax out of my fat.
If you jog, would you get high?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Does your body start
Dog,
heating up?
I've been off of coke for 12 years. At the 7-year mark, I'd be working out from time to time, and I bumped into a coke rock and just went through my system, and I get all paranoid and creepy for a minute. Like I was still digesting shit throughout the years. I believe that those bars and all those little Xanny things stick into your fat, and then they get me tired the next day.
Yeah.
Don't get me tired now. Like if I eat 6 of them, I'll get tired. I don't eat 1 of them. I eat 1 of them. Sometimes I get really anxiety. I eat another one once I get down. But then I don't need them before bed. If I don't need them. And then sometimes I remember to take it out. Put them back in the thing. Sometimes I just
One of my friends who takes them says that when you get off of
very highly addictive.
Well, he also said that when you get off of them, it heightens your anxiety. It's like a rubber band effect. That's what he was saying for him personally.
I'm gonna tell you what I do to relax.
What?
These fucking things. These things are the worst things I have.
The ear things?
This is the worst thing.
Why?
Because my hearing was better before I got these.
Really?
You told me something. When you're doing the jack, you're doing the babanya to get you stronger than your nutsack disappears. Go off the babanya. Now you're fucking.
If you're doing steroids, your body's endocrine system shuts down, so it no longer produces testosterone.
Is that true?
Yes.
So your balls shrink? Is that true?
No. The balls don't really shrink.
Okay, so.
But they don't work anymore.
Since
they're not
this
doing any,
is
they're not putting any work.
I feel with those, ever since I got these hearing aids to clarify my hearing, it's made my hearing weaker. It doesn't make my hearing
Is it true or
work
is it
anymore.
it's
I
making
fucking
you
know.
aware of the fact that your hearing is going bad?
No, my hearing was not going bad, Joe Rogan. I was hearing things out of place. I was hearing the wrong things. If I went to dinner with Joe Rogan, it was fine if you and I had a conversation. If you brought your wife and had a hard time,
wouldn't hear?
I wouldn't hear none of these. I would just hear Jamie's table on the other side of the room. I could hear his conversation more than yours. And I could hear the silverware hit the table. And I could hear the dishwasher washing dishes. And every time the fork would hit the fucking thing, I hear that shit every time a fork hits at a restaurant. I would be every time I was at a restaurant, if it was me and you, we're having a good time. When you throw Ari and Duncan in the mix, I'm just basically yesing you at that point.
Really?
Yes, that's how bad it was.
Well, what is that called? Is there a name?
There's a couple different names for it. You know, and then somebody told me they kind of had it. Like, why do you write that? I don't know, for years. I went to concerts and I got to the point where I heard too many things. I just didn't narrow it down. So I finally figured out with these, I don't have them on loud, I have them on low. Not usually fucking everything. Like I was getting high and fucking hearing everything. You hear everything. You get high, you fucking hear everything. So
they have these new AirPods now that have they have sound deadening. So it's they sit in your noise canceling. So you put them in, and you can either turn noise canceling on, or you can turn them into transparency mode. In transparency mode, the microphone actually picks up the stuff that's outside. Have you tried that yet, Jamie? So it makes things sound louder than they are. Like you can hear things better in a way. It seems to me. I mean, I don't have any hearing issues.
People that maybe don't have hearing issues, whatever, it might make it sound better.
Yeah, I don't have any hearing issues. But when I put those things on, I can hear things louder. I can hear stuff like further away. It's like I don't think I can hear them talking if it wasn't for
that's how the noise cancellation works. There's microphones on the outside that like flip the frequency and it cancels it out.
Oh, that's how it works.
And so by not flipping it over, it's just adding to it.
What is the number? Is it like 1.5 times louder than it normally would be? Is there a number?
Well, when you add 3 dB, which is not a lot, that doubles sound. That's like the intensity of the sound is more. It's double it's really hard. It's like a math equation.
It's interesting because that's one area where Apple has just stolen the show when it comes to Apple versus Android. Like phones are pretty comparable.
I haven't tried them, but I've heard that Samsung maybe has a
Galaxy
pair that's close to, or the people like the most.
They're very good, but they don't have the sound canceling. They don't have noise canceling. And the Apple ones, I think the sound quality has been reviewed as being better too. They figured out how to make it like you just open it up. Right, you pull it out of your pocket, you open it up, it asks you if you want to connect, you press a button, boom, it connects, stick it in your ear, perfect. And for me, it's so much better than a hands-free system when you're driving in the car. I just have it in my ear, and I double tap on that. Instead of it going through the whole car and hearing it in the speakers and everything, I just hear it in my ear like I would a normal conversation I would have with earphones on.
There's another level you could probably get into that I don't think you have in your monitors, which I know like Bert has.
Yeah.
Tom and Christina use.
I have those at the UFC. When I go into the octagon and I'm doing an interview, I have an in-ear monitor in.
You get really good ones for music. They have like 8 different speakers in that little tiny thing. So,
yeah. Well, I have a pair of Shure headphones they work on my laptop. They don't work on iPhones anymore, obviously, but they have drivers in them, and they're like this clear coating over silver cord. They're like pretty high end. Fuck, they sound good. But it's for the little ones you carry in your pocket, like AirPods. That's a goddamn genius invention.
Way more easily replaceable for $250 than $3,000.
Yeah, easily replaceable, and they just work so well. They work great.
Which of these?
AirPods.
AirPods.
Yeah, there's little things. There's 2 kinds. There's the kind that are noise canceling, and then the other kind. Most of the time, I actually have both. But most of the time, I use the regular one because it sits in my ear better. The noise canceling one, I feel like I gotta jam it in there a little bit. But it's great. You can talk to people while you drive, and it doesn't have to go through the system in your car. If you have a Bluetooth setup. Yeah, you don't hear it in the speakers. Exactly. You said something to me, and I realized that's something that I do, and when I do it, I probably have some of my best results. Is you were saying a couple of years ago you stopped listening to music driving to the store.
Absolutely.
Yeah. My car that I have some of my favorite sets after I drive there is a car that doesn't even have a radio. That little Porsche that I have, the red one, because it's old and it's like real loud. And it's fucking, it's real mechanical, and I'm so engaged with it. But by the time I get to the comic store, my brain is firing. Right, I've been doing something with it. I'm not just pressing autopilot and just sitting back and relaxing on my way to the store and riding in this fucking cloud like the Tesla. But that little Porsche, it's like you hear all the gears, you feel it when you're shifting gears. It's like you're engaged. No music. When you get there, your brain is fired, and you can think about stuff while you're driving there. Instead of I like listening to sets. I listen to a lot of my sets, but I also like doing that before shows. Like driving to a show and listening to a set. But I also like sometimes not listening to shit. Just letting my brain get into a good creative place. Just go over the bits. Go over what I like about them, what I don't like about them. Just make myself concentrate on them with no paper, no nothing. Just driving and concentrating on the bit.
I heard years ago that I heard that Denzel was sick once a day. He's always drove something just to check himself in the day. Wow. And I said, how can I do that as a stand-up? I don't need to fucking cry. I'm not the business to make people cry. I don't need to cry. I just need to be the best me. You know that I went to Anthony Robbins, right? You know who Anthony Robbins is. You know that, right?
You've talked about Anthony Robbins before.
And I do believe in a lot of what he's saying.
Yes.
I think that, when I went to see him, I was a burglar. Something happened. He got through to me. You know what I'm saying? He made me he works. This shit works. I took it to another level. So I ain't mad at Anthony Robbins. You know what I'm saying? I got caught. I fucked up. Anthony was on the right pace.
I used to listen to his cassette tapes.
I really do believe stimulus take you there, something that you do to take you to that mind. Okay? He believes that there's something that we do.
You can put yourself in the state.
Put yourself in that state.
Yes.
Yeah. I really believe there's something to that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. The reason why sometimes you call me, I'm not being honest with you. I'm right or whatever. I'm watching my ride. I'm watching those obscure people who are performers.
Why would you tell me that? Why are you lying to me?
Because not you. My wife would go, what are you doing in there? I'm writing. I'm not writing. I'm watching BB King live.
You are writing. In a way.
I'm watching BB King live from Africa. And I'm watching BB go into a place that I can only dream of going. But I've probably been in my 28 years of doing comedy. I've been in there 200 times. I want to learn how to get there more. So I believe that on the way down to the store, some mornings I do it. Just drive without the car on and think of a specific time in my life. Bad or good, break down the situation to see what happens. I'm not breaking open a scab and I'm not going to see a psychotherapist. I just want to see how I feel about that situation. I always do that. Like right now,
reflecting.
Right now,
time alone, right?
Right now, I'm thinking a lot about falling in love with comedy. The shit I did, stand over, coming over to my house as a feature act first. And I was an MC at the Broker on Tuesday nights, 1991. Stand up comes as a feature. If anybody ever did that run, you knew that the triple run started Tuesday in Boulder. Wednesday you had off, and then Thursday you had Great Colorado. I was divorced, but I had a condo. I had a 2.5-bedroom condo. If the comic was cool on Tuesday night, I'd invite him to sleep over, so he wouldn't have to pay for a hotel. You know what I'm saying? Not even have to pay, because he only made $75.
Right.
Now you got to pay $48 for a hotel.
Crazy.
So if the comic was cool on Tuesday night, I said, hey man, if you want to spend the night tomorrow, give me a call. Tonight you got the hotel deal. But if you want to drive to Craig and spend the night. First time stand-up came, he was a feature act. The second time that motherfucker came, he stayed at my house. I walked into his car and brought him like food now. He had an apartment. He had like a 1-bedroom apartment in his car. started saying, what the fuck is this? And it's like, I'm homeless. This is what you got to do. Because he was a real road dog.
Yeah, he lived out of his car.
Became a real road dog.
Yeah.
So I took his fucking advice, you know, and fucking June of 95, I said, I'm getting a car. I hung the stick in the back just like him. I had a frisbee in there, a basketball. I had everything you could have in there. Remember those things that you put in your radiator, the metal? And if your radiator blew, you fix your radiator on the
Seal
spot.
it up. Yeah.
Oh, when you're broke, that shit, $1.
Fix the flat.
Fix the flat. Oh my God.
Living out of your car on the road is a character builder.
It's a what?
Character builder. Every comic that I know that ever did that is some of my favorite people. Gone through some shit. You know? Road gigs, man. People that did road gigs, that's a different world, man. I remember when I was doing road gigs, sometimes the booking agent, particularly if I was a middle act, they would bring in a headliner from New York. And a lot of times these guys, they were club guys. Like, God, I forget the guy's name, but he was an old club act who worked around New York City. He never really did the road, just did New York City. And he and I did a gig together in Burlington, Vermont. And you can see this is like a rare thing for the guy. The guy didn't have a car because he lived in New York and didn't know how he was going to get around. He had to have someone drive him up from the city. He wanted to get a ride with me. It's like, man, I'm not giving anybody a ride to Vermont that I don't know. Like, that's just too weird. You know, this gig doesn't pay that much anyway. But those guys that didn't do the road when they did, man, they were like a fish out of water. They had like New York City jokes. Nobody gives a fuck about New York City when they're in Burlington, Vermont.
Oh, they go right to the whole line.
Yep. A little bit of that, yeah. There were so many comics, though, in New York that they would work the crowd because the crowds were on top of you. The crowds are on top of you in New York. You know, the stages were so small because real estate was so precious that the club was stuffed. People would be stuffed into some of those places, like Stand Up New York. Remember how small that stage was? Or Boston Comedy? You all right with the ear? Nothing fuck with you? Oh.
I remember the fucking New York Comedy Club was on 74th Street.
I don't remember.
Yeah, 74th on the west side. Such close to them.
Mm-hmm.
That room was one out of the stairway.
Yeah.
Staircase. That was right on top of that. That was stand-up New York. The old one. I used to be a New York Comedy Club guy in 91. That's who took me in 93. I forget what his name is. He's very decent. That's how I ended up being Mikey Bruschetti, who is now Artie Lang's.
Hey, how's Artie doing? Is he doing all
I
right?
checked his, you know, when I
He said he
went
was suffering from anxiety.
anxiety. Yeah, when I went to New York, I was scheduled to do his podcast that Wednesday, and he canceled. So obviously he's struggling.
He's not using.
He's not using. No.
He did a podcast with me at Legion of Skanks place. It was amazing. He was great. It was great to see him sober and so alert, present, so there, so honest, fucking hilarious. He's like as funny as he's ever been. Fucked up nose, laughing about it.
Doesn't
You
give
know,
a fuck.
talking about what he did. He snorted glass. His girl broke up these pills with a fucking salt shaker and cracked it and got glass and he snorted glass and his nose was bleeding. And he also got knocked out by a guy who he owed money to. The guy who he owed money to hired some kid to collect, and the guy punched him in the nose and smashed his nose in. So he had a double whammy happen, two things at the same time: snorting glass, and then that dude. He was so funny. He was so funny, and he was so alert. It was great. It was like the Artie I knew years ago, but even better. Like I don't think I've ever known Artie sober.
You know the circle of there's a circle and it's spiraling out of control. When you're going through it, you're not seeing it.
Yeah.
Once you've done it and you have the balls, you look back, they're all hilarious. I went through it, they're all hilarious. You just keep getting in trouble.
Isn't it funny though that that's a human pattern? It's a funny pattern that so many humans fall
He got
into.
caught with heroin. 86. He got caught in Vegas. Garage. down. It's things that would never, ever happen under regular circumstances. But the funk of the drug, it just hits you at one time. Remember, everything, listen, nobody drives to an open mic with a Lamborghini. You know, right? You never see nobody pull up to an open mic with a Lamborghini. Nobody does cocaine or heroin the second time because they had a bad time doing it. You do have a really good time at first. It seems like you're having a good time. Your body left an opening somewhere. You know, it just your immune system can let it grow a bit. Sometimes your soul just has a weakness somewhere. And that's when the coke or the heroin comes in. I know in his mind right now, he's like, fucking heroin? Really?
Right.
How crazy was I caught up in this shit? So then he went down this fucking just hole, you know? And that's what rehabs do. They catch you, they slow you up, they try to identify the problem. With him, was it his fault? Was it the firing of, you know, the radio guy?
No, he had problems way before that. He had problems when he was on Mad TV.
So what set him?
Right.
You know, that's what the rehab does. You know, that's what sets you the fuck off. You gotta get yourself away from it. I found out what set me off over the years. You know, that was a time that was in your brow fade. Look, I'm out on bail. And I'm fucking out on bail, kidnapping. Out on bail for second degree kidnapping, second degree assault, you know. I got the works thrown at me. And I'm fucking going into Sears every day. And clipping 10 Bruce Springsteen double set CDs born in the USA. They're going for $80, whatever they're going for. $40. I'm getting 22 a piece. I'm taking 2 a day. I'm walking with a small 220. I got 100 for coke, 50 for weed, and 50 for lunch. That was it. I still remember, like, doing this for a month. Like my addiction had me on this schedule that I wasn't gonna work when I'm out on bail. I'm just gonna go to Sears Roebuck every day. They're robbed, worn by the USA. They even had them right by the door. I didn't even have to do much work. I just had to walk into Sears, make believe I was looking for a hammer, and then on the way out, I just take a fork and put it in my shirt. One day, Joe Rogan, I pick up like 10 of them. Because instead of 4, I'm going to take 4. It's like the guy says in Narcos, you're going to move a kilo? You might as well move 2. You're going to move 2? You might as well move 5. You're going to move 5? You might as well do 10. What's the difference? So instead of taking 4 boxes, I started taking like 10s. Like I would walk out of the Joe Rogan, like the CD fucking thing. And one day I walk out of there, a guy go, hey you, stop right there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, come back with those CDs. They're chasing me in Boulder. In the parking lot of Crossroads Mall. Here I am getting chased. One security guard in the car and the other guy on foot. I could beat them both up, by the way. Like I could beat them fuck up both of them. But I just can't have no problems. So what am I doing? I'm whipping CDs at him as I'm running. And the guy's like, hey, stop that. And I finally click him. What made me think I was going to get away? And then I run up. I had him. And I run up to the top of the road as I'm about to hit 28th Street, Boulder police. And I had to stop, give him a fake name, fucking, you know, here I am out on fucking bail. Why am I robbing fucking CDs? Why?
Were you addicted to it, to the thrill?
I was addicted to snorting coke and getting my dick sucked.
But do you think there was a little bit of an addiction to the thrill of stealing too?
Oh, I loved all that shit.
Because you loved all that, doing that shit later on with like lighters and shit.
Oh, I love all that shit. If I'm not in trouble for something, listen, I just smoked 3 joints for you here. Do I look high to you?
No, you look fine.
Don't do nothing no more.
Well, it gets you to a good place.
But the reefer lets me know I'm still, nothing has changed about me.
Right.
I could be in AA right now and be clean, so I don't do enough to warrant being fucking unsober. It just lets me know I'm okay. It's like a teddy bear. It's like when people suck their thumb. That's all this is for me, reefer now. It doesn't really get me blasted no more. I just told you I had to Listen, I'll give you one of these capsules. You won't see daylight till tomorrow, okay?
The THC capsules.
Oh, this thing's ready. The strongest thing.
What's in there?
AEB is fucking hash oil, a little bit of oxygen, 100 milligrams of THC.
How many are you taking?
I can pop 2 in the afternoon, 200 milligrams, and take another 200 tonight. And I'll be okay. I got this new thing called Quick Z. Quick Z.
What is that?
It's a thing. If you want to sleep, come see it.
Quick Z.
Quick Z.
What's in it?
Melatonin, like triple. Anything that puts you to sleep naturally, they put it in there. Plus 100 milligrams of Vita sativa, indica, hybrid marijuana. And you drink it, dog. The first night I drank it, I found myself. Usually I fall asleep right here, but it's like this. Right? And read the computer like this.
Yeah.
That's A. B is this. I'm away from the computer.
Right.
I actually back away.
And then slump.
Have you done that one, Joe?
I'm sure I've done that one.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, I got so fucked up because I thought I was going to die from the I actually drank that shit. I ate 2 pills.
Oh my God.
I ate 2 of these first. Nothing happened. I'm like, wow, nothing's happening. And I drank the fucking liquid. And something started to happen. It wasn't going fast enough. It was like 10, 15. I wanted this time when we go to bed, so I popped 2
Oh.
Oh my God. They all hit me at once like a Larry Holmes fucking left hook. That night, I woke up on the floor. I fell off the chair, and the heater woke me up. I have a heater in my office. My back was on fire. I woke up. I'm like, why am I on fire in here? Right? I woke up, dog, in a trance. I went into the kitchen. I opened up the refrigerator. I pulled out a half a pound of deluxe Warhead cheese that she had just bought. American cheese. And I took a pack of saltine crackers because in my mind, I'm not eating bread. I'm ahead of this motherfucker.
Eating crackers?
Dog, I ate the whole half a pound of deluxe, man.
Wow.
And the whole thing of American cheese sliced thin, crackers. And I just went to bed. I woke up the next morning. I took off my mask. There was a big chunk of American cheese in the sleep apnea mask.
Didn't you have M&M's in your mask once too?
Oh my God. I'm like, what the fuck did I eat last night? I fucking went out. My wife's like, Joey, I have a pound of ham. I just want that. What were you thinking? I go, what was I thinking? You have no idea what I was going through last night, you fuck. I didn't get into bed till 4 in the morning. I went to bed at 4 in the fucking, like I woke up at 3:30. It was like, what the fuck happened? I must have went down at 11:45. I probably was in this position for an hour, and then I just fell off the fucking stool and just laid on the floor. Nobody saw me. That's how drilled I got. I think that was the Wednesday. Yeah, that was the 10th.
I don't like to smoke to go to sleep. I don't like to eat it and go to sleep. I just like to go to sleep when I go to sleep. But when I get high, like if I get high before bed, I have to get out of bed. I gotta grab the computer because that's when my best ideas come. My best ideas come like the first hour after getting high. Like the rush. There's like a rush that happens, a rush of wild thoughts that happens for like the first 40 minutes to an hour right after you're high. It's like that's when they're just popping into your head. They're like, come on, man, let's dance. Like, you got to get up. You can't just try to sleep on that. Like, when those little moments hit, I start getting ideas. Like, oh, okay. This is a time. You got to write. Because, how many times you just go through your day and don't have any interesting ideas? And all of a sudden, you get high and they come out of nowhere. It's like the most underappreciated engine for ideas ever. Is getting high.
It's funny how when I get home at night, I always think of something between the 2 stages. Something always happens between the main room and the original room, and vice versa. And something always happens how I can do something a little better. So when I get home, I do take a piss, I wash my hands.
That's the best time to
I get
write.
my THC tea going.
Mm-hmm.
I got my little 3 milligram Como tea with the CBNs and shit.
They have little breath mints now. They're 5
Oh,
milligram breath mints.
fuck you up. Trust me.
did you eat?
Oh my God, they're called sleep. The product is by Kikomo, and it's the tea I drink. It's called Tranquil, and it's every time I got a chamomile and the yerba root.
Oh yeah, yerba mate.
So yerba mate.
Yerba mate is a stimulant.
Well, then it's the cousin. It makes you go to sleep. Whatever it is, yerba somebody, and then you have 3 milligrams of THC, 10 milligrams of CBN. Like all those other things that put you to sleep, rosemary. They got everything, no melatonin. But they're fucking pills. It's like a container, not like
like a little tin.
Like a tin.
Of little tiny breath mints.
Oh, Lordy, you better be careful with those babies.
How many did you take?
2 or 3.
That's it?
Yeah, but I also had like 300 milligrams of fucking
I
these
think
in
it's
me.
the other things.
No. I went to Las Vegas. The last road gig I did was Las Vegas, and I went with those. They were. Don't get me wrong. It's not the THC that kills you. It's the CBN. Jamie, can we find out what CBN is?
I don't know. I've never even heard of that.
It's one of the right. It's one of the dirty cousins to CBD.
What is a terpene officially?
One of the things in it. I don't know how to explain that, but like
cannabinoid. What's a terpene?
Yeah, I think that's like what better.
It's a great word. You could use the terp confidently. Whenever you could say terpene confidently.
Terpenes are what you smell. Large, diverse class of organic compounds produced by plants, insects, strong odor, protected plants.
So it's just a component of the plant, right? Here it is. So CBN study benefits include pain relief, anti-insomnia, promotes growth of bone cells, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, anti-convulsive, and appetite stimulant. Very interesting. So it sounds real similar to just THC or CBD. So it's just another cannabinoid? Is that what it is?
Yeah, there's some new ones they're finding out too. Like I've got THCA, which is not psychoactive. And there's some other new ones. Like the science is getting awesome right now.
It's really great for you. The CBD is fucking great for you. It's great for you. It really is.
I feel the difference.
And I don't see any downside. I'm not seeing it. I'm looking for it. Right? I'm trying to find out, is there something this stuff does to you? Like, see, just Google what are the negative effects of CBD. I've never heard of any. Have you? I haven't looked for them though. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm done.
Side effects include nausea, fatigue, and irritability. Nah, I doubt it. I think you're just talking to pussies. Yeah, I blame it on that CBD, man. It made me have fatigue. I was irritable because of CBD. If you're irritable,
you know what? You should have fatigue at night. If you take like more than 1,000 milligrams of CBD a day, you can work out and legitimately have an injury. Like, I know it rests the fuck out of me at night. Like, I like all that shit. I'd rather take that shit than opioids. At this point now, all that Xanax, Ambien, the Ambien makes you do crazy shit. The Xanax makes you get addicted. It makes you say crazy shit too.
Yeah.
It makes you say dumb shit at night and make crazy shit too. So, you know what? With these, every once in a while, I go off the deep end. I make racist comments or something. I can live with that. I can live with that.
Ambien doesn't. You don't really sleep though. It just kind of puts you away for a little bit, or you don't go through a full sleep cycle, right?
Who was telling
Is that true? You don't go through a full. See what? I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Ambien doesn't allow you to go through a full REM sleep cycle.
Really?
I don't think so. I think it's a different cycle. Because when we had Matthew Walker, the sleep expert, when he was doing a very informative podcast.
Yeah. And the one, listen, Let me tell you something. Your podcast from Monday, the 9th of March, the 8th of March, that was the best podcast.
Which one?
That's the one about that one broke down the coronavirus.
Oh, that's this guy.
Monday.
Osterholm.
Osterholm. That's the best. That's the one that put the fear of God in it. That's the one that opened my eyes a little bit more to why people were reacting.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a wake up call. Wake up call. Big wake up call. Here we go.
Hard to find because I would also imagine that any negative effects would be zapped by the pill industry online to Google it. You know, somebody
Right.
says like maybe at high dosages it might affect it, but the very first thing I says it says affects the soul to dim, which is ambient, and no effects on REM sleep.
Really?
So I don't. That's
Interesting. That's not what Matthew Walker was saying.
No, I know that
He's
for
saying
a fact.
marijuana too. He said marijuana doesn't. You
You
don't
don't
get a
go
full.
as deep as you're supposed to. That you think you're supposed to go there, but you don't go as deep as you.
Why don't we Google does Ambien affect? Do you get real sleep on Ambien? How about that?
I mean that's. I have to dig through like. What would you like me to look? I guess because very first things that come up are just like blogs about Ambien. Yes, I get sleep. This is the very first thing that comes with.
Yeah, we'd have to figure it out. You know what? I need to talk to. Well, I know that Matthew Walker was talking about the negative effects, but I need to talk to someone else and get the rap down, or just listen to what he said about it. Just get the rap down because I know there's something to it where it doesn't totally. It's not the same as just sleeping 8 hours without it. You have the same amount of recovery or something. It just seems like anytime you can take something that just knocks you out, like a chemical just put you out. That can't be good. It can't be good for there's a chemical you take that crashes you. That's not good. You've done some. I mean, you're gonna recover once you crash, but you've done something very strange. You've taken something that shuts you off. Just to me, that when I'm up, I'm up. Am I up? Oh, okay. Well, I'll get up. And then when I'm tired, I'll lay down. I'm not taking anything. And people are like, well, I need it for work. Okay. I get it. You need it. It just seems to me that if you want to be healthier, taking something that just makes you go to sleep is not. I mean, yeah, it's one thing if it's a natural alternative that just relaxes you in a lap, but something that knocks you the fuck out, and when you wake up, you're in a gunfight with the cops, because that's what Ambien does. Kevin James woke up in the middle. I talked about it on one of my specials. He made a fucking turkey. Went to the grocery store. He made food. And people came home and they're like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Someone broke into the house." He went to the supermarket and bought food and made a meal. And he thought that someone broke into his house and cooked.
How scary that is.
Dude, people are in the middle of a drive on the highway. They wake up. They have no idea how they got there. They have no idea. Some people, when they're on Ambien, they just Ambien walk. They do all kinds of wacky shit. I think people have committed murders when they're on Ambien. I think there was a guy. See if that's true.
So Matthew Walker says that you're not getting the restorative benefits of sleep.
Yeah, there you go.
You're not getting true sleep. They switch off the top of your cortex, the top of your brain, when your magazine can put you in a state of unconsciousness. That's not sleep, that's cryogenics. During the walk, the sleeping pill sleep does not have the same restorative powers.
There you go.
Mood boosting, emotional resilience.
So, of course, the other stuff that you read was shills by the pill industry trying to fill up the Google search. Folks, stay up. When you're tired, go to bed. My advice to you. You know when they didn't need sleeping pills? Back in the fucking pioneer days. Take a wagon across the country and fight off Indians all day. You could just go to sleep, man. You can just sleep. You're tired. Dig ditches all day. You're exhausted.
I've always used reefer to sleep.
I've
always used reefer to sleep, A, and B, I've always used reefer to slow me down. I know for a fact it always slowed me down. My mind has always been fucked up like that. So they should have treated it with something early on. They didn't catch it. They didn't know it existed. Now I know how to calm myself down.
Self-medicate.
You know, I know how to smoke the reefer. I really dig the meditation the last 2 weeks. I saw where it took me from where I was at to where it took me from. It helped me do the main thing, which is accept. Acceptance is the main thing in this whole thing that's going on right now. Once you accept it, you'll lose 30 pounds of weight. You're going to live 20 more years. Accepting this, that you didn't fuck up and nobody around you fucked up. You didn't fuck up, Joe. This is just didn't fuck up because I shot somebody at the store or I acted bad at the store. This has nothing to do with us.
Right.
You know, this is something from life. We will all bounce back from this. Might be a year, might take 2, might take 6 months. You don't know what's going to happen. I know that it's going to change people's lives for the better. People are going to go, you know what? I didn't want to work in the fucking office anymore.
Yeah.
You know what? This is going to make people think from outside the box, which is something they needed.
Yeah.
So there's both negative and positive in this whole situation. How it works for you is up to you. How it works for you, it's all going to be up to you, G.
Well, every time there's a moment of adversity, you can recover from that. If you can recover from that adversity, you have an opportunity to grow. It's always there. What was the quote that Raphael Lovato quoted? That inside every seed of adversity is inside every adversity is a seed of an equivalent benefit. Who was that? Think and Grow Rich? What was that guy's name again? God damn it. This weed in your memory.
Was being 50 fucking.
Yes, Napoleon Hill's book. Very interesting book. Raphael Lovato Jr., he loves that book. That book to him is like, that's like his one of his motivational books. Joey Diaz, let's wrap this up. We're 3 hours in. It's always great to see you. I'm glad we got a chance to do this.
Jamie, great to see you, brother.
You know,
I know Jamie's dying. There's no sports. I've been thinking about him a lot lately.
What are they doing? Are they going to just put everything aside for a little bit?
People are betting on them. They're like NASCAR is doing like a virtual league this weekend that they're starting up with some past drivers and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right now everything's on hold.
Oh my God.
You know what I was thinking of doing? Like some old, oh my God, I watched something really good the other day.
What?
Fucking UFC Unleashed came through with Uncle Joey. They showed all 3 Chuck Randy fights. Right back to another. Very interesting.
Wow.
You know, Chuck going in there, not training, taking it light, getting fucking lit.
Yeah, Randy took him down.
Mounted him and shit.
Stopped him.
And then him coming back, catching him with that shirt right. And him coming back again. That's been great. I wish you could narrate him. Like the other day, I was like, why can't he fucking... I should call him. We should talk to him. Do, you know, when you and Eddie get together and do that. Because I can that's great. Right now to get like whole fights and put them up.
It's not a bad idea.
No, my God, this is the time to do it.
We should have a fight companion for old Pride fights. Like get some of the
because
Pride
I have no knowledge
cards.
on them.
That's what we should do.
Like I love to go get schooled on Wolverine, the beginning, the Japanese guy.
Which one? Sakuraba?
Sakuraba.
Yeah.
The Nogara brothers over there. Like that's the education I need next.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Please,
a fight companion with like some of those great old Pride cards.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll pick out a card, Pride Dynamite or some shit. There's so many more.
They put together a card that was just like top 10 fights.
Oh yeah, we could totally do that. But the best way I think would be if we put it together where they could sync it up like the Dark Side of the Moon and then watch the whole card with us. So we're gonna press play right now. It's starting. Here's the first round in 3, 2, you know, like that. Just like we do with a regular fight. So they could be synced up so they're watching it with us.
Yeah, UFC came through last week.
It's a great idea.
Diaz, they had Greg, they had everybody on both fights. They ended up with Khabib, Diaz.
Didn't ESPN have something like 11 hours of fights?
Yes. They ended up with Khabib.
Here's the thing about
McGregor.
UFC fights. For some strange reason, and I'm not sure why, they're as entertaining to watch the second time as anything I've ever seen ever.
I still have Diaz McGregor on my pay-per-view and Khabib record.
Dude, I've watched Zhang Weili and Yuan Jacek. I watched that 5 times. Yes, I have. I watched it on my TV at home. I've watched.
That's like watching Uncut Gems.
It's so good.
And even better. That was so good. That was so nerve-wracking.
That fight was so crazy. I watched that fight a gang of times. I watched the Stylebender Yoel Romero fight at least 2 times. I watched John Jones, Thiago Alves. I watched that. Thiago Paul. No. Thiago Santos. Jesus Christ. Thiago Alves. Thiago weed. I blame the weed. But I watched that a bunch of times. I watched the Dominic Reyes fight a bunch of times. I watched that fight at least 4 or 5 times. Watched that fight with a fine-tooth comb. I don't know. I still can't call it. That anybody says that this guy won or that guy won in that fight, that's open to interpretation. That 3rd round is open to interpretation. No question, Dominic Reyes won the first 2. No question, John Jones won the last 2. It's that 3rd round. That 3rd round, I was like, whoa. Can we make it even? That seemed like, it's hard to say. That's a hard to say round. I kind of lean towards maybe Dominic Reyes did enough to win that round because I think he landed more volume in that round. But John controlled the center of the octagon. John was starting to put pressure on him. John was starting to catch him, especially towards the end of the round, which I always, for whatever reason, score higher. The end of the round to me is like this is when shit's starting to change, and then one person might have got a relief from the bell where the other person was gaining an advantage. That's what it seemed like at the end of round 3. It seemed like John was starting to gain an advantage.
I haven't watched it again.
I will. It's good. It's a good fight, man. Dominic Reyes is a bad motherfucker. He put on a show. You think about what he did and how calm he stayed in front of the GOAT. The guy was beating everybody. John Jones is beating everybody. And Dominic Reyes put it to him. Got it so close that there's a real argument that he might have done enough to win the decision. I don't necessarily agree with that argument. I almost kind of agree with a draw. If people saw it a draw, I could almost see that 3rd round being a draw. But I like John winning because John was stronger in the 4th and 5th rounds. I think it means more. I think it should mean more. I know it doesn't, but it should. It's like the fight was going his way. He was starting to take over. That's what you want to see. And you want to see the guy who's trying to chase the other guy down and beat on him at the end of the fight. Who's doing that at the end of the fight? Well, the end of the fight was John Jones. But still, impressive. You got to think the Thiago Santos fight. Jesus Christ. Thiago Silva was another bad motherfucker. So the Thiago Santos fight was a split decision. Forget that. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it. It was a split decision. I thought John won, but it was close enough that one judge disagreed. One judge, incompetent or competent, you be the judge, gave it to Thiago Santos. And, Thiago Santos put on a hell of a show. It was an amazing fight. But, John's still the greatest of all time. If you look at all the guys that he beat, Anthony Smith, OSP, Lyoto Machida, Rashad Evans, just go down the line, Rampage Jackson, just go down the line, Vitor Belfort, just go on the line, everybody. John beats everybody. Daniel Cormier twice, stopped him the 2nd time. John beats everybody. John beats everybody. So for Dominic Reyes to put on a show like that, see, this is why this coronavirus is so fucked up for MMA. A, that people can catch and get sick, and their loved ones can catch and get sick, of course. But B, goddamn, there's some good fights that need to be made. And how are they going to make them? What are they going to do? Tyson Fury's, they're pushing Tyson Fury and Wilder 3. They're pushing it back. They have to. They don't know what to do. I think they're going to try to push it back to July or something, right? The fall? That's right. It was in July. That's right. There's a fight in Vegas in July. I'm supposed to be at the Park Theater in July in Vegas. The day before the fight. Yeah. The one that's next to the MGM. I'm at that place. That place where they do the weigh-ins. Who knows if I'll be able to even do that? I don't know. I mean, Max Holloway said it best.
It is
what it is.
Let's get the fuck
He's right. It is what it is. Hey, we love you people.
I love you guys.
We do. Thank you for tuning in. I feel like one of the cool things about being able to do podcasts this week with Bird and Tom and you, it's like our community is still together. We're still together. We're still having fun together. and we want you guys to be connected to that. That helps. I mean, even if it's just an e-community, or it's just a virtual community, it's still all of us that kind of vibe on these conversations and have a good time together. We're all in it together, including people listening. This is a weird thing that we're doing, and we're not going to stop because of this virus. If we have to do it from our house, if it gets so crazy they keep me in the house, we're going to do it. We'll hook it up with some sort of cameras. We'll make it happen. We're going to make it happen. All right.
We're here for you. We got you, cocksuckers.
We got you.
Stay black.
We love you. Bye.
I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations, but I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just. I didn't take my. Listen, I was with my wife 15 years.
Really?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking
Never took her.
Never. I'm not in the mood. I only go back to the comedy. I don't go back to the dilly dally when I go back. When I go back to New York, I fly in. I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery. I put flowers on my mom's grave. And I do my 4 fucking shows. I get the fuck out of that first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn Sunday.
That's it.
I try to see some people in between,
How tall is the child?
A school teacher or two, something.
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to my school teachers too. I was gonna go, but he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so I couldn't meet him at 10.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So, we never really took a break with the podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, Theo, I hate fucking doing podcasts. I'm tired. I don't want to give nobody, as Jimmy Schubert says, the short script. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. A 5.5-hour flight with the fucking.
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie.
Right.
And I get stoned. I fall asleep for half. When you have the family, you got to be. I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking pen. Tremendous. I had one of those vapor pens, and I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now, so I took
for the pot,
for the reefer.
Yeah.
Oh, it dabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane, and it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it Harvey when I went over to see the tree and the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out, so I had this brand new 2-gram oil from Ready, and I opened it up before I got on the plane. I charged it up. First 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits, like they're just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane, like 2 hours into the flight. I look at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let her have it. So I go, let me go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listening to Pink Floyd.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I got the iPod on. That's how fucking crazy I am. I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond, Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3 or 4 stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. It made a big difference. I got agitated on the 2-hour mark. At the 2.5-hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished,
right,
you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin. I had main cabin select. It's the one behind first class. So we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. And she'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3. She's just a little baby.
But how tall do you think she is?
She's up to.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's
so I got up. I go to the bathroom. I close the fucking door, and I'm in there. I'm hitting this bed, and I see clouds. I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke. And I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sound
with your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going, and they're like, open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. Like I put my dick in my pants, which I really did piss, and then I fucking wash my hands. And I'm like, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no. Wow. Do I look like I was smoking in here?
I look like.
And she looked at me, she goes, does it smell like smoke? And she told me, they take everything out of the garbage. They do everything. They look for a cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And now what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there
I'm standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged them. When I came in, the plane shifted and I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people were knocking on my finger. We don't smell no smoke. I wonder what made it go off. And I'm sitting there going, they fucking know. They're just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there. They were cool. But then at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my wife, listen, they called me in the bathroom. I'm going to get arrested, so take the car keys. I'll see you at the house.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way. Like, shook her head. Wasn't my wife. I'm say this. I'm 50. What are you going to say to me? You punch.
Well, that,
And then I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LAX.
Wow.
Nobody said dick to me.
Now, did you think, though, somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA, there was going to be people
Oh,
there?
fuck yeah. They've been waiting for me before. I've been approached at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool, or is it just fucking not cool?
If you're getting off a plane, you got an ounce of weed in your nutsack.
Yes.
It ain't fucking cool.
Be
But
uncomfortable.
if you get off the plane and you're cool, you don't like the one time I was in Columbus, I had weed in me. Some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back and hold on 1 second. He turned around and said, fuck you. So I said, fuck you. So I kicked the chair and he went and told the stewardess. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
oh, jeez.
And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy, too. You're like, oh, you're the bad guy. Start saying shit in your head. You the fucking bad guy.
Let me cocksucker. Put that seat back again. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got statements from both of us, and they let us go. And a year later, got on the plane. That same fucking guy. How you doing? And I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking
So in all your years
Animal.
of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette in the plane?
no. Wow. In 1983, I was
You
flying.
used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke in the flight.
In Russia, you can't have heard.
Really?
Do anything in Russia?
But I heard that you can, though.
You could smoke in like certain areas. You could smoke on a plane. But I'll tell you what I did see fucking time though. Fuck, you brought my date. I don't even know what I was gonna say.
Smoking on a plane.
In
Russia,
Russia?
you never once smoked on a plane? Yeah.
No, but in 1984, February 1984, I got on the plane in Aspen. It was Aspen, Denver, Jersey. On the way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that had a brown bowl of weed. And I'm making me get high. That's when you can smoke cigarettes on the plane. He said, let's go do it. We went to the back fucking thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in there. Weed took 2 puffs. The fucking whole plane smelled like
course.
weed.
Wow.
They were pissed. Who's smoking marijuana on the plane? We're going to search. They do shit. I walked out there with that soldier salute the cops and shit. You gotta take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I'd get a soldier high. I'd get him doped out of his brain if I had enough dope for it.
They fucking press heavy duty charges on you one night. I got so fucked up at that point. Man, 12 ounces of blood is coming from New Jersey.
No. Do people from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. I was living in Aspen. Coke was 1,800 and 1,800 an ounce.
Right.
And I'm like, you fucking people coming to me and paying 800. And they're fucking beautiful ounces. And I could cut it and still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing Coke back. But this was the problem. I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver. And that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and it would start snowing. I started to take connecting flight from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport with 12 ounces of blow peeked out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar just drinking, fucking doing lines in the bathroom. I kept putting the Coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the Coke out. And I became friends with a guy at a bar, and me and him started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and all.
That's fucking
Dude, that's the dark side.
Oh my god.
That's the worst, bro. You just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? It's been a week without an edible.
I know. I'm just glad I
You're
never
back
did
from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh no, fuck you. We don't fuck around.
Oh yeah.
Theo Von, my boy joined jiu-jitsu 3 months ago, and he did his first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for 2 fucking years, and I'm still scared to go on a tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
he
practice.
took 3rd fucking place.
No
We're
way.
out of 3 people. So.
Bro.
That's still,
bro.
You know what place I took? No fucking place. All right, I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks, and there you are, fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have
Commendable, bro.
You could end up in 4th place, bro. You could have got disqualified.
You could have showed up.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Butt, and everyone will kill me. So I'll just go.
Yeah, we wouldn't have killed you. I understand.
What was the match like?
I wanted to see you play out the hand.
I was never scared of it. Like I've said, I wrestled in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty did you smoke first?
No, oh God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high.
It makes it
really. When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I just had to laugh.
It's a different world.
Is it? Could you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times. I almost had heart attacks.
Damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy. I was having a hard time. So if I was on an edible, the edible takes your mind away. And all of a sudden the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just from listening to your mind.
Oh, damn, it's not even true.
Sometimes just here, I'll start having like a little bit of a panic
palpitation.
attack.
Really?
Yeah, the edibles. Let me tell you something. Edibles we're copacetic for everybody. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, I like smoking pot, but it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
And it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all if you get that uncomfortable feeling. There's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible. It's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high.
Do you really?
Yeah. Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking.
When did you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around in LA for like 10 years, right?
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were in LA. You were really young, like 2005. So.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat.
Yeah.
I miss, I didn't care.
Like, how much would you eat? Would you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh,
sometimes?
yeah.
Oh,
I worked
nice.
Right? I worked.
Really?
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh,
just
it's
fucking
great.
Put it in your mouth.
It's like even football. Like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day, and I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, wow. Just great, and not even worried about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking piece of crust or something? Like you were just eating like a fucking monster.
Not normally. Like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. And I would work nights. Yeah, we did for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
Started at 6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box. Yeah. And sometimes I'd just pass out.
From eating it?
Well, no, just from all these things. But then I'd pass out, but the wrappers would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. Because you never hear people's fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear when you was just fucking hiding chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got up to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese sticks?
Yeah, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have them. But those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have them. And I would tell myself I would have 2 of each the next day, but it would never happen. So I
You
miss
eat them all, huh?
I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle, and it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread.
Yeah.
What you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far from New Orleans? A suburb?
About 40 miles. Yeah, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters.
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I mean, I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And 1 outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. It's a very food culture.
People love to eat.
Foodie culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys.
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker.
They'll fucking.
When I went to shoot grudge match, we shot that in New Orleans. But I was low man on pole. They put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, I'm not gonna fucking eat no fucking hotel. Oh my god.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was like a 7-course.
Yeah.
Start to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I like
you eat what you want. I mean, you have a great metabolism. You work out a lot.
Not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more. And just like you would do, like you did, just like some of that I just want to honestly just fucking.
It's
fill
fun.
myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So
really?
Yeah, man, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, so your whole life's fucking feeling a little bit different on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me, man. I just thought, like, man, this guy, like, he's got kind of a unique shape, but he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then you feel fat.
I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. Well, I'm surprised you're not fat. Like beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys, I've never even had one, but I just see it and it just looks.
Used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually, down there.
Canning up, sisters.
You see a lot of the
canning
sisters
up on the
drinking baby
corner.
formula outside of the French Quarter.
Canning up.
I don't know if you ever
In a
noticed
bottle?
that.
What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No, just a can, bro. They fucking, it's just canning up.
Outside the French Quarter.
It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning up.
It's it's weird you talking about this because I think that like my best eating period. You start off skinny. You work out in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast and then there was cake. How the fuck that and a gallon of milk? Whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving truck? That's insane.
No, he was in high school.
Oh,
He
that's
lift weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado and they took away the night eating. There's no more drinking. Going to eat what I was used to eating.
Right.
It was open steak sandwich at 2 a.m. with a full cream of turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit. Just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Fuck
and
yeah,
shit.
son. That's how I do it.
Fuck
dude.
yeah. Fucked up.
So that's where I'm from, man. A place you get to bed with dirty
You
teeth.
get dirty teeth. And you don't, I don't eat here at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooked, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not like 20 chicken cutlets. Well, there's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I'll eat a chicken cutlet, eat an apple. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week.
No
and
way.
I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
She's making breakfast?
She hasn't made, we've been sleeping a little late. A couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket, she made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just
I like all of that.
stacked all my entire fridge is full now for like
I
the
like
next few
peach
weeks.
cobbler.
Oh, she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it.
Mm-hmm.
Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
We used to we used to have this game where you would fill like two dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. it's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all in. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture's going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know. Like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, yeah, 7, 8, 11, and then 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. 14. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. And she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It was just their whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless. And we're like,
nobody told her to put a shirt on in school or something?
Oh, I don't know about the school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that.
Who puts fucking sugar in their mouth?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar, and then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. We had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD, they didn't have autism. You were just retarded.
Yeah.
Well, you had the cheeky eyes and
yeah, you just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called them God's favorites.
Yeah, they used to make him drink piss. They'd piss in a beer bottle and close it and then put it in the last bottle. He would take it, clap beer, and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know,
Yeah.
he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? I think an actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. Then they had this other kid, the guy who they just fired from the Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys in the neighborhood used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs, and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack him and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an All-American.
Thank God I didn't go. I would have died in your town.
There was certain
Thank God, I
people
was too nerdy for that. I would have been one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own, I booked a music club in the village.
Right.
And I went there, and the guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. We were kids. You were in grammar school. He already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls. Fucking that glue tape, and they would call it a table.
Oh.
They would give you a table, and they'd lay you down and wrap you up with the tape, pull the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff, spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big-time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? You get beat up later on in life. People, and I remember that night, like I was like, I can take this fucking
Damn.
And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize, and I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I can kick him in the fucking knee. You can see he got like 300 something.
Right.
Stop eating.
So, but you felt like it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude. Like back in the day,
he was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully.
Kid, you know, he was bro. When I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school. Torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice that you hit him hard or something, he'd get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah.
Like that,
Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
You know, it was what it fucking was. I mean,
we had one Mexican kid that showed up in our town. We didn't have any Spanish people. We had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And, actually, in science class, they had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to put them in a cage and everybody then we would do learning, And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in there. He fell asleep in the little pocket where you put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next, you know, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them had fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
Poor Superman. I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
Would you take the fucking hamster out of class and put it in your fucking pocket for anyway?
No, because you was sitting in class. You just nothing to do. And it was nice to kind of have something more.
Where'd you go to high school?
Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Mandeville.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
You graduated from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So I made it through.
When you went to LSU, they still talk about Pistol Pete.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep, and Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but in once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their primate testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out, and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
Basically
They sent kids to look for...
Let me get that pen real quick.
Not kids, dude, the tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, off of Highway 190. That's a true story, dude.
That's the name of your book.
Huh?
I was surrounded some chimps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, the shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. And you literally have, like, you know, people riding around with guns and fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys. Like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was.
I just threw that name out because today, in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing Pistol Pete.
Oh, that's awesome.
Biopic. And I'm sitting there going, you know, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know. That movie should have been done 2 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, you know. You know much about Pistol Pete?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, you know, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball like whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, you know, it was a small town. Like it was
legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in
his fucking. If he lost, his father wouldn't let him sleep in the house and shit. Make him sleep in the fucking yard. It's his son in basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in their upstairs of their house, above the
look
in the attic. They had a basketball
They didn't
court.
fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude,
he had like, that's why he drank himself to death, Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him go out there and do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
Yeah, made up for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball fucking phenomenally. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie.
White kid or black kid?
White kid.
Mm.
And he played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do with the ball. And unless you see that,
right,
it's really hard to explain.
Right.
Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass, or whoever, you know, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing. The dribble, the control that Pistol Pete had for the white guys. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, like, I think he still has like the highest average per game per college.
Right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would, there was a coach or something. His father would say, "Fuck those small guys."
Yep, literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those small motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to. Sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they'd have play in a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey and be like, "I'm gonna play both you guys." And they'd be like, "You're out of your fucking mind." It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that I got out of that joint. You know, you can still look for it online. They got some old stories.
You know, it's crazy because
they had a lot of. Oh, I was going. Sorry.
No, I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans.
Yeah.
The other would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why.
New Orleans.
I don't know why.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like I'm very proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans and I'm driving around, I always go, how would I have turned out if I would have grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South. I love it. Everyone's nice.
Yeah.
It has nice weather. Like, I felt like I got a bad rap when I was in Mass.
People are fucking, I don't know, people are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same, like you definitely notice it's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like people, you know, concepts of slug, you know.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen,
That's what makes the West Side the West Side.
I read somewhere that last week, those guys, the terrorists shot those people. But the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah.
Because he was politically correct. You understand? We want to point our lives we're too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know.
Ben Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Oh, you can't even vote?
No, I got felonies, and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you got to be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
Like 10 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't vote, and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what they, that's the punishment they give you. Like, really? So I can't vote, and I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun. But what voting got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote, you voted for them, take 50 people out of each neighborhood, throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Drown people. Drown them.
I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paul when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like when I grew up in Mass. There's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote isn't the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What would you do? You think you would dress like if you were a politician? Do you feel like you? Sometimes I think about that, like would I fucking totally change the game and wear like like a white beat or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like some other things, like, say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. That's got nothing to do with the price tags.
Yeah.
What you're gonna do? The country's in the state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the 8 years. How it's gonna pan out? What are you gonna do the first year? What are you gonna take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah.
Do I give a fuck about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems you gotta take in before we worry about the minute. Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting change, then they walk over to their fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking 2 planes a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting change, making 40 grand a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about, but that's why I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step, how it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell
real people.
Yeah. And now you were talking about the South, that they're slower and that all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands and say half of them that say, "Oh, it's cruel or whatever," but the other half are Americans that feel, we gotta stop this.
Oh yeah, man! I think you gotta shut it down, bro. I would say if they had walls and you could press a button right now, I'd put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's look at the fucking the people, the white dude. It's people who shot up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking.
No, 100%. We gotta find out who's in there. I just want to know who my neighbors are. We all gotta figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man. Pete, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving in and out. They just said that these people have a fucking passport duplication. You don't think they're here? You don't think
they're making billions on oil? They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they gonna do? They're gonna walk. Are they gonna go around now, knocking on your neighbor's doors, like, "Hey, we're gonna check all the Muslims out." Well, you can't.
Not even Muslims, but even just regular people.
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's crazy what people say, and then yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days I'll close Guantanamo. That was like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like.
No, let me ask you something. Just
yeah, man.
Because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little high though. You guys still?
I'm very high.
Okay, I'm just making sure everybody's high.
Why was it important to you that they would close Guantanamo? No. Why is that such a... I'm not arguing with you. I just want to know.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that. That was just the only thing I could think of right now. Like that was, he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure.
Now that people want them to close Guantanamo?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're not giving them like fair trials and just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah, for the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know, it's chill in there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly, and we went swimming and everything. We had a good time.
Now, what made you want to get on stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all I was.
How old was you?
70. My dad was 70.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta get a tissue.
You shit? Oh, that's like shit a little.
No. I gotta stop. We'll blow my nose.
But yeah, I wonder what kind of hats I would wear, or special pants I would wear if I was the president, bro. You ever wonder that, man?
Like American flag pants?
Yeah. Yeah, like a little,
When somebody breaks.
How's the podcast going?
It's going good. It's on right now.
Huh?
I guess no. We can talk.
Stream?
Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube. That's so. Your dad was 70 years old. That's crazy. How was that?
How was it?
Was it?
It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's high? You're high?
I'm very high.
Okay.
Oh,
Joey's high.
Oh yeah, Joey. I think most of the people listening.
Do I seem super high? You think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said like going to do learning.
Oh yeah, man, I get caught up in something. I'm pretty high though. Like if I'm trying to think. Like say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me.
Okay.
And I said, that didn't make any sense. And I said,
hi.
Fuck, what were we talking about? What were we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like, if I was sober watching a high person, would I be able to know they were high?
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? Would you be like, look at this bitch right here?
Oh, that's deeper than I was thinking. That's sometimes I think I try to be.
Joe, what do you think?
Me?
Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% honest?
No, I don't even look. I hate when I do a movie and I have to go watch it. Or somebody makes me, I'm dreading watching this fucking special. I'm dreading all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
When is it special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, y'all did? How was it? Awesome?
It was what it was. You know, I gotta see it. You know, I just went through the motions. I don't fucking know. It's good.
I'm really
too high right now.
Bro, it's good.
It's good. Oh, it's
I hope not.
No, I hope it is. So your dad had you when you were 70.
Yeah, he was old.
How old was your mom?
32 when she was young.
Damn, was slinging some dick.
Just throwing it out there, man.
Now, that was his first marriage?
No, he'd been married a couple times. One time before,
Is
maybe.
your dad still alive before we talk about it?
No, he'd be old.
Sorry.
It's all right. Appreciate it, man. He would be almost. He'd be 106. 106
Sorry.
now.
I don't know. You look
Thanks,
like you're 22, so I'm all fucked up. I know you've been around here for 10 years, maybe. So
I'm 30.
had you when you were 70.
Yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's something my mom will, like, when I think about my mom, like, who would bang, like, an old guy? Like, that'd be crazy, I feel like.
Was he like an attractive man? Was he like...
Yeah, definitely handsome, but, I mean, he didn't have any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
Let me get back to it.
You know?
How old was your dad when he passed?
86.
So he was around till you were 16. God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
You got to have him till you were 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, it was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent with like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes of like he would take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And, you know, the lady would give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates, and my dad's like, no more chocolates for me. You know, I had probably 30, bro. Like, nothing could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I'd just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, you know? So he used to take me to do like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
No. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 3. I lost my mother when I was 16. So
that's crazy. Yeah. So you know some of the.
But right now, I had my daughter when I'm 49. Every morning I wake up. I can't lie to none of you guys. I wake up, I put my feet down, I go, God, give me another day, see this little fucking girl. All I want is enough time, just so I can give her the fucking Natalia in the church. That's all I need. Let her work it out like I worked it out without my mom. That's the best way to fucking do it, because I feel like I'm gonna die. I did blow.
You're not gonna die, man.
You know, God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you always. It's amazing that now, like I would say, who the fuck would have a kid at 50? Yeah. Don Johnson had a kid at 52. He did a movie with him. Look at it going. Why would you have a fucking kid?
Yeah.
That's the most selfish fucking thing in the world. Also, I knocked my wife up. So now you're looking to live. Like, you're like, wait a second, you know, I want to live for this child.
Right.
But fucking 70, you're dead and balls of steel. Brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and the older brother. So
Same mom and dad.
Same mom and dad, yeah.
Oh, shit, you got 2 younger sisters.
Yeah, man, we had a while. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit, I guess. I mean, I don't know. So I remember like my dad would he'd let me drop like say as soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old. I remember being 11 years old and my dad being like, hey, will you drive me? You know, because he couldn't turn his neck, you know. So like he's like, hey, will you drive me? And I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking drive you. I'll hit like 5'10". I grew a little growth spurt when I was 11. So next thing you know, I was driving my dad places, dude. Like I remember we dropped him at the post office and he said, go around the block. And I went around the block and fucking hit like 7 cars, bro. It was fucking solid. And my dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, you know, like a just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. And and it was a piece of shit. It was all banged up. And I would just go around the block. And then one time he let me drive on the interstate. I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. It's probably about like 30 miles. And my dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side, son. Those are the fucking good old days, man.
What I feel from you a little bit, like when you tell me the stories, you're happy, you miss them, and well, these stories weird to tell sometimes. They're weird to tell.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family like me. I have the same family,
right?
So I could see that we both share that same little twitch because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories more because nobody fucking had a life like that.
Right.
When you're 11, your dad's like, drive the fucking car.
Yeah.
You know, that's cool.
We were all begging to drive the car.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good
point. It's a small city.
Right.
You know, cops knew each other. You got pulled over.
Oh, it was chill.
30 fucking years in those days.
Yeah.
But just the fact that sometimes when your parents give you a lot of trust, it does something to you. It's good and it's bad.
Right.
You know, like you had an older dad that he saw life for what it was at 70. And I bet now when you tell those stories sometimes, you're like, should I even say the story? Let me tell you something. You have no idea how lucky you are. You have no idea that you had this life because most kids couldn't even imagine that shit.
Right.
Most kids had to steal a car at 16. You know, there's so many good points growing up. No matter how you grow up, as long as your parents are around,
right?
Just having a life is great. I know it's tough. People get adopted, they get stabbed, they get beat up and shit. You know, I'm very lucky. When my
Thugs and Muppets, man.
Yeah, when my mom died, I had to go to the system. You know, I was old enough to make my own decision. It's so weird. Till today, I realized I didn't do paperwork. My mom died. My friend said, "You want to live with us?" I'm like, "Yeah."
That was it.
I kept going to high school. Like nothing. I just switched my address. And
nobody asked any questions.
Who's your legal guardian? Me. That was my legal fucking guardian. Me.
Those are the fucking days, dude. I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, just this ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now that just made everything dope.
One of the reasons why I wanted to go home with my wife and the baby was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets I walked.
Right.
So I parked the car, I walked up, given that terrace, I walked down Union Turnpike. But the best walk we did was in the park where we used to play basketball.
Yeah.
It was open. I took her in the park. And now they replaced the hut. There used to be a hut there. And one of the most racist things I ever heard from a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. That me and everybody in the park looked at each other and just kept fucking shaking our heads. There used to be a hut there. The guy's name was Mr. Kevin. His two sons are still alive. The one son's still alive. Nice kid. I always liked Jackie's. This has to be 1975. We're in this park. We're just playing tag. Whatever the fuck you play when you're 11 or 12. There was a basketball court. But in those days, we weren't allowed a basketball court. You know, the kids were drunk. Unless they picked you, you couldn't fucking. So we just played whatever. Monkey bars and shit.
Chill.
And that hut was there. There was the sun. I'll never forget that Mr. Cannon was in that hut. And that was, you know.
He was coming in there?
No, he was sitting there with a fan on him in this little hut. And the window was slide open. He's sitting there. He's got his glasses on. Mr. Cannon's got to be 40.
Right.
And there's 8 Spanish kids, 20 Italian kids, 6 Irish kids, and 1 fat black girl.
Blowing it?
With a huge Julius Irving afro. She's a little kid.
Right.
She's got to be 10. She's just she's throwing rocks at the kids. They're all throwing rocks at each other. They're all having a good time. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of the white kids spits at Marlo. And Marlo spits back at the white kid. Mr. Kennel sees this. Now, we're over here. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. He sees this and he slides open the window. And he pops his head out the window and goes, "Hey, don't let that nigga spit get on you." Right? This is 1975. He goes, "That shit'll go right through you." And he closed the window. And me and the other kids sat there and looked at each other like we had never heard. Like I heard nigger on the Richard Pryor album.
Yeah.
Like, that was it. For him to yell it, that was the most great. And Marlo just kept spitting at the white kid like nothing happened. Marlo didn't give a fuck.
So everybody.
Damn, man.
That is great. Well, that hut is gone. My point is, the hut and its racism is gone, right?
They had this kid that lived down the street from us named Boogie. And the dad was like a bus driver in our town, and he used to cut our hair, right? And
he's a bus driver that cut hair.
Yeah, he was a bus driver that cut hair. And here's the crazy part. I didn't think about this. The only haircut he knew how to get was his own cut, right? Like the style he had, right? And it was a fucking. It wasn't even a style. It just looked like shit, right? So all the boys and most of the girls had the same cut in our town. Everybody looked jacked up. But what were we talking about? Black people? Oh, no. The priests, all that shit, man.
The first time I wrote from the mafia down there. And how that guy ran the mob, and I thought that whole Kelly assassination came out of the wall. It was also very interesting to me that I saw a movie called Richard Gere and Kim Basinger.
Fatal Attraction.
No. Fatal fucking Attraction. That's the chick that shows her pussy.
Oh, that's I know it is Sharon Stone.
Right. This is.
What if Sigourney Weaver showed her pussy? Would you look or not?
Fuck yeah, with that old. Oh, actually, I love that sexy old.
No Mercy.
No Mercy. It was a movie that came out in 1987 about white. 86 about white motherfuckers killing each other in New Orleans. The guy that was her boyfriend bought her. Mm-hmm. Bought her. Like that happens in New Orleans. He bought her from her mama.
Right.
He raised her. He put a woolly apple and fucked her. She was beautiful. Kim Basinger. Imagine buying Kim Basinger. She's like 13.
Cheaper then.
And just feeding her steaks and fucking fattening her up. When she's 18, you give her a stabbing, you're married, she don't know no different. You hide her from the world. What time is it? I have no fucking idea. It's been 1982 for days. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask.
Do you think we all come from incest, really, when you really think about it? Like,
well,
we have to.
Fucking islands.
Oh, then you have to probably have.
There's incest. I know for a fact that my grandmother and my grandfather like third cousins or something like that. So there's got to be, I'm retarded from bloodstream. You know what I'm saying? Something along. I know something happened. My uncle told me for the first time.
He said something wasn't right?
No, he told me, because you know that your great-grandmother and your great-grandfather were like third fucking cousins.
Yeah.
That's why the maiden name is kind of weird. It's Valdez Malvarez or some shit. They just dropped the Malvarez or some shit. So it's an island. You come from a fucking island. There's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro. Ever. Think about that, though, dude.
Listen, I don't want to talk about incest on the church. No.
Okay, my bad.
We got fucking boundaries here. We can't be talking about incest. I had a cousin I wanted to fuck, too.
Okay,
I ain't gonna lie to nobody. I ain't gonna bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
When I was a kid, I had sex with like Puerto Rican cousins. That means
that's crazy.
Like your families grew up together, but you're not really blood. And they're like, you guys are cousins. Or some families encourage it. You guys should hook up and be a nice wedding. I had sex with a little girl. She wasn't a little girl. She had hair. I did.
Wow.
First time, Evie was her name. She was older than me by a year. I used to sleep over. One day she goes, look at it. And I looked at it, I almost fucking died.
Really?
Hair on it. I sniffed it.
Dang, you got down there, huh? Young fella.
No, I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it, I think. And I fucking ran away.
Yeah, that first smell is pretty strong. It's a real,
I don't remember. Why you gotta talk about smells for? It's
I don't know, my bad. Is it my bad?
Fucking Thursday. What is it?
It's Thursday, dude.
Lisa has got to go back to his house, stoned to the gills.
Hope to God my mom's asleep.
Why?
She's not going to, because look how high I am.
Because
you'll probably be fine.
You should bring her half a joint and just tell her how it's going to go down.
Yeah, why don't you fucking do some Krav Maga? You're fucking wicked.
Because if not, you're going to argue with her anyway.
Yeah. No, she knows.
Bring home a half a bone like that savage right in the living room.
Yeah. No, as I was leaving, she was like, I'm going to freeze the food because she made on me a whole bunch of food.
Wow.
And I was like, hey, you know what? Everything we had tonight, just leave it out because I don't even want to eat that when I get home. And she's like, the whole breast? I was like, yeah, the whole nother breast.
Damn. I'm trying to think of what I was going to say, man. What were we talking about?
What made you jump on a fucking stage? What made you jump on a stage the first time?
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. I just thought, I guess, making people laugh was just the funniest. That was the best thing. Like, if you weren't laughing, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? We're just doing all this other shit. And then we wait and then rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like, why don't we do a little bit of the inverse, you know? Like, we do all this other shit. The best part is when somebody's laughing.
Was your dad funny?
He was pretty funny, man.
Where was he from?
He was from Nicaragua.
No wonder.
I'm Polish Nicaraguan.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No wonder he was slinging dick at 70. He should have made... When I thought he was a white dude, I was like, okay, these are crazy. I thought he was like somebody from... like one of those guys from the South.
Oh,
Get over here. I'm going to fuck you right now. I don't give a fuck to get married, too.
A lot of little reptilian.
You listen, Filipinos, those Spanish dudes, they got sperm eggs and that nutsack for their fucking 90. I swear to God.
They'll start a kid like a magician.
Yeah, like those fucking old spicks, those fucking Filipinos. Janice, my daughter's godmother. Yeah. Her father had a kid at 74.
Yeah.
Why did you just pull out,
bro? They
40-year-old woman, 70 fucking.
Dude, they could do semen into a pond and it would start up at some point, man. They are so.
But then I watched that movie with Alec Baldwin and the young chick.
Yeah.
And he was in a fertility clinic with a bunch of other fucking dudes that are like 50 or dating 20-year-olds.
What is that?
It's complicated.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I remember. Oh, Puerto Ricans you were talking. That they used to say that's when you guys. Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our town, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? Going back to that, right? That man, Mr. Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters.
They let you keep the hamsters after Superman got killed?
No, that was I just mean it was that same time, right? Everybody would get a different pet, and we used to play this game where you would somebody would lay down and you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess if I have a snake on my back or not, right? And people would literally bet if they did or what they were going to guess. And then sometimes we would put this game where because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, whatever rabbit narcolepsy kind of is, where he just drifts off, because it's a rabbit. They're not doing much, and you would set a rabbit on a pile of money and you try to pull the dollars out from under it and without waking him up. That was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the thing that happened was this Mexican kid moved in named Nick, right? And the first thing he ever said in class, the man was, in science, they also taught you sex ed, right? So the first day this kid, Nick, was in there, it was during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, what does pop that cherry mean? That's what he said. He asked the question teacher, like, as serious as could be, like, what does pop that cherry mean? And then he ended up banging some girl like in 6th grade, right? And she broke up with him, broke his heart, and he started to like rap music, and he wore this t-shirt that said Nick the Rapper that he wrote on it with a marker, right? But he only put one P in it, and it said Nick the Raper on it, the fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him. They expelled him.
That's racist.
I guess he was Mexican. But see, Mexican didn't play a part in it. He was a bad speller, and he fucking was asking stupid questions. What does pop that cherry mean?
Pop that cherry.
Remember that saying? You don't hear that anymore, dude.
Never hear that.
Never hear that shit.
Pop that cherry's been popped. Yeah. You can tell if you look at it. Watch how she walks.
I never popped anyone's cherry.
You didn't?
No.
You still out there though? I mean, you married?
Nah, almost.
Nah, you're not, bro. You'll get a little bit of fucking trim that's fucking never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a little pressure.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Buddy of mine, okay? First time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we all were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers then while we standing up by the fire, dude, for probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts?
How terrible would that be?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you be rubbing your pants? What do you do?
Gnarly, right? And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room, and he had a bunch of pets stacked up along the walls because he loved all kinds of things. And there was 5 of us sharing a bed, right? And all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful that this dog keeps barking, man. I'm so high that there's this dog. I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking all night because I'm awake. I can't sleep, right? All the other 4 kids in his bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. And he had a big ceiling fan in the middle of the room that was spinning, right? So it's like whirling up all these pets, right? And even though we can sleep, is keeping them awake because you got to think a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, this dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog right outside the fucking window. Boom. Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling a young man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how could at one moment a guy be so gentle?
That dude's a monster.
And then 7 hours later be blowing a freaking animal's head open because it was barking. You know, you have an animal in the woods, bro. It's gonna bark. You know how much woods is out there? You know, he probably hears everything. They said they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You'd fucking be angry with your neighbor, 4 houses over. I don't know, man. I'm high, bro.
Virgie's talking about incest. They gotta talk about killing dogs. They gotta bring me down.
Sorry, man. I'll bring you down.
Bring that down. Fucking
dog. I'm sorry.
Cicely told me his girlfriend don't do laundry.
Oh, damn. How are you gonna get the laundry done, dude?
You doesn't live with me. Why would you do my laundry? I do my laundry. I didn't bring it to the thing.
Bro, if you're really in love with her, you should fucking leave a load over there when you go back 2 days later, see if it's clean or
Her
not.
mom would
That's
do
if
it.
it's love.
No, but the thing is, she still lives with her mom. Her mom would do it.
Oh, wow.
Her mom has offer.
Bring it over. Phobia on this starch on.
Is her mom married to a brother or not?
Have you ever had fun?
She's Mexican.
Have you ever had
Who's Arthur?
starch in the underwear?
Starch in my underwear? No, that's terrible. Why would you want to start?
Fucking tremendous.
Make you feel like an adult.
Soft.
Yeah. Shit. Makes you feel like you have a checkbook, It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro.
Look at fucking Lee. You gotta go into the house now. How you gonna act?
Nick the Raper.
Good.
Nick the Rapper and shit. So what was the first place you got on stage?
This place called Brown. And down in Louisiana, there's a bar down there. And then I went on this thing called Semester at Sea, which is like a university, like a floating school that goes, like, you literally circumnavigate the globe. And I was in college, and they had an open mic on there, and they had a senior passenger on our cruise ship that had died, right? So they was keeping him in the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, like different, like, cold cuts and shit. Like, this sandwich tastes like berry, and just vague shit like that. And kids were kind of laughing. And so then I got up, they had like an open mic thing on there, and I got up on there, and it was fun, joking.
For a nice looking kid, you're a dark dude. And I like that about you. On stage, or you take people weird direction, and I look at you like, this fucking kid. I trust him with my fucking animals.
Thanks, man. Well, not that one, though.
Fucking dogs and you fucking
Well, a couple of brothers beat that animal up. I never did that. Superman. I never did that. That was to be honest, a couple of brothers.
I killed a fucking rat a couple times.
Yeah, I actually backed over a deer once with a fucking lawnmower. We're really gonna share stories. I swear to God, man, it was a big bush hog, and I used to work on this farm in the summer times, right? And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So one day I'm just cutting, and I backed around to turn it around, and a fucking deer, man, ran over a deer with him. Actually, damn, it's just dark.
A deer jumped at my car once.
There you go. You killed it?
No, it ran away.
You probably killed it.
No.
Did you hit it?
Yeah, but I was going like 20,
damn, dude.
I was going 20 miles an hour.
You hit it, and that's 20 miles an hour. Talking how fast that is.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Look, I had a dog in Wilshire.
Oh, no.
10 years ago. Coming home, not stoned, minding my own business.
Wow.
Doing the speed limit. You're on fucking Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even on Wilshire. I was on that block that you cut from Olympic all the way up to Sunset. Vermont, one of those.
Veteran.
Deep one. And all of a sudden, fucking a dog. I didn't hit him straight up. He ran into my car. And he bounced off my car and got more shot. And he was limping, and cars were going around him. I pulled over and tried to get him. He ran that motherfucker. Once you hit them, they fucking run.
Yeah, they run forever.
And you feel terrible. I mean, you feel fucking horrible. Whether it's a squirrel or whatever, you feel fucking terrible.
But on a happy note,
accidents happen.
I had a great time looking at your cats. I had a great time watching your cats.
I know you did. Thank you very
much. It
much.
was so much fun.
My cats are good fucking animals, man.
Yeah.
I never had a cat.
Really? You had dogs?
I'm ready.
Yeah, you're ready.
No, I didn't have a dog, but I'm thinking about getting a dog. I've been thinking about it. I'm still considering.
If I didn't have as many allergies as I do, I'd get cats. Because, like, it was funny. Like, they have, like, little setups. Like, Roy would sit right at the edge of your kitchen and wait for somebody to, like, attack him. I was like, get by.
Hilarious.
Like, I would pause the TV and just start watching them.
And Dimmy runs into her cousin. So Dimmy will go fuck with somebody else. Somebody else will swat him. He'll give him a look and go, fuck you. And also walk right into Gray. And Gray will hit him with 3 quick rights to the head. And he'll go, fuck you, dirty bitch. And then he'll go in the kitchen with him. Shit, that bitches are crazy. Shit. It's a show to watch animals. Whether they're dogs or cats, especially at night when you have 1 or 2 or 3.
And Gray went crazy for the ham chew and stop meowing.
They should have a cat, like, do they have like a streaming cat channel where you can just watch cats whenever you want?
We should get you. Oh, that's what we should do. We should get like an iPad and like put it up and like periscope the cats.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
You should start a cat town, dude, and dress them up like different fucking ethnicities. So when they show up and interact, you could like, it's almost like a game of Risk.
I don't like when people dress up their fucking dogs and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do that. There's no dog that wants to have a fucking tuxedo on.
Oh, they had a kid in our town, and this is no correlation, but that had really bad, like, kind of, I don't think it was Down syndrome, but something pretty close. And his mom would dress him up constantly. Like, dress him up like in like almost like costumes all the time. Like he's in a pirate costume. Like this week, like his mom, like he was like it was always Halloween or something for him, you know.
Good, crazy young man. That's what I love about him. Give some shout outs.
He's like he's a panther, you know.
I want to give a shout out, happy anniversary to Tina and Jimmy Joe, Aiden Diaz, Jesse Bryan, Peter Mandy Barr, Jim Jorgensen, Paul Lynch, Jack Bratcher, what's happening, you bad MMA motherfucker, and my man Henry Solari. You better show up to class this week, cocksucker.
And Dustin's a wacky, just had a baby.
Dustin's a wacky, had a baby. Yeah, a lot of fucking things going on in the church, fucking world.
Good energy.
Oh, and one quick thing, Steve Simone is doing a GoFundMe. Did you hear about that?
I heard that.
He's doing. There's a bunch of great. He's doing great things for a couple families and kids, and wants to do more for people at Children's Hospital in LA. So we tweeted it, and I'll tweet it tonight. It just he's giving some kids who have some pretty terrible diseases, like some happy times like during holidays.
That's awesome.
Steve Simone's a good fucking
great heart, man.
He's over there giving blood, freaking sandwiches. He plays with the kids. And listen, man, it means the world to people when you visit him.
Yeah, he's exceptional, man. That guy's got a million hearts, bro. Good dude.
You know, it's really weird. We live in a place where people do weird things, you know, like people do weird things to get attention.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Steve Simone, he does everything from the heart.
Yeah.
Good intentions, you know.
100%.
He's one of those dudes that's in LA that you're happy to be his friend. It keeps you grounded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you come from a society that's not selling their fucking blood in this town to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people in this town that you know they come up to you, they talk to you,
yeah.
When you start making money, all of a sudden you're investing in their hand out. They're telling you how they help you. You always believe in you.
Yeah.
Where were you when I was living in that one bedroom apartment? You wouldn't take like that.
Yeah.
But you have to put it all into perspective because there's a certain element in this town that you look at. When the Coke finishes, they're gonna be
gone.
And there's a certain element in this town that when the Coke finishes, that's when they become your friend.
Right.
Steve Simone is one of those dudes.
Yeah.
It's really he brightens your day.
He does.
Old school.
He had lunch with me and my mom yesterday.
Oh, he did?
We went to Domingo's.
Unbelievable.
He has a lot of old school values that you look at. We went to eat last week. We got to New York for Thursday night. We didn't do much. We got to New York about 5. Then Friday we started our fucking joint. And Friday night we went to Rudy's. Rudy's was a Lowry place. It's been there since 1970.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was in high school, they used to serve me, and they have squid.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're known for statewide. People go in there.
Rudy Squid.
Rudy Squid.
Yeah.
Mussels with red sauce.
Oh, like that.
You got mad at me because I was too nervous to buy something expensive, so I got ravioli.
Oh,
like,
and it was still delicious.
It was amazing.
It was amazing. Everything there is amazing. But we're eating, and I could see something. My wife was going to ask him what's going on. She goes, I don't see this now. Like people are having a conversation. Nobody's looking at their phone.
Yeah.
Guess what happened last week, guys? Ready for this? A girl I fucked with on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Hi, how are you? She was sitting at the table next to us. Me and my wife sat there and I go, Terry, this girl at the table over here on this date. I fucked with her on Facebook. What's this? And she went to the bathroom. She came back up. And she was like, oh my God. I saw a post that you were in a park with the baby. I didn't know you were in Cliffside. It was fucking amazing.
Dang.
Like, what are the chances?
Clifton?
Cliffside.
Oh.
Cliffside Park is where this place is. And then I saw somebody, you know, love this story. And I saw this girl, Joyce. And I saw her. And I go, what's happening? She was, oh my God, how are you? The guy she was with, like I knew her 30 years ago when she was married. But they break up. she's dating a kid named Mikey Moore. That was one of those kids in the neighborhood that you always bumped into two of them.
Right.
Like if you bumped into Mikey Moore, you were going after something.
Right.
Mikey Moore had a few bumps. He knew it was a few bumps. He might have a value, but he was always solid. Like Mikey Moore was solid, but he had a lot of claim to fame. Like Mikey Moore was one of those guys that people underrated.
Yeah.
And he'd light some motherfuckers up.
Really?
And one time we robbed a Chinese restaurant. We just took his fucking car, dog. First of all, we called the delivery to the park. Okay, you show up at the park.
How do you say that? Deliver to the park?
You fucking believe that? That's great. They said delivery. They delivered it next to the park. When the guy came, we fucking bum rushed him.
Took his car.
But listen to this. Mikey Moore delivered the Chinese food. He got the and came back and gave me a little taste of the vig. You understand? After he dumped the fucking car, cleaned it off for Prince, the guy got hit in the head with like a bowling pin.
Who the fuck robbed somebody with a bowling pin?
You fucking believe it?
That's gangsta.
It's next to this park. This place, this North Bergen is known for all these little parks, like 51st Street Park. And each park had a different personality, a different person represented that park. Like 64th Street Field, they were deep into fucking drugs and booze and fucking AC/DC and fucking music, and they fought, they played football, they were heads, but they fucking fought. 88th Street had more of a little, that park had a couple dabblings of heroin up there.
Little artsy.
No, there was no artsy there, dog. I was telling somebody my neighborhood stores were the Spick store and the Chink store. The Dragon Grocery was owned by a Chinese Cuban guy. That was the Chink store. And the Cuban place was the Spick store. And that was how artsy that was. There was no art district. It was the Chink neighborhood, the black neighborhood, the fucking Spick neighborhood.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's it, man. And the South is just like that. Black and white. It's just black and white, though. That's the crazy thing. In our town, it's just black and white. That's what I would love about maybe like New York and New Jersey. Just seem like you have so many types of people around there. That must have been awesome.
So what made you wake up and say Los Angeles? Anybody call you?
Yeah, I had a buddy actually. I had a buddy who was like, come help me move, right? He lived out in San Francisco. So I was like, all right. I know. He's like, come out and hang out with me one weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him, right? Then I get there, he's like, I'm moving. I'm like, what the fuck? Do you know I was coming in this weekend, right? He's like, nah, man, I'm moving down to LA. So I just went with him. Then I just stayed for a while, back and forth, and stayed. It gets you, bro. It's kind of like this thingy. I don't think I'll stay forever. Oh, I miss it every day, man.
Really? Still, 10 years east. How many times a year you go back?
Yeah, probably 4 times a year.
2 planes to go back?
One plane to go back.
You drive the 40 miles?
Yeah, then I drive. Just get a rental car. I got nieces and nephews now. I actually had a niece that was just born like less than 24 hours ago, a little girl. So thanks, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Stella Blue, that's her name. So, but yeah, it's a chill place, man. Good family. Good to go home. I love going home.
I had you on the show for a reason. I just don't put fucking anybody from the store on the show like that. I like your work ethic. I think you're a solid guy. When I got to the store, I noticed something. The older guys were the dicks.
Yeah.
They were real dicks. First week at the store, I got to a physical.
Did you really?
First week.
This last time back?
No. 1997.
Oh, okay.
I get past February fucking 19.
Wow, I want to hear this.
February 24th, I'm already in a pushing match / fisticuffs in front of the Comedy Store. What saves me is Mitzi's getting out of her car. And she goes, what's going on, guys? And she sees me, she sees the other guy on the floor, and she looks at me and she smiles. So she knew what time it was. My first week as a regular. I don't fuck around, all right? So I thought about you today, and I thought about why I was having you on. I look at a lot of the guys at the Comedy Store and give the utmost respect, because for me to be a better comic, I have to be a better gentleman to you young guys. What makes me, trying to make me a great fucking comic is the love I give to you young guys. Not what I can pass on. I can't pass on none to you but addiction and chlamydia and a bad fucking fungi toe. What you can learn from me is what I didn't do and what didn't do, but the love I give you guys is the better I get as a comedian. And I know this because Those guys that used to fucking hate on me, oh, they're gone. They're gone. I don't even think Facebook's let some of them.
Right. They're gone.
You know, they're gone. And they were miserable at the end. They sat there and they sneered instead of sitting there and being supportive and giving that young guy a hug. I don't go on stage. I go on stage to do my motherfucking act, Theo.
Right.
And when I see you back there, you have my utmost respect, because you could have canceled, faked an injury, or done whatever. You go back there and you fucking go up there and go give it for Joey, and you fucking bang it. I watched you.
Yeah.
Don't think I don't watch you.
Yeah.
So I want you to understand where I'm fucking coming from. Look, I got into a beef. I remember one time. Theo Von, what the fuck would you do if I said, come into the stage? There's nothing good to say about this guy. Theo Von, what would you do to me on stage? You know, I didn't do anything. I think I didn't want to go at that realm, even at that youth and comedy, even as crazy, coked up, fucking Indian as I was, something at that moment. But to this day, I hate that guy. I don't see him ever again.
Damn.
I won't see
him. And it was
him
another
ever
store
again.
comic?
Another store comic.
Yeah.
Like those older guys, I was there the night this older comic went at Joe Rogan on the main. He brought Joe up and he insulted Joe, and Joe said something, and they had to stop the show. They were gonna duke it out in the fucking main room.
Over what?
Over
the intro the guy gave.
It was, listen, man, the guy moved to town, and a year later he's making 30 grand, Lee. You're here 20 fucking years, still getting a 1240 spot in the main room once a month.
Yeah.
What are you gonna fucking feel like? And all of a sudden this young kid comes that's dirty, and he's on an NBC show. Meanwhile, they've been telling you to fucking work clean, get a trumpet, and you know, and all of a sudden this young kid comes along, and I learned from, instead of hating on the young guys, I learned from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes and fucking, and I'm talking about not Sebastian. Sebastian's established. Bill Burr's established. I'm talking about you and Santini's and the fucking other guys.
Yes.
These are all young guys. Those people after midnight, I've been there.
Yeah.
I fucking been there where it's 12:45, and everybody went over. Now it's 1:10.
Yeah.
And you got a 10:15 at ABC.
Yeah.
You follow me? And there you are going, fuck, but you stay. So the only way for me to become better is to be, listen, if I want to be a mentor, I go back to prison, right, and help momos get their GEDs, okay? I can't mentor nobody. I'm not here to mentor nobody. I'm not going to lie to you. Sit here and give you notes every. Who the fuck am I to give you fucking notes? These comics, who the fuck am I to give you notes? All I can do is hug you and go, you're a bad motherfucker. Keep fucking these motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
That's all you could do. And I think you become, I learned this the last 2 years at the store.
Really?
Because I've become a better comic. Because I'm sitting there, I went to, I would go out and see these young comics, and they would inspire me.
Yeah.
When you're getting older, you see these young guys, and you're like, God damn, I gotta pick my motherfucking game up.
That's a good attitude.
You
man.
gotta go back to training camp. These young motherfuckers ain't fucking around. And then I backtrack, I go home and smoke a joint. I go, I remember when Joey Diaz used to dot his T's, whatever, dot his I's, and you know what I'm saying? And top his T's.
Dude, man, that's, that's fucking just, I mean, I don't even know, man. It's nuts.
So always remember,
I don't know what to say, man.
That store is our fucking home.
If you could go back in time, though, Joey's hard to interview you. If you go back in time, do you think, were you the same way a long time ago, or you say you just feel like you've learned this really now? Like, do you feel like you were always like that? Because sometimes I feel like it's hard to get the negative shit out of your head in this town, you know?
I had nothing going on. Yeah. Why would somebody hate on me?
Right.
I wasn't good looking. I was long in the tooth. I had no agent. I had nothing going on. The only person who gave me any fucking love was Mitchie Shaw.
Yeah.
That was it. And these old guys would sit there. They'd get there at 5 after 9. Feel, even if they didn't have a spot. They'd sit there and they'd sign up for that fucking list. And they learned all night. Wow. And when you pulled up, you could see, like, all 6 of them go, fuck. You know, like, they would beg for you not to show up so they could do their 15 minutes and get their glory for those 15 minutes. They would sell their soul. They would wish a heart attack on you so they could get up and do your 50. You know, it was just a horrible feeling. You know what I'm saying? I remember I had surgery. One of the reasons I stopped going to the store was I had a fat ball in my neck. And it kept getting bigger. Every time I got excited, it was the funniest thing. It would come out of here, and it would just throb out of my fucking neck. It was a fat ball. And I finally got the balls, and I went down there. It wasn't cancer.
Thank God.
It was just a fat ball.
I think I'm fat.
And the doctor had to slice my neck and stick his hand down there and take this fat ball out. And he showed it to me in a jar.
Yeah.
I'll never forget what the first thing I thought. When I looked at that fat ball, I thought about all the people that came up to me at the store. I don't know why, man. Right there in that operating table. And I'm coming out of my anesthesia, and my wife, he comes over, he goes, want to see the fat ball? We took that. When he showed it to me, first thing I thought about was all the people in the store that shake your hand.
Yeah.
You turn around like, fuck yeah. You know, I thought about all those people. Hey, congratulations on Spider-Man 2. Fucking cokehead. Right. And you feel it, you know, on your teeth.
Yeah.
And you go home, and 20 years ago, I would come down off Greco and actually go to their house and knock on their door and say, what the fuck was your problem last night? But as I got older, I thought about why would they act that way? I can't lie to you. When I got here, guys, I was jealous of people from 97 to like 98 and a half, and I figured it out. If I stop being jealous, I can take that energy and do something good with it.
Yeah.
You were jealous of what they got.
That energy. It's basically adjusting that energy.
It's not a jealousy of a specific human being. It was a jealousy of how the fuck did you get innovative? I was in the belly room one night at 11:30, and the fucking guy came up to me. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm here all the fucking time, and nobody says boo to me. You're here at the fucking belly room on a Sunday and innovative. Like fucking hello to you. That's what you're fucking trying to tell me. How did you get real stained gray? Oh, I was in the main room on a Tuesday night. I did a spot during the black show. What are you talking about? And here I am all the time. So it's that type of jealousy. Okay. How he had an agent and I didn't. Meanwhile, I was getting spots at the Improv, the store, and the last night.
Wow.
You know, 3 months in, I was already
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah, because I knew Gilbert Escobar, so he put me up Mondays at the Laugh Factory. The Improv liked me. I was a regular at the store. Wow. But that's all I had going on.
Right.
So I couldn't figure out the hostility of these older comics. And it was like you dealt with 3 or 4 of them from Tuesday to Thursday. On the weekends, they disappeared and do whatever fucking shit they did. And then you dealt with another handful of them. And Charlie Hill was a good guy. Alan Stevens was a great. Alan Stevens got me a fucking artist opposite James Coburn. Yeah. He saw me at the store. He's like, "Boy, I got a role for you. It's coming up. Trust me." And all of a sudden, they called me. They gave me the fucking role. Charlie Hill was an Indian guy. I'll never forget him pulling me aside. Going, "Listen, you gave me belly laughs. Keep doing what you're doing."
Right.
You know, don't get me wrong. There was 2 or 3 of them that were gentle, but there were 10 of them that were just there to watch you fucking fail. So they could talk about you. So that's why I give you guys all the respect. So that's what I wanted to
Thank
tell
you, man. No, I appreciate that, man.
Someday when you get older,
yeah,
them guys will be there.
I'll do that.
You're gonna go, you know what, man? I'm gonna give these young guys the respect because I know what they go through in daily life.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of no's, man.
Yeah.
So sometimes an older guy comes up to you and says, "Don't let anybody dick me."
Yeah.
Get up tomorrow morning and get the lottery ticket. Get back and watch what happens, bitch.
I remember where I heard it, man.
Fuck these motherfuckers. What up, Lee? Lee, San Diego, the 17th is already sold out. That's awesome. So we're thinking of adding a second show. You're going to be up in the mountains giving Mama the high hard one. Up in fucking Utah, up there giving Mama the mamita juice, huh? What dates you got coming up, my brother?
I got coming up. I got Pittsburgh. I got Boston the 17th and 18th of this month, December. Sorry, I'm a little high.
Laugh Boston.
I got Laugh Boston.
That's a great club.
Yeah, Laugh Boston the 18th and 19th. Actually, I think it is.
Don't forget to go to
Legal Z
and tell them Lee sent you get 10% off.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh,
that's
done.
Great.
Yeah, done. I've heard of it.
I worked there for 2 years.
And I got and then I got I got Pittsburgh January 6th through 8th. I think it is.
You got a Netflix special.
Yeah, 8th through 11th, 6th through 10th in Pittsburgh. Something like that.
Which I'm proud of you because you got to shoot it
at the
Improv
State. Thanks, yeah. I got the Netflix special.
Representing like a motherfucker.
New Orleans, baby, holding down the South. Trying to, man. It was awesome, and I never felt so much love and support from my hometown and all the people I grew up with. That just came out to fucking. It just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like kind of like validated like all the fucking negative thoughts you have when you're a kid. You know, it's like, oh man, maybe these people like. I was an okay person, you know. I don't know.
How old were you the first time you left Covington to go to New Orleans? That you by yourself without the parents?
15.
also.
Yeah, I got my dick sucked. It wasn't great, but lightly sucked. That's by this girl.
When you were 15, you were already a man.
No. I was just, I was getting out there.
But I'm talking, what was your mentality like? Having an older dad,
Oh, I knew. I was very aware.
Okay.
Very aware.
And you were more aware than the kids your age. You just didn't say that.
Yeah.
You got to say why you knew these things.
Yeah, and then you seem weird, I feel like. You try to, like, explain yourself.
You've always felt a little out of it. That's the way I've always felt.
Yeah, so I've always felt a little, I've always felt pretty strange.
And as you get older, you talk about it, but you still twitch. It's like, I couldn't tell these stories 15 years ago.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way.
Well, dude, watching guys like you just fucking inspires, like, guys like me so much, man, because it's like, you just say whatever. Like, I'll literally, after seeing one of your sets, I'm like, God, dude, to get to that spot in your life where you can just be so open about shit, it's unreal, man. It's cool. It's inspiring. So thanks, man. Thanks for what you do.
I don't understand. You work hard, you come out here, you develop, and all of a sudden you get some guy that goes, you know, Theo, I really like your southern style, but I really like you for you to do a more family show like a bitch.
Yeah.
And then you go to Lee on the side and go, hey, Lee, make your pretty writer. Put me up in the afternoons. Let's write together.
Yeah.
And you write this act that isn't you.
Yeah.
And
oh, it'd be tough, man.
You understand?
I couldn't even imagine.
Sometimes when I got here, I was so desperate. There was times I didn't have a voice.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, yeah.
And comedian goes through that.
Right.
Where
That's
you
good to
come
hear.
here and they confuse you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you thought you had the goods, but now you start hearing things. And it's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda Rousey's not in hell because she got knocked out.
Right.
Doesn't know where the drawing board, where to start.
Right.
So it's the same thing for comics. Like you don't know, you get the wind knocked out of you. It's I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying.
It happens, man. It's intense. No worries. I've texted this person I was gonna meet.
Let me do the fucking sponsors here, and we'll get you the fuck out of here.
No, I don't mean that. I don't want to go. I'm just saying.
No. Don't worry. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. We're going to jiu-jitsu party, Joey's. I'll do a couple backflips like Circus Nisa.
Oh, I'll watch that shit, dude. I'll watch that shit. The only thing I got is I have my Netflix special coming out at the end of February, so check it out. It's called No Offense. And thanks for the love, man. Thanks for having me on, too.
Hey, man, you know I love you to death. Like I said, I love all these young guys. I like watching you.
All my friends love you, man.
And I go home at night and I think about it. I go, wow, you know, it's nice I can talk to all those younger guys. It's nice that they don't treat me like I'm learning. That's why I go to school. I get my spot.
Oh, dude, you have maximum.
Because I don't want to be like the old guy with the fucking Joey D is smoking pot with young kids. I'm ashamed.
It's so
I am
good. It's
fucking
you.
ashamed of myself.
It's you.
You know, I shouldn't. I'm like a grandpa. I should be at home fucking mending a sweater, rubbing Lee's feet in the future.
You rubbing my feet?
Whatever. If I was your grandpa, you know me. I'm a dirty grandpa. Anyway, let's talk about fucking underwear, all right? It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. It needs to look good and feel. I mean, that's the, you know, you just don't want to wear underwear that's comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies. Plain and fucking simple, okay? I love MeUndies. You know why? Because it's got moldal. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro moldal fabric, which doesn't sound sexy right now. But once you feel your MeUndies, you'll go back to wearing regular underwear ever again. When I go to jiu-jitsu, I go to a gym now. That's all I wear is MeUndies. Yeah, because I want my nutsack to pop out.
Yeah.
Oh, I got that old man syndrome.
Respect.
MeUndies, it keeps them tight, warm. It pulls the sweat away from your skin, your moisture. I've been in a position one time when I had the knee surgery. I had the same underwear on for like 18 hours.
Oh, that's a good feeling.
That night I went to take my underwear off. I thought my nutsack was going to smell and be moist. It was fresh. That's when I got sold on MeUndies. I had the fucking surgery. So let me tell you something. With MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. Plus that, MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from. It's the only place you're going to find the same styles for him and for her. And they got a new signature design every month. They also just launched a new boxer line. It's like wearing nothing at all, only better. And with the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. I think it's a little too late right now, but you know what? Fuck it. Give it to them a little late before New Year's. You know you never see the motherfuckers on the 25th anyway.
Agreed.
All right, so do me a favor. These are not your parents' stocking stuffers, but who cares? Get them a pair anyway. Your dad needs some action. Everybody needs MeUndies. I don't care how old you are. Everybody needs a pair of MeUndies. So go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey, and you're going to get 20% off your first order plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. Tell them, Lee, they ship for free.
Always.
MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep them, and you get the full refund. Bam!
Wow.
Plus the tax. That means you have nothing to lose, okay? What's today's date?
December 10th.
Boom! So if you order MeUndies before December 13th, your MeUndies will arrive on time for Christmas. Plain and fucking simple. That means you got till Sunday to order MeUndies. Go to MeUndies right now and get 20% off your first order on the world's most comfortable fucking underwear, head to head with any other pair of underwears. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com/Joey. Right now, I got the fucking leopard one with the sabotage, with the swirl. I love those. Are my favorite ones. The black ones are a little too tight. Then they sent me these long pants. I cut those into underwear. That's the best investment I ever made.
We've done
I
that.
took it to the Armenian fucking sewer. She sewed them down. They're like loose boxes. You have no idea how comfortable MeUndies is. Go to MeUndies.com right now and get /Joey and get 20% off your first order. Free shipping in U.S. and Canada. Lee, what is going on with you tonight?
I had it coughed up, but it got like super strong. I don't know if it's because of high. Yeah.
Is your mom gonna be fucking pissed, bro?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm praying to God she's asleep.
Yes,
Oh, you have to. You got to Periscope that, dude.
Yeah, Periscope. Your mom coming in, yelling at him, looking at your eyeballs, where your eyeballs. I know why your eyeballs. Stop and get somebody's name. Don't look so fucking obvious, cocksucker. Anyway, my favorite people in the world, especially now over the holidays. Let me tell you something. There's no better gift than the gift of Onnit. Onnit's got, listen, Alpha Brain, 100% money back guaranteed. Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, Hemp Force Protein, kettlebells, weights, weighted vest, listen, I can't sit here and tell you all the great products they got. Do me a favor. Go to Onnit.com right now and press in.
Sure.
Boom, and get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm a hemp protein, cocoa type of dude, and I also like the Shroom Tech Sport before I go to jiu-jitsu. I'm still out of shape, and I'm still a fat fuck, but at least I go. I want to congratulate my brother Lee for taking third place in the fucking John Jock Christmas tournament. When we're talking about Onnit, he didn't take Shroom Tech. If not, he would have taken first place. Anyway, back to motherfucking... all right, here we go. You ever looking for you ever go to a magazine, you're looking for a particular article? It's a pain in the ass to find. Well, guess what? Texture will carry your favorite magazine. Let's get into something about magazines here. Texture is the app that gives you an all-access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse through hundreds of magazines and cherry-pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content, with full access to top magazines across just every interest. Texture is the one present to open again and again. Do me a favor. Texture is offering my listeners a free trial right now. You go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues, from Hot Rod, Diabetic Living, Entertainment Weekly.
Diabetic Weekly. You look at a lot of sugar free donuts.
You gotta start that one again, Leah, right? Disregard that past that. Listen, for all you magazine readers, let me tell you what I got for you guys for the holidays, all right? 2 words, 1 word, texture.com, all right? Texture.com will get, listen, all I know is magazines are a pain in the ass. You ever go to People magazine and it says they got a story in there and you gotta go through the pages, 80, Texture cuts that in half. Texture is the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone and tablet. You get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics that interest you. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content. With the full access to the top magazines, just about every interest. Texture is the one present that they'll open again and again. Let me tell you the magazines you got on Texture, all right? You got Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg Business Week, Money Sense, Runner's World, Rolling Stone, 17, Siempre Mujer. You got Vanity Fair, Woman's Day, The New Yorker, Today's Parents, Surfer, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. I could go on for an hour, all the magazines they got. The best thing is, Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. Order this fantastic gift for your loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Listen, man, you're going to fly. You want to read certain magazines, you download them before you go on the flight. You pop open your tablet, and there's your fucking articles that you want to read.
Everything you want to read.
Everything you read right in front of you. Plus, it gets deeper. It goes to certain articles, other articles that might interest you. Well, listen, do me a favor. The only way you're going to know for sure is go to texture.com/Joey and order right now. You're going to get a free trial when you go to texture.com/Joey. You can download articles and the whole issues for offline reading. Plus, you can share your subscription with the entire family, right? That's how much they
So that means it's basically a gift for you if you think about it.
I like it.
Then you share the subscription with your entire family, so then you get to see the magazine.
And let me tell you what else I got for you guys, because I'm giving you all the action I got before the holidays, so you don't go, Joey, what the fuck? You don't tell me what you got. It's the holiday season. You don't know. You show up at these fucking places, you don't know what to buy.
Yeah.
You know, like right now, like gift cards, whatever. He scratches his head. Hats, you don't know what to give you. I got the fucking answer for your questions. It's cheap too. I think it's delivered right to your door. You ready for this?
I know what it is.
Club W. Like Joey, what the hell is Club W? Club W is a what do they call it? A wine. What do they call it?
The wine club. Wine
subscription.
club.
But it's a wine subscription, but it's something, it's the Great to Glass Wine Revolution. What that means is, let me break it down for you even better. For 9,000 years, people have been making wine. That's how long people have been confused about which wine to drink. Red, white, Chardonnay, You get a headache after they drink the wine. But for many of us, it's the shopping that causes the real headache. So many choices, what to learn. They're chewing chicken, they got beef, and there's no guarantee you even like what you buy. All right, let me tell you something. It's tough getting a bottle of wine, especially on the holidays. You got to stop, park, do this, blah, 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 blah. I hate all that stuff. This is why I recommend this more than anything. I joined the new wine club, Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com. That's clubw.com, and you answer 6 simple questions. Their algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. Let's say you like fruity wines, you like sweet wines, you want to eat chicken. Then they send the wine directly to your door, perfectly customized to match your taste. Club W is the leading Great to Glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards and they cut out the middleman, which saves you dough. So with Club W, you get premium wines customized to your taste at a third of what they pay for at the store. You even have a no-risk, 100% guaranteed that you'll love what they send you. Let's do this. Let's end the fuking drama here. Right now, Club W is offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. That's clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time. Stop and messing around at retail stores. Start drinking wine you know you're going to love. Shit. Go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% off your first order. And then this whole holiday bullshit. That's clubw.com/Joey. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank Texture. I want to thank MeUndies, and I want to thank Onyx. The reason why I was giggling was there's a candle right there. And all I kept thinking about how that candle was going to light that piece of paper. Is that a lollipop stick? I don't know. That's so weird. That's so weird. So everything's beautiful. Everybody's copacetic here. We'll be back Sunday night. We might be back Saturday. We might do our own little fight companion on, Periscope. We don't know what we're going to do. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn.
Thank you,
I want to thank my main man, Lee Sciatica over here with this bad motherfucking hairdo. Beautiful eyeballs. And that's it, guys. I'll see you next week. Don't forget, next Thursday, San Diego. Then after that, I'm at Ventura at the Chinese restaurant the 23rd.
Really?
Amen.
Yeah, you
Can I come?
Amen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Theo. Greetings, ball sniffers. This podcast is brought to you by I Hate My Boss, the newest podcast from Wondery. Need workplace advice? Go listen to I Hate My Boss and subscribe to it wherever you listen to this podcast. This podcast is also brought to you by Nature Box. What do you want when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation? Please, you eat that junk food. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Right now, Nature Box is offering our family 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com. Also, bidets are back. It's time to wash that muffler. Go to hellotushy.com right now and get 10% off your portable bidet. Never again will your asshole stink like 10 dead fucking savages. You understand me? Hit it, Lee. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. Monday night. We got a special guest tonight, my brother, Mr. Joe Rogan. We're going to talk about this fucking United thing.
Holla. Joey and I were talking about how bad flying was this weekend in Buffalo. It was bad. Bruce Buffer's flight got canceled because they didn't have a pilot. Everybody's on the plane. They're like, sorry, we don't have a pilot. Everybody has to get off. And then the flight was just canceled. No pilot. Our flight got canceled because the tires didn't have any air in them. And they had to fly tires there. We're supposed to leave at 8:30 in the morning. Didn't wind up leaving until we took off. We hopped on a JetBlue to New York and then caught a flight from New York. We were supposed to fly into Chicago. And it changed from 8:30 in the morning. They kept moving it up and up because I get notifications on my phone. And they moved it up to 4:30 p.m. and it didn't even take off then. It took off sometime after 5 p.m.
It was hard. I don't know. I don't blame it on no fucking snowstorm. They were slipping. How the fuck don't they have a tire? How the fuck doesn't your pilot show up? How the fuck doesn't, it's just too many coincidences.
Buffalo's just not a good airport. There's just not a lot of people flying in there. They're not prepared. They're not equipped.
I went to Vermont a couple of years ago, and they just canceled the flight the night before. There was no weather. I don't think they had enough people flying out of Burlington, Vermont the next day.
That's probably exactly what it is. Yeah. So we're going to watch this thing on United where a passenger apparently had a ticket, was in his seat, and they wanted to get a crew member on.
It was like 3 or 4 crew members. They had to get people off the flight.
Shit. So people who had tickets, who paid for tickets, were going somewhere, and they told this guy, they just randomly picked people. They told this guy, you got to get up. He didn't want to get up, so they dragged him off. Check this out. He's gonna piss you off. And imagine this was you.
United's been slipping anyway.
So look at this. Come on. United Airlines overbooked the flight. They randomly selected people to kick off so their standby crew could have a seat.
Let's see if I can find a better version of it.
There's a few of them. The man was chosen at random, but he refused to leave his seat.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Look at people getting their phones ready.
My god! What are you doing? No, this is wrong! Oh my god! Look at what you're doing to him! Oh my god!
Remind me and my husband never used United Airlines when we fly. The situation could have been handled better than that. All these people are freaking out. And the more people find out about this over today and over the rest of the week, United's fucked. That's fucked. I just can't believe they did that to the guy. They forcibly removed him. For why do they think they could do that? Here's the statement. Pause that for a second. Flight 3411 from Chicago to Louisville was overbooked. After our team looked for volunteers, one customer refused to leave the aircraft voluntarily. Okay, look at what they just said. After they looked for volunteers, one customer refused to leave the aircraft voluntarily. You look for volunteers. That guy's not a volunteer. That's not refusing to leave voluntarily. That's a nice way of saying you took a customer and you fucking assaulted them, and law enforcement was asked to come to the gate. Keep going, because it keeps going. We'll pause it because their statement continues.
It's getting really bad.
See what the rest of it. We apologize for the overbooked situation. No, there's more. You went a little too far. No, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my God. That's it. We apologize for the overbooked situation. Further details on the removed customer should be directed to authorities. How about fuck you? I can't believe they would take a customer and just do that.
To get crew members too. It wasn't like they were trying to get like other customers. They had booked too many customers. From what I read, it was just they had to get crew members to whatever city that was.
Yeah, they can't do that. You can't do that. People should start boycotting them.
Let me tell you something. United has blown for years. I took them into Newark one time. No fucking TV. No fucking shitty food. First class was like fucking garbage into Newark. That's why I don't fly into Newark no more. You know, I love whatever Virgin, but they can't get me back from Newark. So I'm going to end up in Kennedy anyway.
Yeah.
So no.
Newark's not a good airport.
You know, Ari used to bitch about it. Ari used to bitch about it constantly. Fuck Newark, fuck Newark. You know what? My life's a lot easier, believe it or not, when I land in JFK.
Yeah.
It really is. Smooth. Worst case scenario, you go to fucking the Palms and get a steak and eggs.
Yeah.
Like a gentleman and a Bloody Mary, and you sit it out. There's tons of entertainment at Kennedy.
Oh, yeah.
You get a massage, get your feet rubbed. They got fucking everything at Kennedy. Dog, I thought you flew out okay. It was horrible. It was horrible.
No,
and I'm like you. I waited 10 minutes. I had already booked 3 o'clock. But I got in at 7:41 and I didn't trust it.
Yeah.
I went to Southwest was empty. Everybody was there. When I got there, it was kids at the airport, all going to fucking spring break. I went to United, they had nothing. I went to Delta, Delta was done. And I went to the other one, JetBlue, and JetBlue was done until tomorrow, until Sunday. I was like, you know what? I got my 340. I'll take my chances.
Yeah.
Before I left the hotel, I called, and they go, the plane that you're going from to LA is already in Chicago. It landed from Rome this morning. It's already ready to go. It's on time. And the other one was on time. And you know what? Everything was smooth. Knock on wood. It took me 25 minutes up to 405 to get home on time. It was empty.
Yeah, you have options in other places, but if you fly to a place like Buffalo, there's not a lot of options, you know? It's like if you're flying out of Bozeman, Montana or something like that, like, good luck.
Listen, bro, I can't get a direct ticket from Milwaukee to Detroit. The flight is longer from Milwaukee to Detroit than what it is from fucking LAX to fucking Milwaukee.
Really?
How the fuck did that happen? I gotta fly to Chicago.
It's a tough business. The business of selling airline tickets, flying people around, you gotta make money.
Not really.
Well, you gotta think, who the fuck's flying in and out of Buffalo? So in order for them to have packed, I mean, what's there, right? Other than the UFC? Like when you have a big event or a football game or something like that, if there's not that.
A lot of people connect to go to Canada. A lot of people fly to Buffalo. Those planes are always pretty fucking packed.
The airport was empty.
At 3 o'clock, the airport was completely empty when I walked in. Everybody flew out earlier. And I'll tell you what, when I landed at LAX, empty.
LAX was empty?
Empty. I couldn't fucking believe it. I've never seen it like that. I was like, wait a second.
No one could get back in. Have you guys boycotted an airline? Because like it's weird. You can't. They have you over a barrel. You can get as mad as you want at them, but some airlines only fly certain places, and they're the cheaper ones, so you gotta fly them sometimes.
I bet a lot of people are gonna boycott United after that.
Yeah, but until their next vacation, like not many. Like you guys fly a lot more than most people fly.
Yeah.
I think when most people fly, it's just whatever airline's cheapest.
Yeah, but if people have an option now, I think they're gonna choose.
My first choice is always American. I know where I'm going.
Yeah.
I know where I'm going. If I go to New York, I'm only going Delta or the other one. America sinks your boat.
Virgin's great, but they're going away. Virgin's not going to be around anymore.
Where are they going?
They're merging with somebody.
Alaska. For some weird that like I don't know why.
Oh, I took Alaska Airlines. That was the only direct flight into Baltimore. Was Alaska fucking Airlines a red eye?
They do all right. Alaska does all right.
And they fly me to Portland from Burbank.
Yeah, they're good to Seattle too.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Tremendous. Not bad. So that's the end of Virgin. I'm telling you, the leader right now is that Mint. And I know you. I know the type of guy you are. Yeah, I know the type of guy you are. They got a door. And there's a latch right here that closes your door. So you go, the door goes, like a Batman movie. It just closes real fast. When they bring you the food, they press the latch and the door opens. And that's how she gives you the food, like Prisoner 44.
I don't even know what you're saying. I don't even know what it looks like.
I put the sleep apnea machine right here.
I think it's like a pod, like those international first class.
Let's see if you can find one. JetBlue. I like Delta to Kennedy. It's very nice. Yeah. Very nice. They got the lay down bed and shit.
I'm getting real tired of flying.
I know.
I'd like to do a residency in Los Angeles. Everybody goes to Vegas to do a residency. How many fucking people are there in LA? You could sell out LA every weekend if you had a club. Like just a club.
Playa del Carmen down there. You got a nice club down there right by the airport.
Where's Playa del Carmen?
By our friend. That's where he has his Brendan has the office down there. Nice and clean down there, Joe Rogan.
That's a good spot, but anywhere down by the ocean takes forever to drive. That's what it looks like, the pod? Let me see this thing. Let me see it close up. Ooh, that's nice. That's JetBlue?
Yeah, dog.
Is this a new thing?
Yeah.
How many of these do they have?
They have, you can only go from here to Boston or here to JFK.
So the whole plane is filled with these things?
No, the front row, it's like 8 rows, but you get an even number, and you're by yourself in the
So it's like essentially like first class. So they're doing first class.
There you go. That's by yourself. That's by yourself. They see that little box they give you? They give you a thing to cover your eyes. They give you a blanket. They give you a pillow. The bottled water is behind your left arm. You can't even fucking see it. You know, and it's got a statue. You can put your bottled water right in there. You got movies. I saw The Godfather 2 on the way there. That's the refrigerator and the cheap seats.
Yeah, refrigerator?
Yeah, you just get up and help your fucking self.
This is for everybody, yeah.
This is for everybody. Yes. That's so mid-flight, you don't got to bother nobody. You get up, you get your fucking soda. These people are getting, it's 2017.
Wow.
But those front rows, I'm telling you, dog, tremendous. I was blown the fuck away.
That's just like first class. And that goes to Kennedy?
Goes to Kennedy, but not from Burbank. Me and Boss Rutan had this conversation. Because Boss was like, we got to get on Mint. I go, Burbank, there's no Mint because it's a small airport.
Right.
So the bigger plane can't land on that.
Oh, is that what it is at Burbank?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I always wondered why there's no.
And they don't land in Newark either.
Nothing out of Burbank does? Two small flights.
No, small flights. No, JetBlue doesn't fly into fucking Newark.
Oh. Well, you don't want to fly in Newark. Even if I work in New Jersey, I usually don't fly in New York. I fly in New York.
Have you ever flown into Atlantic City?
Yes. When I did the UFC there, I did.
Right from here?
I think. I don't remember. It was
I got it
so long ago. I did the Borgata. Did you do the Borgata with me?
Yes.
It was fun.
With Militich.
It's one of the few places. Like the Borgata is one of the few places. And Henzo Gracie showed up too, remember?
Yeah.
He was howling at your shit. That's right.
They were crazy.
I remember. Henzo Gracie's a fucking maniac. He thought he was like the dirtier, the crazier you got, the more he was like, and he was fucking flopping around in the seat laughing.
I always walk past that place. I'm scared to walk in.
Tenzo's?
Yeah.
In New York?
There's killers.
They are killers. They're super nice guys.
It's a hard.
She'll get tapped out, but they'll be nice to you.
Oh my God.
That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I'm scared of those New York schools. I always make plans. Yeah, I'm going to go over there after Norton show and show up.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
He's a great guy, though.
I get in that goddamn Uber and I shoot right back for that ferry, Jack.
Yeah.
And I don't look back. Fuck you. They'll kill you.
Do you think you could ever live in Manhattan?
We had this discussion with somebody a few weeks ago, and they showed the rent of where I grew up on 88th Street. And I nearly shit my pants.
Oh, it's insane.
The same place where I grew up now, I think it was, $7,000 for a 1-bedroom.
That's not even outrageous. Yeah. The money there is so crazy, it makes you wonder how anyone can afford to live there other than like really wealthy people.
if there's any city that gives me anxiety, it's New York City at night anymore.
Yeah.
I've gotten to the age that I've gotten very comfortable here. And when I go play the stand on Thursday nights, I stand on the corner before you go in. And I actually fucking can't take the cars anymore. Like the speed, that electricity, I'm not used to it anymore.
Really?
Yeah, it fucks with me a little bit. So on Thursdays, I don't go into the city no more. I just wait till I go to the shows, and it's weird how when you're from that area, it takes you a couple days to acclimate. Like I was getting on the ferry, and I was getting bullied on the ferry.
You?
Yeah, getting bullied. Straight up, people walking in front of me and shit, but I'm from LA. I don't need this aggravation. So Thursday,
These days they were doing that?
Oh, they're fucking rude motherfuckers. The people who live on the Jersey side and they work in New York, they think their shit don't stink, so they cut you off, and you overcome it because you're an adult and you don't give a fuck. By Saturday, some lady pregnant with a fucking thing was trying to cut me off, and I finally go, oh, relax. Like, you forget that you're a nice person. Like, you forget. People not opening up doors, like people pushing. You're like, you know what? I'm from a different civilization. Like people, you forget. And then you toughen up by Saturday, but then you'll leave on Sunday anyway. So what's the toughness for?
You know what I've been saying for a while? Is that what's going on in New York and what goes on the entire East Coast with the difference between the way people behave there versus out here is that they're still too close to the people that first landed there. Like the people that first landed there, like my grandparents and their families, they came over from Europe, Italy, and Ireland, and everything like that. Those were barbarians. Those people were animals. I mean, you just think about life, like you're talking about the Depression, right? This is all my grandparents came in when the Depression was going on. It was a hard world. People were tough.
Yeah.
Mean, and you got fucked with. And, my grandfather used to tell me horror stories about getting bullied, and they call him a guinea wop. And just mean shit and beating them up, and just everybody was mean.
Well, they were
just
the Arabs of today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you have to look at it.
Hard, mean world.
If it was today, Trump would ban fucking travel to Italy.
Yeah, probably.
No, I saw that documentary, and it was the most interesting thing I ever saw. And it really taught me a lot about that culture I grew up around, because it always seemed very interesting to me. HBO did a 2-part special on Sinatra. In the first part, they discussed his childhood in Hoboken and how at that time the Irish were the oppressor. The oppressor. So the Guineas weren't allowed past 9th Street, which really fucked with them. Then stuff happened and the Italians, grew, and then they got past 9th Street. But Sinatra always had that mentality of I was never allowed over 9th Street. You gotta watch it. It's fucking interesting. Plus, I understood the people I grew up with from North Bergen. See, Hoboken is moving on up to North Bergen. We got a house up in North Bergen. We got a front yard. You know what I'm saying? Like, half the people I grew up with, their roots are Hoboken. So when I watched that special on
North Bergen was better?
North Bergen was more residential, where Hoboken was more, tenements and 3 floors. And, North Bergen, once they built North Bergen, a lot of people moved to North Bergen.
There used to be a club there. There used to be a club in Hoboken. What was it? There was a stand-up club there.
I do not remember. I was long gone, but they still do stand-up there. Danny Aiello has a room on Tuesday nights. They've been really trying, like, over the years to do stand-up there. I did a benefit for the Hoboken Police Department.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, a long time ago.
I did the club there in, like, 91 or 92 or something like that. And they had pictures all over the wall the time Eddie Murphy stopped by. And so I remember, like, Eddie Murphy was here at one point in time. Like, they had, like, a photo and it said, 1989 Eddie Murphy. It was, like, 3 years ago. And everybody's like, oh, remember that time 3 years ago? Eddie Murphy came down there.
Fuck, I didn't know there was a comedy club in Hoboken. When I started in Denver. When I went back, the big club was Rascals and the other one, but there was also Main Street Showcase. It was I saw Bill Bellamy on the plane one time, and I was talking to him about it. He goes, yeah, that was my roots, Main Street Showcase.
Bill Bellamy, I forgot about
Jay Moore. Jay Moore, all those guys were from that part of New Jersey. And when Florentine came in here, him and Norton are from like South Jersey, Middle New Jersey. They moved to Northern New Jersey, got an apartment, and they were all Jersey guys. They're Jersey guys. I'm saying don't take them seriously.
Yeah, right?
He was saying that
was
nobody
the thing
took him
with Norton.
seriously.
Yeah, Norton always had that. It like bothered him.
You're not funny till you move to New York.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Like you have to go to New York to be taken seriously. If you live in New Jersey, you're just a hack. Telling fart jokes and shit, you know?
Those clubs in Jersey are brutal. I mean, Bananas is club, the one by Fort Lee, and it's brutal. You do comedy at a ping pong table. But
Did you do the one in Poughkeepsie?
I did the one in Poughkeepsie.
I did that one
a couple times. That's in a ballroom, Lee, and it's next to a gas station. That's as good as it gets, dog. And they put you in the downstairs room, and when I tell you it's fucking freezing, it's fucking freezing. They got one diner in the lobby, and it's the worst food you've ever eaten in your life. Even if they give you the 30% off, you'd rather fucking starve to death. That's how bad that place is, and you're stuck up there for 2 fucking nights next to a gas station. That's it.
I worked up there with Tony V. Do you know Tony V?
Fuck yeah.
I worked up there with Tony V. I was the middle. He was the headliner. And some lady kept flashing the light while I was on stage. I was supposed to do 20, 25 minutes, something like that. And at 10 or 15, she's flashing the light. And I ignored it. I just did my set. I got off stage. And she goes, okay, I don't know if you know how we do it here, but you can't do that language at this club. And I remember saying, what are you talking about? I was laughing because I was already moved in New York. I was already getting work. I already had Sussman as a manager. I was like, what? And she was like, you're gonna have to change your act. I go, no, I'm not. I go, what are you, the manager here? I go, I got booked here. I got booked here by the owner of the club. I go, I'm gonna do my act. They know what my act is. I go, you don't like it, so you want me to change? And she looked at me and she didn't expect that. And I just raised my eyebrows and I just walked away. And then I just finished out the weekend. And she never spoke a fucking word to me again. She didn't say hi. She didn't look at me.
Isn't that great when you have to fucking...
Every once in a while, you
gotta drop a bomb on a motherfucker. And they'll just look at you like, what?
She was talking to me like she was the manager at Wendy's and I was the fry boy. She was like, I don't know if you know how this works here. She's like the lady that takes the tickets. You know the clubs, they're all in a hotel. Bananas was in a hotel, right?
Yeah, both of them.
So she just decided she didn't like my act, because I talked about sex. So she's just decided that I was going to have to change my act. I don't know. I'll never forget her face. I don't know if you know how we do it here, but you can't do with that language here. Fuck.
Let me tell you something.
It's amazing, those people.
I did the week one time. I was dumb enough to take a week because I was a coked out fucking savage at the Houston Little Club.
The Little Club?
The Little Club on the south side.
Oh, that's the one that Ralphie used to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they put you up in a hotel.
It's in the middle of nowhere, right? It's
out there. Somebody else took it over now. They sold it and somebody else took it over. That club was there for a long time. They got a different type of audience than West Gray. Let's just say it was completely different than the last stop. So I went there one Sunday night and the owner was there and I did my set. And he goes, when do you want to get booked in? I go, I called Pete. I go, Pete, you mind? He goes, nah, take the week. I took the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I do the Thursday night. He's not there. The wife is there. So the same thing fucking happened right before I go on stage. And at that time, my head wasn't in it like that. She came up to me and she's like, listen, I heard rumors. Not here. Here we work spotless clean. If you say one bad thing, you're fired.
Oh, those fucking people.
Well, guess what? I shit my pants. I really did. For the first 15, I tried. I struggled. I was eating that, and then I just let loose, and they went fucking bananas. I said, fuck it. I'll just take the 200 for the night. I don't give a fuck. I walked off. She didn't talk to me. The next night I came in, the husband was there. I pulled him aside. I go, she didn't fucking know. She goes, I explained to her last night what happened. I'm sorry, Danny. That was his name. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. I go up there, and it was one of those clubs where right here is the stage, and people actually take their drinks, and they're looking at you like this. Mm-hmm. And 20 minutes into my fucking show, I'm looking at this couple, and I'm looking at her, and she's fucked up, Joe Rogan. She's fucked up. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And finally, I keep checking her out like every 8 minutes, and she's getting deeper and deeper. She's closing one eye. Once they close the one eye, they're fucked up. And finally, I go like this. and she covers her mouth.
No.
And the puke, no. The puke starts shooting on everybody. Like a fucking, what's that thing the kids play in? Like a sprinkler, but just awkward chunks. And then she just let it all out. And she sat there for 5 minutes puking all over herself. Bro, nobody paid. Everybody got up like somebody was shooting. We thought terrorists were shooting in the club. Everybody got up and started running for the fucking door. They had to stop people. She had to pull the barf around her. The boyfriend left her there. The boyfriend just got up and walked out. Like he didn't know nothing. It's 100. You didn't see me with me. Give me back my credit card. I never went back there again. Once somebody pukes on stage, I can't hang out with you no more.
It's amazing, like the bad advice they give you early on in your stand-up career.
I want to shoot them all in the fucking head.
They would always tell you can't make it if you're dirty. Like they tell you can't make it. I mean, I can't remember how many times I heard that. What is this fucking pipe? Holy shit.
Somebody gave me that in Cleveland. That's the savage stuff. We only let them out for special occasions.
This thing's amazing.
Oh my God.
Did the people at home see this thing?
Oh, that thing is fucking tremendous.
Oh, who did this work? You know,
somebody in Cleveland gave
there's a whole industry, like a whole art form now. Glass pipe art form industry. I mean, there's amazing artists. They're just doing glass art.
I got another one at the house that the kid gave me that I don't even want to smoke out of. It's so beautiful.
I need a picture of this one.
That's the Savage. That's the original right there. He's missing the tubes. He don't give a fuck.
What kind of advice do they give you for someone puking on you when you're on stage?
They didn't say nothing.
They can't give you advice for that.
There was no advice. I walked off the stage and knew I wasn't going to be ever there ever again. You understand me? That's what I knew for sure. Look at me, John. There's some places you fucking go and you know you're never gonna go back there.
They would just tell you, like, they would give you advice. Like when you're young, you're starting out. Like, say if you're a young guy and you're a fan
who pulled you over? Let me know the people who pulled you over.
Everybody
that you look at today and go, what's
I
that?
don't want to say their names because they never made it. They'd never made it. The one guy that did make it, that had already made it at the time, who gave me the opposite advice, was Lenny Clark. It was funny because his brother Mike was a booking agent. He was a great guy. Mike Clark, that guy paid my rent fucking many times with his gigs because he was one of the guys that he had a lot of satellite rooms. He had Giggles and Saugus on Route 1. And he had a few outside rooms, and he would book his brother Lenny. And Lenny was on HBO. He had done Rodney Dangerfield special. Lenny was a big comic. He'd done a bunch of movies. Like, Lenny was big. And this is before Lenny's sitcom. Remember when he had that sitcom? And I opened up for Lenny's at Jay's in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. It was in Western Massachusetts. It was way out there, like 2.5, 3 hours away from Boston. And people loved it there because it was a real stage and they had real comedy there. Like they had Lenny Clark when Lenny Clark was big. And I went up and I opened up for Lenny. It was the second paid gig I ever got in my life. And I got off stage and Mike Clark said, "Buddy, you're fucking funny, but I can't book you. You're too dirty." And he goes, "That bit you do about Madonna, you can't do that. It's like, it's funny, but I know you got to clean it up. You got to clean it up." And so Lenny comes off stage right after his brother gives me advice. Lenny comes off stage. He goes, "Kid, you are fucking hilarious." He goes, "Don't change a thing. Holy shit, that Madonna bit had me laughing my balls off." And he goes, "Lenny, I just told him to stop doing that bit." He goes, "Oh, yeah. You should probably stop doing it. It's going to be hard to get work. But fuck, kid, you're funny." And it was like good advice and bad advice. And I listened to Lenny. I was like, his brother's a great guy and everything like that. But Lenny is Lenny Clark. So to have Lenny Clark tell you you're funny, I was like, oh, wow, that was huge for me. But his brother was giving me bad advice. He's like, but he wanted me to work. It was like, but that was the thing back then. It was in 1989 or 1988. Back then, you couldn't work if you were dirty. Like, there was no work. Everybody wanted to get on the Tonight Show. No, there was a few HBO specials that had been given out, like the Kinnison and a few other people, but you had to be somebody to get those. If you wanted to be dirty, you had to be somebody already. So what it was a lot of these guys who were, quote unquote dirty, they would have clean sets that they would do on the Tonight Show or Letterman or whatever. They would have a few dirty bits that they would reserve for a nightclub, and they would close with those bits. So if they ever did an HBO special, that's when they would do those.
I knew I had to be dirty 3 years in. Like I was just lying to myself. People would come up to me with that fucking bullshit. And I gave it a New York try. I tried it, but it just didn't work out for me.
I'm not gonna ask you to do a joke, but like, what was a clean premise for you? I don't even know a clean premise for you, to be honest.
That's all weed. Oh, is it? All right. A clean premise in those days was, Jesus Christ.
A clean premise.
Hold on. A clean premise in those days was a Godzilla. What would Godzilla do?
Oh, you gotta look at this thing. You guys are advanced here.
What would Godzilla do if he came back into the Hudson? You know, it was terrible. It was terrible. It was brutally terrible. I had a thing about a ship going into the Hudson. I had a thing about speakers. You could put them back in the windows because Bose, something electric. It was just a horror show. It was a fucking horror show. You know,
I can't imagine you making electronic jokes.
Joey used to try to be clean in the early days when I first saw him.
It was a nightmare.
Joey was trying to deal with agents and managers. When you first moved to LA,
oh my God,
we first became friends.
Nightmare.
Yeah, you were dealing with all this.
And one day you go, you know what? It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. As long as you're you.
How did you figure it out? Because I've always wondered that. Because you figured it out, and there was like a big turnaround. Like one day you just stopped giving a fuck. It was weird.
It was an event. It was a series of events. It was that I wasn't dating that dirty. You got a lighter over there? I wasn't dating that dirty bitch anymore. That clears your mind at 30%. I had let go of a lot of shit that was fucking scaring the shit out of me in LA. And that's 60% of your problem right there. Everybody had me locked in, bullshitting me that you needed to do this and needed to do that. And you know, and all of a sudden I'm watching you and I'm watching these guys that are clean. And they make me laugh, but they're not making me laugh like the guys that are real.
Yeah.
That took a different fucking animal. You know?
I remember us having conversations about it.
Yeah.
Where you were like, you could go do that. I gotta, you know, there's people watching me.
Yeah, no, it was scary. It was scary for no reason.
Yeah.
It was just the bullshit that they put into your head that you can't.
Well, it was no reason, but it was holding you back.
Well, absolutely. Because people could see when you're faking the funk.
Well, not just that. Like, even once you started killing, it was still holding you back. Like, there was still a lot of agents and managers that had a bad opinion of you.
Oh, but listen, they're gonna say whatever you want to say until you deliver the goods.
That's exactly what it was.
I figured out. I was talking to Tommy Easter today, and I go, Tommy Easter, let me tell you something. You could be the funniest guy in this town. You go in a comedy store every night and fucking destroy that room, even though they're going to see Dane Cook, Eliza Schlesinger. It doesn't matter. You could destroy that room. Nothing matters in this business, just like the mafia, to you, the size of the envelope on Friday. That's when they pay attention to you. That's when all those naysayers, they eat their words and they jump on the ship with you.
Well, what's interesting is those people are almost useless now.
Useless.
For a young comic.
This has changed.
Yeah.
This has changed. And let me tell you something. I know you hate this talk, but this is the reality of it, because you're an intelligent guy. In 2007, there was a writer's strike. And these motherfuckers played games for 6 or 7 months. And reality TV crept in. There's about to be another writer's strike May 7th. And if these motherfuckers play games, the internet is going to fuck them up.
Well, where it's not going to fuck them up is things like Game of Thrones or things like House of Cards, like things where you need a lot of money to shoot them.
Well, listen, let me tell you something. When the going gets rough, you put together one of these late night shows with Brendan and Eddie lighting himself on fire or whatever from 8 to 11, put a band behind you. People are going to watch it, dog. The internet's going to change the fucking game. If these motherfuckers fuck around on TV, if these motherfuckers don't settle this, if this goes on like the one in 2007, you think Periscope didn't see this coming and all these fucking companies didn't see this coming?
Yeah, but don't you think the writers probably have a point? Like,
the writers always have a point. No,
without them, there's nothing, right?
The writers always have a point. But listen, it's 2017, bitch. He who hesitates masturbate. This fucking machine over here has been growing since you turned me on to. It's nothing but a wealth of information and growth, that machine. And more people turn to that. You know, I don't do this. I don't do this because I'm an idiot. But people watch movies on their phones.
Yeah, they do
People
on
watch
phones.
the UFC on their fucking phones.
On planes. And
okay, my friend.
Yeah.
Don't watch anything on there. Content is endless now. Content is endless. You don't need cable or TV no more. You got a phone. If you're a brokester and you got an iPhone and you're trying to work things out in your life, you can stream Showtime, you can stream HBO, you can stream IFC,
and you can see almost everything.
Everything.
YouTube just came out with everyone's coming out with an online cable service or TV service, but YouTube is the best one out there. So far, it's $30 a month. And you don't get every channel, but you get a ton of DVR. So it's starting to be where you don't even need anything anymore.
Let them fuck around. Keep fucking around. Keep it up. People gonna figure this out and go, wait a second, I got a good idea for this. I got a good idea for that. 2 cameras, 2 GoPros, and Periscope, and a drummer. And you got yourself entertainment, Jack. For whoever. People watch it. People at home craving this. Our audience is not from 7 to 10 no more like it was 20 years ago. Sorry. It's people from 7 to 5. It's IT people. It's people who work in gas stations. It's people who work in construction with earphones on. It's fucking amazing. The loaders at the airplanes, they waved the other day. I'm trying to get on a fucking plane. They waved a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
It's very weird. So it's gone to a different fucking level now. This is what we're doing, is growing every month.
Well, no one would ever allow you to do this.
No.
There's no executive in this town that would have ever said, here's what you need to do, Joey.
No,
you need to have a camera pointed at you, you start smoking pot and just talk shit.
Nobody believed you. Nobody would believe you. And it's that easy. It's that fucking easy.
It is for you. It's not that easy for everybody.
Well, listen, man.
But it's a shot. You have a shot with this.
When Marin first went to his management and said he was starting a podcast, they laughed at him.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it,
Yeah.
This is something that they didn't know was coming. They're sitting having meetings right now. What are we going to do? How are we going to get a piece of this act? Well, I know that some podcasts are SAG. You know that, right? They have those acting podcasts.
Really? How do they do that?
We read a play.
No.
Fuck yeah, they have series.
Oh, well, series is huge.
Huge.
I firmly believe that the future of entertainment is audio. I honestly do. Because it gives you so much more, you're so much more accessible to them. Like, you have them for the drive, you have them throughout the workday, and then even at home, how many people do you see when they're watching TV just playing on their phone throughout the entire episode, and they're absorbing what's happening through audio? I honestly think there's going to be a lot.
I've always loved audio.
Oh, it's perfect.
I think people don't listen enough. I love audio. I grew up on Richard Pryor albums. We grew up listening. We have specials. I grew up listening to George Carlin. I grew up listening to. I didn't watch fucking Freddie Prinze on TV with a special. How many specials did we see later on? Delirious, Rodney's Young Comedians, but that came later on.
Well, there's definitely a good market for audio, but there's always going to be a market for people watching things too. If you're talking about people that are sitting down with their phones while they're watching a TV show, like, that's so silly. People that do that are so silly. You're playing with your phone while you're watching The Walking Dead or something like that. It's so dumb.
I think I hate it. I don't do it.
Okay, it's just people are super distracted and childish with the way they look at things if you're doing that. Unless it's a bad show or unless you're like watching a talk show or something like that. But it just seems to me that, like, if you're going to watch a really good show, you should put the fucking phone down and sit down and watch that thing. You know, if you're going to watch, like, House of Cards, you ever watch that Kevin Spacey show? That's a fucking great show. But there's a lot of really good shows. And I don't think audio is the future of entertainment. I think it has a future as entertainment, but it's not the future because there's always going to be people that want to see things.
Oh, I'm not saying video is going away. Obviously, video is great, but when the name of the game is advertisers and advertising money, that's like the end goal for all of this. If you're losing people for 8 hours a day, like I think what's great about these podcasts is the people, like middle class and lower, are really listening to it. There are higher level people doing it, but if you can't listen during the day, you're probably a little bit out of the loop podcast wise, you would think. So if you can't watch video during the day, you don't have all those ads. I just think there's going to be a lot more of that scripted podcasts, reality I think there's going to be everything because you have so much more access.
Yeah, you have a lot of possibilities.
How many people do you think are really listening throughout the day?
That's all I did when I came here. That's how I found Joey, through your podcast. I was listening all day at my job.
Right, but isn't that unusual to have a job that allows you to do that? How usual is that?
When you go on a plane, there's people watching a movie, typing with earphones on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? In today's market, people have an assignment or they have to type a report. They have you on. They're not watching you on YouTube, but they're listening to you. They're listening to Bill Burr, listening to NPR. They're listening to the Comedy Central podcast. They're listening. They have 40 fucking hours to kill on that fucking computer, gaining hemorrhoids by the day. You know what I'm saying? They listen to 2 podcasts. They get up, they go for a walk, they smoke a cigarette, they drink a cup of coffee, they come back, they do a little work, they listen to another podcast. You know, if you're a night security guy, you work fucking, all those hours at night. You're lonely in the car sitting there. That's when you listen. So if we reach an hour and a half a piece, 2 hours, you got a lot of time at night to listen to podcasts. We're the kings of the third crew, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, right.
We are the kings of the third crew. People that work midnight to 8, whether they're in Australia, China, New Jersey, California, that's who listens to this while they're stocking fucking trucks, fucking product at the supermarket. You go to the supermarket at 2 a.m. and the guys are stocking. They got earphones on with the black gloves and they're putting ice cream in the cases. They listen to everything. To Jim Norton's podcast, listen to Opie and Jimmy, whatever the fuck, Jimmy and whatever. They listen to the dude that used to be on there. It's amazing how much of a catalog they have to choose from.
The first guy who ever recognized me was a sign spinner by my job. I was walking across the street. He was spinning. He went to the ice house a couple times. I think he was going to try to be a comic. But
That's funny.
Yeah,
Ice spinner would be the perfect guy. That's hilarious.
This has gone to places where it's, you look at your map at the end of the month and you see where the people are listening to this across the world.
Wow.
And you go, what the fuck? Like when Ari said he went to China, he said 20 people showed up and they all listened to the podcast.
Wow.
They're working for somebody over there, Apple. They work for Apple or something like that over there.
Well, Apple's Foxconn. That's over in China, right? Yeah, that's where they make the phones.
But does have Americans
the nets.
Oh, okay.
That's the place that has the nets keep people from jumping off the roof. Do you know about that place?
Yeah, but how many people actually jumped?
Enough that they made nets. It wasn't just one guy. When you put the nets up,
building the cell phone makes you do this.
They live there. They work there, they have dorms, they stay in the dorms, they work all day. It's scary. I mean, it's a step above being a slave. And people tell you it's a lot better than what they used to have because they didn't have any opportunity. And this is just how industry works. The way people describe it, they're trying to justify it. They say this is just how industry works. Industry works. You come into an incredibly, deeply impoverished area. You provide them with a way out, like something, or a better way. And so that better way of working 16 hours a day, people could argue, yeah, they're working $16 a day for $1 a day. Yeah, or whatever the wage they get, which is substantially lower than whatever they make here. I might be exaggerating. You can probably Google it. Like, how much does a Foxconn employee get per hour? But they say that that's how they're able to make these phones, because they can make them in these factories where people don't get paid as much. But there's a bunch of people that jump off the roof. Like, they have to put fences, nets all around the roof. They have nets to catch people. Like, it's bananas. And when they talk about it, you know what they say? They say there's so many employees at work. There's like 500,000 employees, and the suicides are directly proportional to how many. If that was like a population of a city, it makes sense. That amount of people always kill themselves, but they don't do it at work, and they live there. How many is it?
It's the only article I found was a little old, but it was like $12 a day. You're gonna get like $400 a month.
Wow, that's dark.
There was some dude last night on 60 Minutes. Pretty interesting. There was 2 dudes. The guy who invented the Greek yogurt.
Yeah.
He needed $700,000, and he saw a factory open up in New York, and he went to these people and he borrowed the money. He bought what's the hot Greek yogurt now?
I don't know.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about tremendous. Then he had to buy a plant in Twin Falls, Idaho, and what he hires is refugees. he gives them jobs, and people got pissed off at him. And they call him. This guy donated 10% of his factory to his employees. Like they get 10% of the earnings every month from the company. They break it up among like company sharing and all this shit. It was pretty interesting. That story was interesting. And there was another one about a guy who was saying that these phones are programmed to program you.
Huh?
You gotta watch this. I was too deep for fucking Uncle Joey. I had to turn it off. This guy's saying that the industry is they're programming you through computers and through the phone. His explanation, you gotta hear it when you get a minute. It was on last night.
Can you find out how much an iPhone would cost if they made it in the United States?
I can Google it.
Yeah, Google that. Just out of curiosity.
So how much would an iPhone cost there now?
Well, what they cost now, I think a new
$12 a day, they get
like $1,000, somewhere in that range.
No.
Yeah, but you know the cell phone company subsidizes it.
Retail it's $1,000. You get it for $200 because Sprint wants you to.
They subsidize it, or they not subsidize it. What's the word I'm looking for? They make like a lease, and they put it over the term of the contract, so they spread out the amount of money that you're getting paid or that you're paying for the phone. So if you're going to pay $600 for the phone, they spread it out over 3 years. So you have a 3-year contract. So like you can get it for like $200 off. And so it looks great. But it's just factored into your monthly bill.
Right.
And then you have them for like 3 years.
I tried to pay the phone. They were like, nah, they gave me a hard time. Like, what?
Yeah, they don't want to do that.
They don't want to do that.
They don't want to do that. It's probably more valuable to them. And then also you can't leave. I guess if you can leave if you have like a phone that is what's the word without a unlocked, jailbroken. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's unlocked. Jailbroken is when you get into it and you can fuck with it, right?
Yeah. So it says that if all the components were made in the U.S., it would push the cost up to $600, which they think would retail it for $2,000.
Oh, so like $1,000 more. Wow.
We gotta pay what? A lot more in fucking wages.
Yeah.
More than $12 a day. More like fucking $200 a day.
Yeah, probably more than that, right?
Yeah.
What's a union wage for a factory worker, I wonder, in America? You know, and then people say, well, the cost of living's less over there. Like, okay, but so's the standard of living, you know? I don't know, man. I'm no perfect person. I don't.
And where is this? Where they make these phones?
China.
A certain city in China, like a real fucking.
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I probably should know more. But it's one of the dark things about the cell phone industry. I think they said the new one they're going to make somewhere else. Why did I read it? Did I read that somewhere that they're going to make the new
They changed suppliers of something recently. I don't know. Let's see.
Is it Canada? Did I read that the new iPhone will be made in Canada? Did I read that, or am I making shit up?
I can Google that next. It says the average assembly line worker makes about $13 an hour.
Wow. That's not a lot.
I thought it'd be a lot more for a warehouse worker.
Oh.
Like 16, 18.
Isn't it crazy that if you paid them that, just paying them that, the cell phone would cost another $1,000?
Now, you know what really kills me? That people jump off buildings, you know, slave labor. People don't give a fuck when it comes to Apple. They just don't give a fuck. They really don't give a fuck who killed, who died. You know, people stop giving diamonds because somebody suffered. Tons of people suffer with those fucking iPhones. Nobody gives a fuck. Every time I walk to a different city and I walk in that mall and that Apple store, it's packed, Jack. At whatever time you walk past the fucking mall today, that Apple store, they're fucking just that. Those registers are ringing.
Yeah.
How I haven't heard of somebody going into an Apple store with 20 guns. Like Kim Kardashian style is behind me, beside me. If I was 22 today, like as crazy as I was, I'd be taking down those Apple stores.
I don't think anyone needs the cash.
You don't need the cash. I'd take all that fucking merch within 8 minutes. I'd get it down to the guys I can eat. Get down to a stopwatch. Everybody down. Nobody wants to get hurt. I don't want to shoot nobody's fucking latte. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to shoot nobody's kale salad. Everybody down. You take their iPhones, you take all the iPhones and stock. Somebody should be doing this shit. Nobody's doing this shit. Everybody's scared to pieces.
All these phones are locked in. They're like you could never sell them or use them. They're all locked into different contracts. Like they sell phones that are Verizon phones. They sell phones that are AT&T phones. You have to tell them when you buy it at the Apple store, what carrier are you? Okay, we'll see if we have that. And they go get it and they bring it back. Like if you just bought a bunch of phones, good luck activating them. They have the serial numbers for all the phones.
You show up in Chinatown with 1,000 iPads. You want to see those things like Boogie?
iPads would be a different thing. That'd be a different thing.
I show up in Chinatown with 100 iPads. Watch that Boogie. Those motherfuckers show up with cash and take it out of the tea kettle. You understand me? Yeah, that's bullshit. You gotta there's some little Chinese kid somewhere. That's the code and fucking phone. I watch that thing.
You know what though? I gotta disagree with you because you have to sign that thing up to iTunes. If you sign it up to iTunes, it's gonna know what that computer is. It's gonna be able to read that computer. I mean, and if you have a stolen computer, it's gonna find out. Unless you wiped the operating system clean and installed some new shit in there.
Listen, there's a Russian in Glendale. For $10, he'll scrape a computer brand new, and your history is shipped over there. And they're using your credit card within fucking minutes. So, the other night I watched in the hotel room and I couldn't sleep. I watched where America gets all the worst guns in the world. Did you know that? Now, the Philippines.
We get
like guns all those guns without the numbers, like the good guns, the ones that you want to shoot people.
Yeah.
Starts in the Philippines in a little hut. It's a family that's been making 45 since Jesus left Chicago because the 45 was created in the Philippines to shoot American soldiers or something. What? Oh my God! Yeah.
Wait, you can hand make a gun?
These fucking Filipinos.
You didn't know that?
You gotta see this.
No, I figured guns had to have like.
Put on drugs, Inc. Guns.
Well, do you know who makes guns now?
No.
Jesse James, the motorcycle man. That guy who makes custom motorcycles. Yeah. But he uses he makes guns. Like he puts them together.
Yeah, but he cheated on his wife. I don't trust that motherfucker. Those guns will backfire. He's gonna pull a job. All of a sudden, the gun fucking jams. Fuck him. These Filipinos, these guns go directly to Oakland.
Do they?
Oh my God! I was watching this. I'm like, how did I not know this shit? It's crazy how they make these 45s by hand. But somebody told me why they did. The 45 was either for the Hawaiians or the Filipinos. They were made to either shoot either or they would have shoot the Americans. Something fucking crazy. When you watch all this shit, that's when I know. Like they show computer theft on here and how they do it. There's motherfuckers out there that can do anything, bro. Did you find it?
I found one in Jamaica, not in.
No drugs in the guns. I was in shock. I never knew that they make the gun without the
serial number.
The serial number and how the gun is like drugs. Like it starts for $300 in the Philippines, and then $1,000 once it gets to the States in Florida, and then by the time it gets to Oakland, the gun is $1,600. The same way how it goes across like that.
Look at that picture of the outlaw Josie Wills. Like back then, how did they make guns? Like what did they use for manufacturing?
Well,
like
back then, isn't that wood in between? Like,
yeah, the wood, the handle, and then the bottom piece.
They probably have like at least a dot. What is it called? Where you have like a mold for it.
Yeah, it must have been some kind of mold, right? It'd be interesting, like how big the company was that made pistols back then.
Now, huge company. Who made the shotguns in those? These all companies that from these gun things. When you look them up, like what's the Remington? Well, no, the Italian gun.
Italian.
What's the name of that Italian shotgun? Beretta. Like the Beretta, you know. That's a family business. They've been making not a mafia business, like an Italian family business.
That's what I meant.
They've been making guns since time immemorial. So it's like Remington, one of those companies I read.
Smith & Wesson.
Those guys been around forever. This is just the regular fucking whoever. I'd be interested. I don't even know what year.
Well, there's a bunch of, there's like a West Museum in Bozeman, Montana. And they have all these old guns there. And you can go see guns from a long ass time ago. I'm pretty sure it was in Bozeman. Either way, they had guns all the way back to muskets. And it's wild, but there were companies. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think Remington was probably even around back then. Winchester, that was another one, like a big name company. But I'm sure there was some other big name companies that I'm not aware of.
when you look at that, you know what's interesting about that? Looking at Clint Eastwood, that was supposed to be the 1800s, right? Like, when did they invent the bullet with the cartridge, where it could just load in there like that in a revolver? I mean, was it even 100 years old?
Well, what year they shoot Abe Lincoln? That's it. That's the answer.
That's the question, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever year they shoot
shot
Abe
with a
Lincoln,
musket.
that was a revolver.
They shoot with a musket.
That was not an old. That was not an automatic weapon.
1835.
Yeah. So they've been.
When did they kill Lincoln?
1835.
It was that year? That was the year of the.
I don't know. I think what was the year Lincoln died, and what did he get shot with? Wikipedia, what Lincoln get shot with?
All right, Lincoln got shot in 1865.
Yeah.
Wow, so 30 years. Did you say 35 for the first one?
Mm-hmm.
So it was 30 years after the invention of the gun. He got shot. You know what? You want to hear a crazy stat? Between the invention of the airplane and someone dropping an atomic bomb out of the airplane, it was less than 50 years. How crazy is that?
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Google when was the invention of the airplane, or I could do it too if you're doing something else.
What was
I'm trying to find the gun he was shot with.
The invention.
It had to be like a 2-shot pistol.
The invention of the plane.
3-shot pistols. I don't think the 6th thing was developed. I could be wrong.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
They had guns that you had to put one in at a time. Like one bullet.
Like the musket?
Like you had to open it if it was the one in the round, you had to put it in there and shoot them.
So the Wright brothers were the ones who essentially, there's a bunch of people working on it, but they were the ones who invented the airplane. Right?
Yes.
All right,
Pistol, just a regular, it just says pistol.
If you had to guess, when do you think they invented the airplane?
Oh, Philadelphia Towner.
1735. I don't fucking know. You know, I smoked 18 bongers before I got here.
1900.
1903.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Can you imagine being that first couple guys?
Nope.
Can I talk to you for a second, man? Listen, I want you to help me with this thing now.
Wow, 1903, 4 miles south of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Okay, so if they did that, they invented the airplane in 1903. And then 1947 was World War II and they dropped the bombs, right? Wasn't it 47?
I think it might have been 45.
Okay, so think of that. That's 42 years. 42 years later, they're dropping bombs out of them? That's fucking insane.
Yeah, August 6th, 1945.
That's insane.
And 70 years later, they had first-class lounges with a piano and with a pig that was cooked, and you could go up and take the fucking pig with an apple in his mouth, and a piano player on a plane. And you walk into first class. You know, I'm kidding. You walk into first class, and you had cream and soap and shampoo, and you had colognes.
Yeah.
And you could put the colognes on.
And people
used to walk around
cigarettes.
The second floor. You could smoke on planes. Listen, if you get on a plane and they still got ashtrays, abandon ship. All right.
Well, there was
abandon. There's planes. There's a ton of them that still got ashtrays. But you're sitting there scratching your head, going, "What the fuck am I doing on this plane? I'll never go back to Paducah again."
An armrest or something.
Yeah, then the armrest.
So scary.
There's still planes with cigarette fucking.
There used to be a flight that you could take out of LA that everybody would brag about, but I never got a chance to do it. I think it was like the Warner Brothers plane. I think Warner Brothers, like one of the big studios, had a plane, and you could get a flight on it somehow. I don't remember how it worked. Like, it was really hard to get, but they did it like big shots and big movie stars and celebrities and stuff. They'd fly in this thing, and they would fly you from LA to New York in this thing. It had like couches, and it was set up like a cool nightclub inside. It was just like people would just lounge. You get like 50 people on this plane. They would just lounge.
Listen, Led Zeppelin had a fireplace on that plane. You understand me?
Did they?
Fuck yeah.
A little gas fireplace?
A fucking fireplace.
Did they really? You're being serious?
No, being serious.
With actual fire?
They had Nixon's plane.
Nixon's plane had fire in it?
They took out fire, like a little fireplace where people could sit and drink a whiskey. They had like Nixon's plane. They bought like Nixon's plane or rented.
I don't even want to Google whether or not Nixon's plane actually had a plane.
Yeah. Google Led Zeppelin plane. See what it says on there. Tremendous.
I know you guys. I mean, Would a private plane ever be something you would want?
Google fucking Led Zeppelin's plane, all right? By the way, it's 1,000 questions. Do I want a plane? Do I look like I want a plane? I look like Harrison fucking Ford to you. Would you trust me on a fucking plane?
Yeah, Google whether or not it had a fireplace.
No, just the Led Zeppelin plane would tell you. Describe it to you.
The name of the article is 70s rock star party plane of Zeppelin.
God. They were probably balling.
They had a
so
bar.
hard.
They had a bar.
Oh, shit, I have to put this up.
Yeah, watch this. This is the real deal. These guys weren't fucking around. When they came over here in 73, they had the plane. And that manager, that gangster from England that was shooting people, he would get off the plane 6'6". You gotta see this.
Really?
These guys would look at this.
Wow, Led Zeppelin Airlines. God. Were they the... I mean, there's all the plagiarism things, right, with them. Like, people still say they stole songs and riffs and stuff like that. But do you just...
Hold on. Slow that down.
Oh, you want to read it? Okay.
Yeah, Boeing, they refurbished in the early 70s by Team Bobby Sherman and manager. The plane pal in this guy's service, among others, Led Zeppelin, the Stones, Coke Fleck, Hey the Top, Lou Drop in the 70s, Duck Soup, Stewardesses, keep going, see what it said it had on that.
So you want me to read what this is? This is fascinating, though. Hold on a second. Scroll that down. Look what they're saying here.
Scroll down?
No, up. Sorry. So, look at this. The probable inspiration for Austin Powers' Shagadelic 747. The starship brimmed with gaudy chic delights. There was a bedroom with a king-size waterbed, a drawing room with a fake fireplace, a 30-foot brass-trimmed bar with a built-in electric organ, a prehistoric video system stocked with everything from Deep Throat to Duck Soup, and 2 stewardesses to cater the velvet-trousered minstrels fresh from their Madison Square Garden gigs. Holy shit. Oh my God, look at this. This is their plane? They're hanging out with Elton John. He's playing the organ. Wow.
It was a flying fucking gin palace. Richard Cole, look at that.
Look at him with his shirt off. Look at Robert Plant. Did he ever have a shirt buttoned? Look at how these guys have rocked it. They just left their shirt wide open. Like, that was how you rocked it if you were a rock star. They never did a sit-up in their life. Like, look at the picture of them.
Slow down.
Do you want to look at the gallery, or do you want...
Look at the picture of them. Never did a sit-up in his life on the left. Never did a sit-up in his right.
Straight cocaine and fucking... That was straight cocaine then.
But they were just gods. They were like rock gods. I mean, think about what those guys represented back then. You can see their cocks pressed against their pants.
That was all, yeah. That was
Look at that. Who the hell had that before? No shirt, and everybody's cock is like tilted towards their left. See them? No, it's all three. Well, one of them. Second to the right is Jimmy Page is bucking the trend.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin was the first.
Jimmy's got his dick going the other direction.
Look at this. Led Zeppelin was the first to lease the plane after a white-knuckled flight from Oakland to Los Angeles.
And a tiny Falcon 20 business jet terrorized the entourage. Oh, so they got a little tiny plane for a while, and they almost died. One time, Led Zeppelin suffered from almost surreally bad press. Rolling Stone suggested the band change its name to Limp Blimp, and it was thought the starship might earn the group some respect. It was an extremely useful tool because inviting a journalist onto the plane, the story kind of wrote itself, said Danny Goldberg, Led Zeppelin's publicist for the tour, who had been hired to gin up positive coverage. The novelty value was significant. So listen to what that's like. They're saying that Rolling Stones weren't getting any respect.
Rolling Stones never gave Led Zeppelin.
I mean, not Rolling Stone never gave Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, they
never
fucking hated Led Zeppelin.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
How could they hate Led Zeppelin?
Hold on.
Like, if you hear A Whole Lot of Love, how could you hate that?
They fucking panned all the albums.
How could they pan that?
So they had to eat shit at the end because it doesn't really fucking matter.
Dude, when I first heard Led Zeppelin, I was 14 years old or 13 years old. Somewhere around that. It was when I first moved to Boston. That's when I first there was a girl that lived up the street that used to kind of molest everybody, but everybody let her. Like, she was 21 and we were all like teenagers, and she made out with like everybody. But she had great taste in music, and she introduced me to AC/DC. She introduced me to the first song I ever heard from Led Zeppelin was Black Dog.
That blew your fucking mind. It blew mine. I couldn't believe what they were saying.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
When I saw the poster, I'm like, wait a second. These guys are fucking crazy.
They were doing something powerful, that's for sure. Like, the fact that Rolling Stone didn't like them back then is so strange. I wonder what it was.
Listen, man, they put those things on YouTube, and I watched them, and I got a little sad. They put the comparisons between songs.
Oh, the same. They're the same songs.
And I got a little sad, you know. And I know what they were thinking, you know. But the trial that happened 6 months ago was really fucking crazy because even me, who was a Led Zeppelin lover, I could tell that there was something. I could hear something there. It's when I first heard that song from that fucking white dude. And I'm like, this is fucking Marvin Gaye's song. How is this that Marvin Gaye song? I grew up on this fucking song. I know it a mile away.
100%, yeah.
And all of a sudden, a year later, Marvin Gaye's estate did not fuck around.
Yeah.
Marvin Gaye's estate was handled by his son, who it was minus 40 fucking million in taxes. And the grapes, and then he cut it up. Remember the California grapes? I heard it through the grapevine?
Yeah.
That and the fucking albums he kept putting out. He took all the wrong songs out of the vault. His son turned that around. And his son was a savage. So as soon as I heard that song, but with the Led Zeppelin, the Stairway to Heaven,
yeah,
they were guilty.
They were guilty of a couple.
But I will tell you something. There's not a fucking jury to convict them.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I'll stay with Heaven for a second.
I know.
No. I'm going to tell you why not. Because this is how it got me. This is how I answered it in my head.
Okay.
I was thinking about it, and it came on in the fucking car. My wife was in the car, and all of a sudden, I got goosebumps. And I thought my head was going to blow up because they stole it. But there's one thing about this, and I know you. The other night, what was the song we were singing as we walked into the fucking theater?
What was that?
What was that song we were singing? Keep putting on Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. What was that song we were singing? How long have you heard that song in your life?
What song was it? Do you remember?
Just free the people to give my soul. I want to get lost in you. What does that song do to you? What does that song do to you? You heard that song when you were a kid. Your mom played it. Somebody played that jam. Fast forward this lead to the guitar solo. Fast forward.
How far is that?
3 minutes. Just play with it. A little more. 2 minutes.
The trees and the voices of the too fast you can go back.
Keep going just a little, 30 seconds. And I didn't figure it out till then. You can't take that man there. I was like, they can't overrule this. No jury. No, keep it. Just listen for this power. This is real power. This is part of who the fuck you are. Yeah, no, it's beautiful. This is just beautiful. It is. So you can't. No jury. They go, you know what?
Okay, Lee, do me a favor. Go to Led Zeppelin stole songs. Show me the comparison, because the person who told me about this was Burr. He called me up and he goes, dude, it'll break your heart. It'll break your heart. When you hear it, it'll break your heart. They fucking stole. They stole like 1 million different songs.
You got your glasses, Joe?
Yeah, I do. What do you need? Oh my God. Who are you choking there?
No, I'm not choking. That kid's guard is tight. Look at the size of it. Look at the size of him.
Oh, that's hilarious. You're a good guy to work guard with. Jesus Christ. Like work sweeps with and shit?
Oh my God.
You know?
And these guys, they fucking...
like if somebody could sweep you.
Jesus Christ.
And it's a totally different kind of working out.
I love it.
It's the best.
I love it. I sweat my balls off. I could smell the weed.
Such a good way to work out.
You know? Did you find that video?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's like two different things.
Yeah.
Different parents.
Let's listen.
I think this is Taurus.
Yeah, this is not Led Zeppelin, folks. So stop and think about it. Do you think they stole? Fuck yeah, they did. Come on. I'm not a musician.
No.
I don't understand. Do you know anything about chord progression, Lee? Do you know what?
Yeah, he knows.
I didn't know that existed.
He played that flute in high
See,
school.
this is where we need Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo could explain to us what that sounds like what the how it's the same song.
No, this is Led
This
Zeppelin.
is Led Zeppelin. It's the same song.
Oh, the first album is covered with stolen shit.
This is actually a little better.
Yeah, no. This is, in their mind,
But they did steal it.
They heard it, and when they played together.
Yeah. Well, look. Let's just call it what it is. You know, it's stealing. It doesn't
Is this
mean
the only
awesome.
song that they have?
I just chose one for Stairway to Heaven, so I can get another one.
But you know, I think if you look at who they were amazing. I mean, their finished product, like what they were able to put together, was fucking amazing. And whether it came out of those four guys' heads or those four guys' heads and some other people's heads too, it's the effort, the cumulative effort of those artists to put all that music together and make these insane songs. The real problem is somebody didn't get credit for it. That's the real problem. The real problem is somebody didn't get paid. You know, and they definitely used it for their end product. So if you looked at it like, say, if you had a car, you're putting together a car, and there's a bunch of different components. There's a transmission, there's the engine, but they want to put your transmission in, you know, but they don't want to pay you for your design. So they just copy it and put it in there. And then you find out, hey, but this is all my engineering. I did all this research and development, and all you should is copy it exactly. They're supposed to say, yeah, you're right. Here's some money. And then the question would be, well, how much money do they deserve? That's the problem, because they probably deserve a fuckload. That's
how many times they played it in concert. It's kind of they got forensic fucking people in there.
It would be insane. So it wouldn't just be a matter of a little bit of money. It'd be a matter of economy changing money. So it's going to be hard to get someone to sign off on it. And for probably, I mean, I don't understand too much about how the legal system works, but I would imagine that the lawyers that represent Led Zeppelin must be out of this fucking world.
Yeah, no, they're big time. That's the record label. They sell their soul to Satan.
You would be betting against the most ruthless savages in the history. So
listen, man, they fucking they rob people to death. The music industry.
Did you ever read that Courtney Love article that she wrote, where she broke down the music industry?
No.
She broke down what everybody gets paid. It's really well written. It's so well written that they thought they accused somebody else of writing it, and she got a ghostwriter. That's how well written it is.
because it goes into detail about how artists get fucked and how musicians get fucked and where all the music goes, or where the money rather for the music goes, and how little of it actually makes it down to the artist. This is back when they were selling records. Now it's weird because right now the touring is where I guess the artists make their money.
And Joe, you said they even think someone court would find them. I think if they got the right jury, like a younger jury who didn't have as much attachment to Led Zeppelin, I think they might see it from that point of view. Like, I think it's well known now that artists don't make that much money from their music anymore. So I think like some people might.
I mean, they tried it when they said they stole this in 1970. That was the problem right there. That it was 47 fucking years ago.
47 years of owing them millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Like you were talking for that song, you might be talking like $500 million or something crazy. It might be more than that. That might be like conservative. Like you're talking about if not the biggest super band, one of the biggest super bands of all time that toured everywhere.
And you got to remember, in 1973 in this country, we did $2 billion in music sales. I saw that in the 70s. It was the biggest year of touring. Everybody was on the road. Everybody from Earth, Wind & Fire, The Temptations, Led Zeppelin, The Stones, Pink Floyd. Everybody was on the road in those days. Aerosmith. This was a fucking masterpiece of people. Ted Nugent.
Did you ever see Searching for Sugar Man?
No, the one that won the Oscar about the musician, Elvis or something like that.
Well, no, he was huge in South Africa, and he never knew it. He was a huge star, and there was all these legends about what happened to him and how he died, and but his music is good, man. It's good. It just for whatever reason it didn't hit in the 1970s when he released it, and so this guy became like a laborer, and he worked construction, and he raised a family, and he stuck around, but he still kept like practicing his music. And then one day, someone found him, and they couldn't even believe it was him. They thought that he was dead, and someone found him and told him, "Hey man, you've been huge in South Africa forever, huge." He was like, "What?" He went over to South Africa, like after he'd been poor for like 30 years or something like that, like literally living in a place where he's got like a wood stove and he's burning fire in the wood stove, burning logs in there to stay warm. They show him doing this. He goes up to South Africa and sells out arenas. They can't even believe it when they see him. They can't believe it. He starts singing songs. They know the words. They sing along with him.
He's coming back from the dead.
It's insane. It's more than he's coming back from the dead. It's like this guy was a huge superstar, and he was impoverished. He was almost like living a fake life for 30 years. They didn't even know.
How did he become huge in South Africa? They played his music on the radio. So one guy found it.
Could be one guy found it. Sometimes that shit happens.
Did he have an album out?
Yeah, a couple.
And he made no money on him.
No,
they gave him a fucking dime.
They apparently made one. They had a chance to make the second one, and he really, they gave it a big push, but it just didn't catch. And they don't know why. Maybe it was what the album looked like. Maybe it was people just didn't give it a chance. But it was good. He's a good musician. And after that second album, he quit. But that music made its way to South Africa. It made me cry. It really did. I just like it was.
I forgot all about it. Somebody told me to watch it. I have forgot all about it. Now I'll watch it.
I was getting tears. I was tearing up because I was watching it. I was like, this story is amazing. Because this story is about this guy that just became this weird sort of humble guy who's really philosophical and kind of zen about life. And he gave all the money away. All the money he made touring after he became huge in South Africa, he gave it away. Went back to living just like how he was living before. At least that's what they tell you. That's the legend.
I hope not.
No, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe he was happier that way. Maybe he just decided that at his age, he's in his 60s, at his age, all of a sudden becoming this big star and going to South Africa and flying across the world and making money and not knowing why you're doing it, and everybody says you're supposed to do it. He didn't like it. I think he just wanted a quiet, more peaceful life. Maybe still touring a little bit, but damn. I bought the album. I bought whatever he has out there, whatever I could buy on iTunes. So I think it's one. It might be two albums, so I think it's one.
I'll make sure he's getting the fucking money.
Yeah, I hope
they've
so.
been taking it from him for the last 30 years, these cocksuckers. Now iTunes comes along and gives you a 40-60 split.
I wonder what they would give him in South Africa for all the times they sold his records.
Listen, man, I heard something that John Oates, Darryl, Hall Oates, in the end of 1990, they had sold 8 million records, and they both had $50 in their bank account.
Whoa. Where'd you hear that?
On Eddie Trunk, on Sirius Radio, that he's going to release a book now. The music business is as filthy as it gets. I don't get it. We had Danny Brown. I tried to have him explain to me all this mixtape world and how I don't get it. I see an album. I buy an album for $8.99. It sells 1 million albums. What's that? 8.9 million. I think, right?
Yeah. 899 million.
No. $8.99. $8.99. Oh, but just think of $9.
Oh,
it sells $1 million.
$9 million fucking dollars. How much does the artist get? They get like $2 million.
No wonder.
The record label. I walked into the weed store today and they were playing Billie Jean, the video. That's the first time I saw him. When was the last time you saw Billie Jean? 15 fucking years ago. I started looking at it. I thought about that's when a record label put up $500,000 for a video.
Yeah.
$500,000.
You remember when Madonna had that Like a Virgin? No, Like a Prayer, is that what it was?
Pepsi, and she brought the Black Jesus.
Yeah, that's
people
right.
went fucking bananas. You know, all of them. And then Coke, or somebody signed Michael Jackson, his hair went on fire.
Yes, yeah.
That's what started the pain pill addiction. Because when he died, they realized that whole thing was a wig.
Oh man, he burnt his hair off.
The whole time it had been a wig. He had scars in the back and the whole thing.
Oh wow, they lit him on fire, burnt his hair off.
That's why he sued Coca-Cola, whoever it was, Pepsi, Coca-Cola.
Wow, that makes sense. I mean, especially you consider all the chemicals he used to have in his hair. You know,
in '84, yeah. So that's
hairspray is super flammable.
That's what started the pain. That's when he started telling people he was getting pain in his neck. He couldn't sleep at night, so that's how he was getting all his medication. And then he'd go to these different parties and mingle, spread the word, and they tell him, stop by tomorrow. We got a fucking bag of goodies for you on the house.
Wow.
And that's what led to him, fucking shooting whatever the fuck he was shooting at the end.
Well, he was taking tranquilizers at the end. They were using like sedatives on him to make him go to sleep. So essentially, they were putting him under sedation every night. They were using anesthesia. They were just conking him out. And I guess when you do that, you go out and shit, but you don't really sleep. Like, part of what you need is not just to be unconscious. You need to go through those cycles in your head. And when you're under anesthesia, you're not going through those cycles. I'm not a doctor.
No, I get you. It's like getting surgery. It's like when I got my nose surgery. 1 minute you're there, and the next minute you're gone. You don't remember shit about what happened. You wake up, you don't really know if you're tired or if you slept or not. It's kind of a weird feeling. You kind of think about the lights. You see the lights, and you can't remember what's going on. So I don't know how they get sedate you. I know if you get fucking done one time, it's pretty fucking bad for you.
If you get done?
Like if you get anesthesia, people watch it. People say it's not good. Like these people who get plastic surgery way before the chick died. I had heard about that there was a problem.
Well, there's a real problem, apparently. One thing that happens, Dr. Mark Gordon wrote a paper about it, about trauma and sedation, long-term effects of sedation for like major operations like heart surgery. Something happens where it can really fuck with your hormonal system. Like apparently those long-term under sedation times when they got you under anesthesia for a big operation are super fucked. Like your body does not like it. When your body comes back, a lot of people suffer from depression, not just from the trauma of the operation itself, but also from the disruptance of your immune system and disrupting your your hormone system. Something about going under the knife under that long does some wacky shit to you. And it makes people feel really listless and depressed, and it causes all sorts of like a whole cascade of mental issues and depression related issues can come just out of long-term anesthesia.
What's the matter? What are you angry about?
Okay.
I'm not angry about anything. No, it's just It must. Like when you go have surgery, doesn't the anesthesiologist have to they have a person there with you the whole time?
That's not what we're saying. Though.
No. But when I'm like, didn't Michael Jackson just get that and they let him sleep? Like it's dangerous. Like what you're saying is
that's why he's dead.
Exactly. Yeah.
But sometimes you go to Mexico for surgery, you save $8,000, and there's no anesthesiologist. It's just a Mexican named Paco that comes in and shoots you with a syringe just by looking at you. He's 5'6", maybe 160.
Dude, I've heard a lot of people go to Mexico to get shit done.
No, they have.
There's a lot of stem cell stuff down there.
A lot of stem cell cancer. They fucking cure you down there.
Really?
Bing, bang, boom.
Whoa.
I know a guy who did one of those things. What do you do that? GoFundMe? He got 50 G's. He went to Mexico.
Really?
6 months, he's healed. This guy used to work downtown, take a bus to North Hollywood, get off, and drive his bike up north a few fucking miles on this railroad track right here.
Did it work?
To Woodland Hills, yeah. He was in good shape, and he got that asshole cancer. Bike seats.
No way.
No,
the bike seats or his asshole?
It's a joke.
It might be. Who knows why Lance Armstrong got it?
He got that thing, and Lance Armstrong got it because he was shooting heavy-duty DDT. That dude was even doing antifreeze when he rode his bike in the wintertime. Fuck him. He lost a nut, dog.
Yeah,
I thought about that one night, high as fuck. I had friends that shot coke. I had friends that went on endless cycles. And they're still cooking. They got their hair. They look good. They got teeth. Fucking his nut blasted off. I have a friend who did. I told you, did blow, and his mother would shoot him with the steroid at the same time. He's still alive and kicking, living in a $500,000 house in Pennsylvania. And Lance Armstrong blew a fucking nut. Please stop saying.
Well, he got cancer.
Sure. How do you think he got cancer then?
Well, Duncan got it too. Yeah, Duncan got the same cancer.
Duncan got it from reading all that Buddha shit. That shit gets you after a while, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you're from the South, you can't be reading that Buddha shit.
Oh my God.
Lance Armstrong got it because they go on endless cycles. You were telling me they go on oxygen, some shit that to give them more EPO.
Yeah.
That shit will fucking catch. Now, do a lot of those bicycle people get that shit?
I don't think so. I think it's just a genetic thing. I think, who knows? I mean, it could be stress related. There's a lot of factors that could play into it when someone gets cancer. You know, some of it's environmental, some of it's genetic, some of it's, you know, just dumb luck. You know, diet has a lot to do with it. Apparently, like what you were saying about the guy that that kicked it by getting rid of sugar. Apparently, that has a pretty profound effect. If you can eliminate sugar and a lot of simple carbohydrates from your diet, a lot of refined flour, apparently has a pretty good effect on your level of inflammation, and your immune system strengthens. And that alone helps a lot of people who are battling anything, whether it's cancer or what have you. But there's a lot of people that swear that can turn it around, especially if you can get your body burning fat. It's really interesting stuff, man, because most of our diet, like pretty much the majority of the American diet, is filled with some kind of sugar, something to keep you going. Even low-fat milk has sugar in it. Did you know that?
No.
Low-fat milk has sugar in it, so it doesn't taste terrible. There's fucking sugar in low-fat milk because sugar's not fat. That's how retarded we are when it comes to food. Like almost every granola bars, you think I'm getting a granola bar, I'm eating healthy. You're eating a goddamn candy bar. That's a candy bar. All it is sugar. Yeah, all that stuff makes your body inflamed, and it makes it fucks up your insulin levels. It does all sorts of weird stuff to your body because your body's not designed to take in that amount of sugar. Like the body that we have today is the same bodies that people had 10,000 years ago, when there was no refined sugars, when you got your sugar from fruit. And that's what people know. That's how your body's designed. When your body wants to eat a pear, it gets fruit, it chews into it, it gets the sugar and everything attached to all the fiber, and that's how your body digests it healthily. But when you get scooped up a spoonful of fucking sugar that came from some factory, and they figured out how to suck it out of sugar cane or whatever the fuck they get it from, beets, there's a bunch of different sources of sugar that they extract it from. But it's a refined sugar, and you're getting it in a form that your body doesn't know what to do with. It doesn't have that ever in nature. So all that corn syrup, like when you get like a Coca-Cola, that is filled with something your body has no idea what it is. It's like, how is this in liquid? Your body's like, what the fuck is this? Like this dude's got 25, 30 grams of sugar coming at me in a liquid form. And like your body doesn't know about anything like that in nature. So you get fat, you feel listless, you get tired, You go up and down. That's all insulin crashing. So those guys who get cancer.
I was drinking fucking 22 Cokes a day. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly.
How hard was it to get off?
In the morning, I went from Coke to Diet Coke. Then I just got clean and sober.
Diet Coke is not better. I do one every now and then. When I'm getting crazy. I'll have me a Diet Coke.
But let me tell you something. If I taste a Coke now, I can feel the difference.
Oh yeah.
It's horrible. You leave that going.
Look at this athletic. I've never seen anybody.
Flavor. You get used to that corn syrup taste with the carbonation. It's cold.
Dog, listen, I was a buttered roll, Coca-Cola type of dude growing up, man. Who knows how bad it was for you at those early ages when your body's developing. Who the fuck knew?
You know what the biggest bullshit bait and switch act in the world is? Fountain soda. When was the last time you had a fountain soda that tasted remotely as good as one that's right from a can? They just aren't. Period.
There's some Cokes.
I like fountain sodas.
It's okay.
With sugar.
It's okay, but it's not the same thing. It's not like you don't enjoy it. Like if you get a Diet Coke from a fountain, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's not like you don't enjoy it, but it is not as good as out of the can. When you get it out of the can,
bar, disgusting.
You're getting the full formula. When you get it out of the can, it's a consistent experience every time.
Yeah.
You get a cold Coke, you crack it open, you drink it, it tastes the same way every time. Same thing with a Diet Coke, same way every time. But if you go to a fountain, you get some weird sub flavors. Things are watered down sometimes. They get lighter than the
bubbles. Yeah,
that's They fake that it's Coke, and they stick some funky ass RC Cola syrup in that machine.
Oh, I wouldn't know. RC Cola is disgusting.
I wouldn't know RC fucking Cola. Shit, you can't drink the Cuban from Coca-Cola. I drank that shit for years, Joe Rogan.
Do you remember when you were a kid and you were poor and you get generic soda?
I used to have.
Do you remember that?
Coca-Cola.
I can't do it.
I used to have Coca-Cola in my house, but my mom at the bar used to sell bar soda. So Coca-Cola, 7-Up was Lemon Up.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Coca-Cola was Up Cola, was something crazy. Root beer had a different name.
Yeah.
So my mom would bring the cases to the house of Lemon Up, Coke, fucked up Dr. Pepper that tasted like turpentine, and something else like Diet. In those days, the big Diet soda was Tab. Tab was like a
pink
motherfucker with a slice of lemon in it. Good googly moogly.
That was saccharin, right?
That was that was
the first diet soft drink, Tab, and girls always drank Tabs. I'll have a Tab. Tabs like my mom's friends. They would all have a Tab.
And Tahitian treat was when you were at the Chicken Delight. When you went to Chicken Delight and got 3 pieces of chicken with French fries, they always had Tahitian heat like a motherfucker. That's that red soda.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
How the fuck did Coca-Cola ever gain any ground over root beer? When root beer is so much more delicious.
It had cocaine in it.
Ooh, that's right.
All those years, people were drinking that shit. When did they take cocaine out of it?
Yeah, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
They didn't. They don't have the active ingredient in cocaine, but they're flavored with coca leaves. They use coca leaves. And Coca-Cola gets its coca leaves from a manufacturer that strips them to make medical grade cocaine.
In New Jersey.
Yes.
In New Jersey.
That's there's a huge industry for medical grade cocaine. And what people don't know, cocaine's legal. No, it's not. No, cocaine is not illegal. Cocaine is illegal for you, but it's not illegal for the medical industry. So they bring in coca leaves, and they use the flavor from that coca leaves to this day to flavor Coca-Cola.
Well, what medical use does cocaine have?
You can make lidocaine with it, which is a numbing agent they put on people when they're having operations. They pump that shit up my nose.
So when they say it's liquid cocaine, it literally is liquid cocaine.
The kid I kidnapped.
That's different. Lidocaine is different because it doesn't have the psychoactive effects. But what it does do is it makes you feel like shit. It doesn't have if you ever put that stuff on you, lidocaine, it makes you feel like shit. I put some on my back last week because I had a really bad sunburn, real bad. I went to Mexico and I fucked up and I didn't put sunscreen on my back. And I was just sitting out there for a while and I burnt hard where the next day I was sweating and I was like just agony, right? So they put this lidocaine on me and I felt like a little numb, it numbed it a little bit. But the way I felt for the rest of the day was so shitty. You just feel like, ooh.
It's the cocaine without the up.
Yeah,
that's what it probably is. It's the cocaine without the up.
You feel real down. You feel real weak, after an hour or two. I guess it's almost like what cocaine would do to you, but you feel like my appetite was suppressed. I just felt like,
the other way without the high.
This was just some over-the-counter shit. There's just some sunscreen spray that has a small amount of lidocaine in. But just putting that shit, or sunburn spray, putting that shit all over my back, like fucked with my system. Like I could tell, I could feel it. Because it's the same feeling that I got when I had my nose done. When I had my nose fixed and they cleaned out my deviated septum, they pumped all this lidocaine up there. And then I went out to dinner that night and I was thinking, I was feeling weak. I feel like, God, I feel like, why am I dragging ass like this?
It weighs on your body.
Yeah, like I felt weak. Like physically,
Yeah,
I felt
it weighs on your body. Not your immune system, but your whole. When you do blow, you feel like you got hit by a fucking train the next day.
I'm so glad I avoided that.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
You gotta go, brother?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
No, I thought you.
No.
Even at 10, I didn't, just asking you.
If we could go, we can stay.
No, we're good to go. I just didn't know what the fuck was going on. I gotta ask you a few questions. You know that Dominic Cruz said something very interesting when he came to the show in Buffalo. He said that it's really a lot of mental stuff. You know,
fighting.
And that's been dawning on me. Like I've been thinking about it. He said that when guys don't make weight, sometimes it's mental. And I was like, wow, I never thought about it.
Dominic Cruz is a great guy to ask anything about MMA because he's so knowledgeable and he's been doing it for so long. He's a smart dude and he's always thinking it through. He's constantly thinking things through. And
you guys were really good Saturday, man.
He's great.
No, you guys together were everybody was really good. John Anik knew when to talk. He's like that. He's like a meathead. Like he knew when to talk. He was very good, but he couldn't compete with you two guys. You guys were on the money, especially with the Chris Weidman incident. I saw it. I thought there were legal knees from the jump.
Well, it's hard for Mergliata. Here's two reasons why it's hard for Mergliata. First of all, he's a giant. Like you have to understand, Dan Mergliata is like 6'5", 300 pounds. He's a huge man. I mean, he's fucking huge. Like he towers over most of the fighters. And so he's above these guys. And if Mousasi is pinning down Weidman, so he's got him in a headlock, right? And he's pulling him down, he's kneeing him in the face like he was. Think of how tall Mergliata is in the first place, right? Like this. Now think he's looking down at these guys kneeing each other in the head. He's got to stay close by in case something happens. There's no way he could see those hands from where he was standing. So he took an educated guess based on his many, many years of refereeing that both hands were down. And it was so close. You would have to be on the other side of the ring looking at the ground to know whether or not it was touching. If you're above it, the way Mergliata was, how could he know? He really couldn't know. And it's not his fault. He's an excellent referee. The fault is that the athletic commission, under situations like this, doesn't use an instant replay. And they should, because it's the fair thing to do, to make sure that the fight it's fair. And I think Weidman could have gone on. I think had there been a question whether or not it was illegal, they could look at the instant replay and then they make the call. The strikes are legal. We're going to continue. And you either continue them from the exact same position and say, ready, go, or you have a protocol in place. Like you have to separate them, go back to your corners and re-engage, which is bad for Mousasi because Mousasi had him in a good position and was landing strikes. So it's impossible for Dan Mergliata to be absolutely certain from where he was standing as big as he is, looking down like that. I would just imagine it probably looked like Weidman's hands were touching. When we saw it in the replay, I asked them to show me different angles.
Different angles, yes.
I'm like, because at the first they said, look, it looks like it's illegal. And then I said, I don't see his fingers. I want to see his fingers. Let me see his fingers. And then when we went to one where you see his fingers, you could see Mousasi lift him up, which is what you're supposed to do. So the only reason why Weidman had his hands down like that is because he thought that could prevent him from getting hit. He didn't have his hands down like that because it's an offensive gesture. He's not like putting his hands down there because it's a next move. You know, what he's doing is he's dealing with the fact that Mousasi has his neck. He's dealing with the fact that he's getting kneed in the head, and he's thinking the best way to stop is to put my two hands down. Because like that's not a position that you would ever be in if you were trying to hurt somebody, right? So what he's trying to do is trying to stop the knees or figure out what to do and catch his mind because he's been tagged a few times in this round. He got hurt, and those two knees hit him hard. And then the referee tells him it's an illegal knee. So he sits. He's like, okay, well, let me take this time to take a break. I deserve it. I got hit with an illegal knee. So in his eyes, he's doing what you're supposed to do if somebody fouls you. In his eyes, I got fouled. He doesn't know. He got hit with two fucking hard knees, right? They tell him it was illegal. He thinks it's illegal. So he goes on about it like it's illegal. So he sits down. Then the doctors come over and examine him. And then someone tells him, I believe it was John McCarthy, tells Dan Mergliata that it was a legal knee. He's like, it was legal. I just watched the replay and he shows it to Dan. there's nothing Dan can do now. We've showed the replay over and over now to the people that were watching on pay-per-view, and we're like, they're legal. These knees are legal. This is just a mistake. And so then they don't know what to do. They don't really have a protocol in place, so they stop the fight. And they give the TKO victory to Gegard Mousasi, which is crazy because Dan was in no way going to stop the fight right there. Like, it wasn't like Weidman was getting hit so hard. He was right about to stop it, and then they said, oh, those knees are illegal. They weren't illegal, but I was going to stop it anyway, so let's stop the fight. It's not that. No, it's the fight was going on, and it was stopped just because of a mistake by the commission that they didn't understand. They didn't have a good protocol in place to start a fight up, and they don't have a protocol in place to check an instant replay under really, really difficult to discern violations like this, because it's really hard for me, a professional commentator who's right next to the cage. I'm right there, dude. I'm touching the floor where the cage is on, and I can't figure out if it's legal or not. I have to watch the replay. So Dan, in the heat of the moment, I mean, he's watching two of the best 185 pounders in the world, right? Gegard Mousasi's tagging Weidman. Weidman keeps taking him down. It's a fucking battle, man. It's a battle between two world-class fighters. And Weidman's got hard. He could have come back from that. He's taking those hard knees. Who knows what he would have done? He might have pulled guard and pulled Mousasi on top of him and got the sweep, and the round goes on. Look what just happened with Darren Elkins and that crazy comeback that he had. Did you see that fight that he had? Jesus Christ. Mirsad Bektik, who's this fucking super high-level up-and-coming guy.
This was this weekend?
No, this was like two.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, he took the beating to the death.
Beating of his life to the third round, then he knocks the guy out. And it was, the world erupted, right?
Yeah, the place
so
bananas.
A guy like Weidman is just like a guy like Darren Elkins. He can come back from the dead. You might stop him. I mean, Darren Elkins been stopped. Chad Mendes fucked him up. But he might fuck you up in the third round, too. So you've got to give a champion like Weidman the benefit of the doubt. So the problem, I don't believe that it was Dan Mergliata's fault. I think Dan thought he was doing the right thing, and his mindset is to protect the fighters at all times. If it's an illegal knee, he's got to step in. I just think it was so close, it was hard to tell. And then in the heat of this exchange, it's all crazy, and it's a very high-level fight, and it's super important, and it's in New York, and so when the commission didn't know what the fuck to do, that's when it became a problem. That's when I wish somebody was there. Like, what I would have done, I would have said, don't stop the fight because the fight wasn't going to be stopped. Let's restart the fight from the position that it's in right there. Where you going? Oh, you need some air? So,
I wouldn't have stopped the fight either.
It wasn't his decision to stop the fight. It was the commission's decision, I'm pretty sure. And I think it was just because they didn't know what else to do. I think they just didn't know, they didn't have a thing to do in place. It's hard. It takes a while to figure out how to correctly referee and judge and officiate in a state athletic commission that hasn't had mixed martial arts before, and all of a sudden they have it. So you don't have a lot of experienced referees. The referees are going to have to come from other places, guys like Big John or Dan Mergliata. And then the commission, unfortunately, even though the referees were in place that were really high level, there's a commission that's really not used to doing this, and it's not their fault. They just don't have the experience. Nevada State has it down. California has it down. Andy Foster in California, he might be the best guy in the business. He's a former fighter, a lifelong martial artist, super smart guy, and he's on the ball with everything. With weight cutting, he's on the ball with drugs. He's on the ball with, he wants to have more weight classes. He wants a weight class every 10 pounds. He wants to do hydration tests on fighters and keep them from doing this. He wants to prevent them from doing this.
Now, do they have instant replay in California and Nevada? Is that?
Yes. I do believe they have it in Nevada. I do not know if they have it in California. Actually, can you look that up? Find out what states have instant replay.
I think they added it today in New Jersey.
I'm treating you like you're Jamie, and I apologize for that. I give an instinct to just ask someone to Google.
I think they added it today in New Jersey. Something happened in New Jersey.
They should do it everywhere. There's no reason to not have it. There's no reason to not have an instant replay, just in case. If there seems like there's some sort of a foul, if it's an eye poke, if it's a groin shot, like if you can't look at an instant replay, how can you tell? And there have definitely been fights where people have lost, where they probably should have, their opponent should have been disqualified, like where they got kicked low, and it didn't look like it got kicked low to the referee, and they stopped the fight. That has happened before. That happened with James Krause when he fought Bobby Green on a military base, one of those fight for the troops, and he got hit with a low shot and then another one. He might have got hit with 3, but he definitely got hit with 2. And the last one was a shin right across the cup. I mean, you could hear it crack. It wasn't an intentional shot. It's just one guy's really tall, one guy's not as tall. Neither guy's are dirty fighters. They're both honorable fighters. It's just an accidental foul. It just happens, man. But when it happens, I mean, look, like, it's not, no one's trying to kick somebody in the balls most of the time. Most of the time, a guy's trying to kick the leg and he just misses. Like, you can't kick everything you aim at, otherwise you just be lighting each other up. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's hard to hit people. So, like, that's why Anderson Silva kicked Chris Weidman's knee like that. He didn't want to. He wanted to hit him on the inside of the leg, but Weidman got his leg up in time and then smash his fucking shin bone snaps in half. That's easy. That just shows you one of the best of all time, if not the best of all time. My idea is like him and Fedor, the 2 greatest fighters that have ever walked the face of the planet. I give Anderson a nod, but there's probably a lot of it because I experienced him live in person. Maybe if I experienced Fedor in person, I would give him the nod, or maybe just call it a draw, you know. But even he couldn't stop from breaking bones by hitting the wrong things. Fedor broke his hand a couple of times. Anderson broke his leg. They all broke. Everybody misses. You can't. So getting upset at somebody for kicking somebody in the nuts, they don't mean to kick them in the nuts for the most part. You know, I mean, I'm sure it's happened before, but most of the time it's an accident.
If I throw a leg kick, you move back 3 inches. It's that fucking.
Or he's throwing a kick at the same time you're throwing a kick. That's more likely. I used to kick guys in the balls all the time accidentally because I was short. Because I was fighting guys who were tall, and I was 5'8", and these guys were like 6'2". We both kick at the same time. I'd kick them right in the nuts accidentally. It just happened. Just like if you're super aggressive, you're not allowing